Alrighty.
Cool.
Hang on,
live.
hang on.
Oh.
I'm not.
Fuck.
God, that is blurry as fuck.
Yeah, it is.
Bingo space.
Yeah, that was early.
Already got one.
Alrighty, I'm rolling. I'm hitting green light.
Episode 2. Episode
So-
2. Do it.
Previously, on our beginning of our adventure, the four fates of you have begun to intertwine with the wedding of the Yandravi family. It was a normal wedding at first. Some of you had come to travel with the Ambertroff caravan, a caravan under the Ferric Emissary, while the rest of you had come, two of you had come for your own specific mission, to recover something that was lost. After coming to the wedding, you met up with Wimp, your grandchild. You brought your family, Oscar, and you came to seek Carlisle Arnasi for the Queen of Blossoms that was stolen from you. And with that, you engaged in the wedding like normal guests, even though you stuck out very much. You met one another and helped one another get the coin back from Carlisle Larnasi. With that, hell broke loose when an attack happened on the wedding in the glade. These wood-like creatures with mystical shade around them, these shade sprouts that Silney and Oscar had encountered on the day before, they can consume light. And during the wedding, during the dance, and talking to one another, you found out that the Andravi family have some type of gift in their bloodline. Some type of light that slows their aging process and heals them. It's been said that they put their powers to good use, but nonetheless, they stop their aging. And these shade sprouts, the dinner bell was basically rung for them. With this, some of their light was taken and wasn't able to be retrieved. So some of them are currently aging quickly. Their health is not great, but a little bit of time. You all met Maldor Miram, a dwarven gentleman, seems to be an ex-adventurer type. He had talked to you all about... He had been working with the family for decades now, mostly to keep an eye on them. And he has a moral dilemma, where he cannot decide whether they should have it, what these creatures are, and who's the good guy, who's the bad guy, and what should be done. After talking with them, you all had, at the time, decided, whether that's changed, you all had at the time decided the group was split. So maybe look into it and play it by ear to see whether this Yandravi family should have this power or if it's the creatures. You all took a moment to keep track of everyone. You said goodbye to Harrietta and the children, and you went over to the PPP wagon, where you had a few hours of downtime. I haven't read it, so how much time would you say has passed? A lot or little? Or is it vague?
Very little.
Very little.
Very little.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say it's been a few hours of talking there and then also going and checking and having dinner. It's at this point it is almost sunset. Even though it hasn't been 8 hours, I'm going to narratively give you all a long rest. Because it's enough. You get your narratively long rest at the wagon. Everyone is going by and talking to others. You see that Marigold is over there with Verkian and Guillory. You see many of their family members are in groups trying to comfort one another. Maldor is going along. You see the Ambertroff caravan, the only one wagon that was missing, which was Stockman's, has pulled up once again. They were positioned down the road during the whole wedding. Now that things are on edge, they are actually back parked up with one another, near your wagons, actually. You notice that Missy, the older human woman, the security for the Ambertroff, still walking the perimeter. It's been a few hours, and she keeps walking the perimeter around the glade, axe in hand, keeping an eye out. You see over by Fuset's wagon, the reddish-green wagon owned by the Dragonborn cook. She is there. She has just recently prepared a basic dinner for everyone. She has helped serve the wedding food that was prepared to everyone She's keeping an eye on everyone. You see Gragum, someone that Selny and Oscar you haven't seen before. A gnome, 4 feet tall, very slender, massive beard all the way down past his knees. His hair is wild, what little he has on top. He has a large pink nose, and he wears suspenders and tall socks. He seems to be a member of the Amber Trough as well. As in passing, they haven't spoken yet, but he had nodded to Wimp and Dylan. He's positioned over at Fusid's, sitting in his chair, smoking a pipe. You see Kelsian, the half-orc girl that Sylvie and Oscar you had met on the road very briefly, who was tending the horses, the animal handler. She has dark skin. She has long hair with different flowers in it. She has currently overalls. Actually, she wouldn't be wearing her dress at the moment. She'd be wearing her dress, and she has a satchel on the side full of horse. She's tending to the full of horse feed and whatnot. She's tending to all the horses, keeping the calm. However, you notice that she doesn't get far along before her father, Kavoran, the carpenter of the Amber Trough, has kept her close and has basically, without even hearing he has said, "Let's just stay by our wagon for the evening," knowing that things are on edge. They're close by the Amber Trough wagon, a few wagons over from you all. I think that's everybody of the Amber Trough. Cass, you know that Cascade is currently still off with his date, currently mingling, and seems to be snooping, trying to gauge information as well. Whether that's for amusement or investigation, he's going around talking to all the people. You see him at one point pass by and go, "Let me help you. Oh, yes, this gray hair. Let me see. That's so odd." As he just talks to people at their aging, he's somewhat amused by it all. His little goblin friend is back on his small wagon, sitting and tending to it. Where are all of you, and what are you doing?
That's a very good question.
It's about an hour or two from sunset.
Yeah.
Let me know if my headphones get too loud and it echoes back into the mic. Let me know.
Do we want to pick up around the little fire that we had, or are we after that?
It would have been a couple hours after that.
Yeah.
You all would have talked and then went out and got some dinner, maybe spoken to Marigold for a little bit, had your own time, and now you all could be coming back.
Silney is in the back of the PPP wagon, drafting a piece of paper, particularly a document, for a job.
Okay, noted. Message me what that is. I'm not sure what quite that is. And the rest of you.
Hold on, they all look at my notes. Wrong notes.
I probably would be lounging beside Gragum.
You head over and you went over to Fusid's wagon. The little campfire is there with the few Amber Trough members. You actually see Stockman is in and out. If he settles for a moment, the half-elven leader of the caravan will go around and talk to people. At this moment, you're next to Gragum, sitting by the campfire. He's sitting there with a pipe, and he just sits there after a moment of silence. After you've been sitting next to him, he says, "Well, I thought it was a curse, but this was a little bit more." You see he laughs, but he's looking around kind of solemnly at everything. It's that feeling of it's good to be right, that he called it, that something was going to go wrong, but had wished he didn't. He looks over to you, since you're beside of him, Dylan. And if you have a chair next to him, he kind of uses his shoe and kind of kicks your knee. "It seems like you and Wimp has made some friends. Who are they?"
Yeah, they're interesting. They're just passing through, friends of the groom.
They stick out like a sore thumb.
Well,
He does ask you, in this moment of this tiny little scene, he does ask you, "Those little creatures, you think they're going to come back for the rest of us? I don't like being around here."
no, I think they're only gonna come back if there's any, I guess big light. I don't know, maybe be wary of the lanterns.
It's all this coming back close to home. It's never good. It's why I stay away. He doesn't look at you.
I suppose.
He looks off. Maybe not the direction of your home, but you know he's meaning that.
Mm-hmm.
He sits there and smokes the pipe. Not enjoying any of this. He does not want to be here. The rest of you?
Wimp is gonna walk over to Kavorn and Kelsian.
Mm-hmm.
And see
You-
Kelsian and... Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, you approach them and you currently see, sitting next to at the back, because the caravan's wagons are all kind of together almost in a semicircle, so the backs of them are all facing the campfire. And you currently see Kavorn kind of hops out, Kelsian's kind of leaning against it, a little bit away from the campfire, and Kavorn kind of climbs out of the back of the wagon, holding a couple more chairs. He's got like dust in his hair, and he hops down onto the ground, holding a couple more chairs. He nods to you.
He'd first just walk over and kind of pat Kelsian on the shoulder and say, "We missed you."
She does kind of beam for a moment. You can tell that she had been kind of waiting for you both to kind of come over. And she probably nodded to you, Dylan, as you went over to grab him. But she, at the time when you came over, her and her father were kind of busy. But she does kind of see you now, and you're nearby, Dylan. And she says, "It's been a while. I was excited to see that you all were going to come back on the job. I was on the other side for the past few days. But I'm sorry we didn't get to speak before the wedding, and I'm sorry it's after all of that. What happened in there, Wimp?"
He would look bewildered and he'd just say, like, they just came out of the trees. It was nothing I'd ever seen before.
The horses have been right this whole way here. There's been something odd about them. Not spooked, but unnerved. The whole ride here.
He would move to Kavorn and like try to grab one of the chairs, like, "I'll fucking help you," but like motion Kelsian to follow as they talk. I would just say, like, "Ever seen a frog that could eat a human?"
Kavorn definitely looks at you because he was there for it.
No.
He looks at you, and then he peers up, and you see him instinctively just like look into the woods. But he hands you the chair, and Kelsian, as she's walking, she says, "I think there can be any animal if something strange has happened to it that's large. Why do you ask?" And Kavorn says, "Not much of a reason, just a obstacle in the road."
Yeah, big. Yep. So the horses. He moved
Kelsey
right.
kind of looks between you both, like not getting an inside joke, and Kavorn just kind of smiles, like the "I'll kind of tell you later" kind of thing, as you move. And she explains that not much else. That she's just been able to tell that their behavior's a little off. They're unnerved. They're worried, basically. Not enough to be spooked off the road, but enough for her to notice.
He asked her to just give Queen Hornet a look over that he had her take off, and he doesn't know if she hit any branches or whatnot.
She says, "I will. I've been excited to see Queen Horn again, Mr. Wimper.
He
Have-
only her.
Have you been following the feeding schedule I gave to you a few months ago?"
I mean, roughly, like, yeah.
She looks
I
a little bulky than she should.
She's growing.
Dylan.
She's a growing girl, Kelsian. And he'd look at Kavorn like, "Back me up."
Dylan's just in the background, like.
Kavorn just takes another chair and puts it down. "I'm just the carpenter." And he smiles to you and just walks off. But she will definitely go over and check out Queen Hornet for you. Oscar.
Oscar is staying close to the campfire, a bit unsettled that he's on his own and he's aware that his family are traveling back alone. But he's confident in the Burrody party that are looking after them. He's staying close to Silney in a companionable silence and is he'll be sitting out of view of most people, just turning the coin over in his hand and contemplating. He will have been keeping a loose eye out for Carlisle to see if he has spotted him or where Carlisle might be.
There's probably eventually he would come down. You'd see the elven gentleman kind of walk down the hill and start to greet people, to check in on them. He kind of has his hands behind his back as he walks, just nodding like, "How are you? How are you?" And then he'll stop at certain peoples and talk to them. But you see him mingling in the crowds in separate groups.
Silny, you're in the wagon, aren't you?
Yeah, wagon riding.
Yeah, so he's sitting sort of outside the door. Silny, my dear.
Yes, Miss Bracera.
Been thinking that still need to have a conversation with Mr. Larnesi.
Figure out where you got it.
Figure out the debt that may be sitting there. He gave it back, and if he's been the victim of a trick of some sort, I feel like there's some responsibility to help him redress that. Also, our current arrangements, how do you feel about staying in this wagon? Is there enough room for us? Are we imposing?
Does it look like it's a big enough wagon? Yeah.
Yeah, big enough.
Takes a little look around. Seems big enough. I am out of a job now, Mr. Bracera, so I'm always looking for more. Possibly to do with gathering the light.
Well, as you know, I already have a job, but I've said that I will remain with you, so I will help you with whatever job you choose. What kind of thing do you think you'd like to do? Something to do with this light, or do we find something else?
Perhaps. What I'm currently writing right now to talk to Miriam. The contract that you have, I'm essentially making the same one. Another find, locate, perhaps return the light. However,
Find and return the light. That I mean, the coin's one thing, but how do you propose to capture the light? Can you go to bottle it up?
Maybe capture one of the little guys.
It's probably at that point when you're talking about that, you actually hear coming up behind you, you hear rattling and a kind of a sturdy figure with a cane, and on that cane something's rattling, as you see Miriam actually walking up to the campfire. And you say, "Bottle up," and Miriam actually says, "I may have found something of the sorts," as he only caught the very tail end of how to catch the light, basically, as he's walked up.
Well,
Mr. Miriam, well, pardon the pun, but be delighted if you could enlighten us on anything else that you know concerning this.
You see just the corner of his lip kind of curl up in a little smile, but then he almost kind of remembers what's all going on and keeps his composure. But he seems to appreciate the joke. As you see on his cane, he kind of swaps his cane over to his left hand, and he's holding a lantern. You actually see on his hips there are two other lanterns, but this one is strange. It looks like your average hooded lantern, dark metal. However, there are... Make a perception check, both of you.
22.
7.
22. You see that there are slight runes carved around the hood of the lantern, and even in the glass. While it's not lit, in the glass you can even tell there are indentions. From the other torchlight here, you can see it. As he takes it and he holds it out. "I'm sorry for intruding on your evening campfire. Where's your other friends? I told you I would come back at nightfall, and it's almost there, and I have been thinking... I've been turning it over in my head a little bit. And I have something here."
He has something here.
Yeah, he says, "I have something here," and he asks for, "Where's your other friends?" Basically, he's been turning it over, and he wants to speak about it.
Oh.
Do a little scan. They
There are a couple wagons over.
walked off for a little bit. I can go collect them.
Okay. And you see him kind of look over and find a good spot to sit. He kind of pulls over like a...
Maybe pull up a tree stump here, and he'll plonk
Yes.
one down.
He kind of awkwardly looks over and just situates it as you plonk it down, like turns it a little bit, wipes some wood dust off of it. He kind of sits and cracks just a little bit.
Not deliberately, but Oscar would have put it next to him. Miriam's a dwarf, and so Oscar's sitting.
Oh yeah,
Oscar's sitting on one stump, like massive, and then
for sure. He's about 4 feet and a couple inches, but compared to you, even then, real tiny. He's quite. Even while he's short, he still has a quite stature to him, but in height, he's totally way down. But he kind of sits there with his cane, twirling it in the dirt. As he does, he's contemplating. You can kind of see the worry that's been on him. He's had a few hours away from you all, 5-ish hours. He's probably been thinking. Everyone else has kind of come out of the glade, except him at the time being, and Zinfiel, the grandmother, who seems to still be up there. And he kind of turns and just waits.
Oscar will reach to his side and pick up his own staff, sort of balance it across his knees and start turning it. And we'll look down. That's a beautiful staff that you have there. I don't know the language of the inscription around the top. Is that Dwarvish or anything sentimental to you?
You're talking about the cane or the...
Yeah.
There's no writings on the cane.
The
runes.
hooded lantern.
The lantern has the runes.
Oh, the lantern has runes.
Mhm.
Yeah, on the hood and on the glass. Yep. His cane is just a black cane with a little bit of metal bits in it. But if you still ask about the cane, he just says, just something I picked up. I have a bad leg. That's it. You wish to inquire about the lantern?
Yeah.
If you kind of say the same thing, ask about the lantern. He says, I keep this for me to make sure nothing sneaks up on me. I don't do much of adventuring anymore, but I've had enough years of things sneaking up on me when they shouldn't. This helps, and I think it could help with... He looks around. All of this. And your decision.
So sticking next to you would be a wise move then, Mr. Miram.
I was actually planning on passing this off to you both, to you all, as he will eventually hold it out. He kind of just scoots it out. Probably by this point, Selny, you have... Go ahead.
Mr. Miram, I don't have anything to pay you for this gift.
It'll be a lender. I'll need it back.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're very, very much appreciated. It's extremely generous of you.
He kind of just leaves it in the grass a little bit ahead of him, as probably Selny has collected both of you all. Do you come?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, he would he'd pat Kavorin and Kelsian and say, "Don't wait up, add rum to the pudding. It's amazing if you have the rum."
You hear as you're walking away, Kelsey's, I don't think I've had rum. And Kavorin says, you don't need it.
Wimp would laugh his ass off the whole time he's following Sylvie.
Yep. And Dylan, you head over as well?
Yeah.
You head over and you join back over at the PPP wagon at the back. You see that Oscar is sitting next to Mr. Miram. And he kind of nods to you all very awkwardly. I've been thinking. I've been thinking about everything. Have you all been thinking? He looks to you all.
Yeah.
There's a lot of time to think.
Not really. He'd look between them. He's like, "What am I supposed to be thinking?"
About what to do about the family's light and the shade sprouts, and is it still play it by ear and find the source, or what are your next moves? If you even aid with this.
Looks to Dylan.
I'm all
Yeah.
for finding your light. And I'm going to hand out the little paper that I was drafting up, which essentially goes over the, under the direct of Miriam for the Yandravi family. This group a group of adventurers under the care of Silni will go find the source of the light, or not the source, but the stolen light for a certain amount, for a prize that hasn't been agreed upon yet, and perhaps a return of the light as well. So, first section is to get answers. Second section is to retrieve it.
Okay.
So,
See him
contract for it.
take the paper and hold it really close to his face, and then pats his pockets, pulls out his reading glasses, half-moon spectacles.
Walk out.
He reads over it in his head a little bit, mouthing the words a little bit. Kind of tilts his glasses off and looks at you, Sully. He gives a smile. This was more formal than I expected, and I am satisfied. That is quite the surprise. It was interesting when I had met you all during the dance. I was actually going to ask if you were looking for work. Funny enough. Because some of you looked the type. He looks towards Selny, and kind of towards Dylan and Wimp. Not towards Oscar.
I was just about to say.
The rough and tumble type. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Wimp would just
He does
Dylan.
Need to be very proper.
He notices he didn't look at Oscar, and then he turns to you and gives you like 2 nods, Oscar, like you too. Like kind of that as well, to make he realized he may have left you out.
Oblivious.
Yeah.
Hasn't picked up on it at all.
Are the rest of you in agreement with this contract to go find answers and then to maybe return the light or find answers? And then you all decide where to go next?
I didn't specifically put your guys' names, just in case it was something that you didn't want to engage in, but I believe that this will be my next job.
No, Miss Sildy, I have a debt to the 3 of you. I said that I would accompany you and do what I can to support and protect you on your endeavors, which I believe now are our endeavors.
I can't read well.
I'm just gonna be like rubbing the back of my neck, like, yeah, no. This is official. Yeah.
Anything that you need to
no, it's cool, man. Like,
nothing in the contract. 1 has not been signed, and 2 specifies any of you.
Great with contracts.
You could also have at any point exit the arrangement.
Is that written in there?
I don't know.
Write it in.
Like,
He hands it back.
just write in an escape clause. Like, if something happens, we are not liable.
He
The
motions
Amberdraft
forward.
Caravan is not liable.
He leans forward on his cane. I don't want to. While I like the paperwork side and having that documentation, it shows great formality. I also want an outing for all of you. I don't know you and you don't know me, and you all do not know this family. You all have just ended up here. I have been simply asking you all because you helped fight those creatures, and I'm not as capable as I was. You can leave at any time. None of this bears on your shoulders. It's just if you are willing to help.
Oscar will pick up on the the confusion and reticence about the fact that there's a contract there, and we'll sort of jump in to support Silny and say, Silny, I think a contract's a wonderful idea, and I trust you implicitly, of course, so I'm more than happy to sign it. And he'll reach over and grab the pen and, without reading it, sign it.
After that, Miriam will probably take it and say, for whoever will help, I agree to this, and you have an outing at any time, and I will reward you if you just find answers at the very least. He takes it. He pulls out his own quill. He has like your pen, but he takes it and puts it back on the paper, reaches in his pockets and pulls out his own kind of metallic pen and scribbles his name on it. Maldor Miram.
Maldor Miram. All right.
I'm gonna kind of step forward and like look at Miram and like motion for him to bend down a little bit, and then I'm just gonna like whisper, like kind of just trying to be just to him, and I'm like
To who?
to Miram. And I'm gonna be like, if any of these people die, I'm not responsible, okay?
None of this was any of your all's fault or anybody's fault. This is...
I just mean if I don't find that light fast enough or something, this isn't on me. Okay?
As we spoke about earlier, I'm not even sure if these people should have the light. He looks around.
Okay.
That's why finding answers are important.
That makes me feel
Nonetheless,
better.
this is a mess the Yondravi family have gotten themselves into. None of us are accountable. He looks a little sad when he says that. Almost as if he kind of wishes he could be accountable. To have some type of purpose in it all. He hates that he... Just looking at him, he's very much of the person that's... He wishes he could do something with all of this, even if it is bad on him. He hates being helpless. He leans back.
I'm gonna pat his shoulder.
Thank you. Sits back. You hear a couple cracks in his back. What do you all want out of this if you were to find answers? I can pay you 150 gold for answers.
Yeah, no, that's
Each?
that's
That seems
great.
appropriate.
Each?
Oh, each.
He looks around. Each, yes.
I
Something is
don't
affected
believe.
by it.
I mean, righting wrong and discovering things is just something that we do good naturedly, isn't it? It's just doing a good turn for our fellows. He'll look around.
Yeah,
But we'll
and
take
with
the money.
150 gold, we can do a lot
As-
more. Let's do it! Dylan, sign my name!
As wonderful as doing it for our own well-being, a contract requires a give and a take.
That's very true.
I love Oscar so much.
He looks at you, Oscar. A little reward on top of doing good never hurts anybody. You see, just for a moment, almost watery eyes for a second. He kind of just looks away real quick and just, thank you all for wanting to help, regardless of money or out of goodwill. It's good to see someone wish to help and able to.
Come over weirdly because there's like a fire and he's much shorter and it's just walked over and like pat his shoulder. He'll be like, I think that we all know that if you, I'm sure that you have done it multiple times before when you were able.
I tried. Yes. He stands up now. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Miram, when you came over before our friends joined us, you did mention that you'd had some thoughts when I quipped about bottling the light.
Yes.
Is there anything that you're able to share? Your
Picks up the
musings,
lantern.
perhaps?
He picks up the lantern next to him and holds it out, dangling against his cane so it kind of rattles a bit. And you all see the lantern now. And you see kind of the runes on it. And it's not lit at the moment. He also has two other lanterns on him. Sorry, one other lantern? I'll check that in a second. But you see the lantern that he has. He says, this lantern is... I had it commissioned many years ago. More when I retired. I didn't want any trickery to come about me. I have done many jobs over the centuries, and I had made a few passing face enemies, and I hadn't want any to sneak up on me. This stops hidden creatures from sneaking up on you. Ones that can... Mr. Oscar, I believe you did it during the wedding earlier.
You gonna look at Oscar?
You vanished for a few moments. This lantern can help reveal creatures that can do that.
Oh, can it indeed?
As long as it burns within about 30 feet, it can reveal anything as long as the light is shining. But It has great magical properties, and I am not sure, but I believe that it might be able to hold some of the stolen light in it as well.
Some of the light.
Hopefully all of it that you can retrieve.
Do you believe that it could also prevent these beasties from being able to steal the light from the lantern? Did
Shakes
you
his head
have it with
slowly.
you in proximity to any of them?
I think they are attracted to it nonetheless. If you were to put light in here, they will, and if they're nearby, they may try to consume it. It's less of the unveiling invisible creatures and more for holding the light. Because I do not know how this flame that they all hold, the Andravi family, it's unnatural. I think with the magical property to the lantern, it could transport it back here. If you were to take it back. They could probably still take it, though.
Is there any instructions that we need to be apprised of in terms of using the lamp or getting it to?
I'll teach you the runes on it, and once you have knowledge of the runes on it, you'll be able to use it, like any other normal lantern. You also need oil. As he pockets the heavy lantern over into your lap, Oscar, and then starts rummaging in his pockets and pulls out a couple little vials of oil. And he also holds out a regular lantern. This one's normal, nothing special, but it's dark. Speaking of dark, as he sets the lantern down. I don't know what your all's plans are, or if you are going to head out in the morning or now. My thoughts on the matter. While these creatures are stronger in the darkness, it might be easier to find those floating lights when it's not daytime. He's referring to the little lights that would fly away from the
Motes.
shade from the shade sprouts. Basically saying that while it's dark, you might be able to spot lights. In the daytime, the creatures are weaker, but you might not be able to see the lights.
Well, they perhaps
says-
have an idea to draw them out, at the very least.
He nods to you, and he will hand the lantern. Who wants the magical lantern?
I can hang on to it, given that it's in my lap at the moment.
Okay. Add to your D&D Beyond, Miriam's Lantern of Revealing. Type in Miram. M-I-R-A-M, it should pop up. And he will give you one vial of oil in it. That oil can burn for 6 hours. So that one vial of oil can burn for 6 hours. He will also, who wants the other just regular lantern for light?
I'll
doesn't
hold
have
it.
dark
I don't
vision.
think that I have dark vision.
There you go. You just have a hooded lantern. And he hands you 2 vials of oil. So that's 12 hours in total, 6 hours each. I would very much like that. Whatever you all choose and decide, I would very much like that lantern back at the end. The other one you can keep, but that one I had commissioned. I would like it back.
So who did it for you? Like, who made it for you?
It was this little kobold gentleman in Aerith, Gimnick.
Ah,
You've
no,
been
I've heard of him. Never been there, but I've heard of that.
He's a fine
Good
enchanter.
work.
I've known many of enchanters, and Gimnick is very reliable. People shy away from his business because he's a kobold, but he's quite the brilliant mind.
Yeah, I've never heard anything but good things.
He nods. Is that everything that I could set you out with? Does anyone need any weapons? I have 6 on my person at the moment.
He'd
You
look at
don't
him.
Oscar's eyes will widen.
Yeah, look at him, and then look at Silny. It's like, as if like, oh, they're like each other, because he assumes that Silny has just as many.
Does anyone require anything? Do you need a canteen? Or are you all set?
Yeah. No, I'm good.
Nature generally provides everything that I need, Mr. Miriam, but thank you very much for the thought.
I wish I was the same. I've ended up in spots without anything before. It isn't good.
Wimp would look at him and say, "Rest. That would be the best."
I have to stand guard and watch the beam. I have to watch the basin to make sure, whatever you all decide, that nothing would happen to it without your all's choice. I have to make sure these people will be fine. Thank you all. No pressure. The moment, if anything gets scary or hard, run back here. Your lives matter more than this.
We very much appreciate it, Mr. Miram, and we will do our utmost to succeed in this endeavor for you to put your mind at rest.
I hope so. And I'm sure whatever choice you all make will be the right one. As he turns, starts to walk back up to the glade.
So long.
Would you like me to read the Miriam's Lantern of Revealing to you? Cool. While lit, this hooded lantern burns for 6 hours on 1 point of oil, shedding a bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. Invisible creatures and objects are visible as long as they are in the lantern's bright light. You can use an action to lower the hood, reducing the light to dim light in a 5-foot radius. Additionally, you can use an action to trap a light inside the lantern. If the light is magical, make an Arcana check. The light stays inside the lantern until the next dawn.
God, we gave it to one of the fucking spellcasters.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
how do we feel in terms of Arcana capability? Dylan?
Nope.
Oh, we don't have any book magic people, do we? We don't have any.
No, we
Oh,
don't.
shit.
I got a
Goose
plus
egg.
1, and I'm not
plus
lucky
one.
anymore.
It would probably be. Wouldn't it? It might be Trey. You're
I was
the
just about to
intelligence
say,
build.
Hold on, when you said +1, what is it? Intelligence?
Fuck,
I have a
Yeah.
+2. Why? I do have a +2. I forgot about
smart.
that.
Yeah, because you said you were going to level your intelligence along with
Yeah,
your
it's my
strength.
second
so
highest rate. You're right. Holy fuck.
You would probably know more about magic than the rest of the people.
Oh,
Wow.
that's weird as fuck.
You're the magic
Oscar doesn't know about magic. He's just got inherent
It's natural.
Yeah,
nature
Wimp
vibes.
doesn't
yeah.
think he knows about magic, so.
Yeah, you would know about nature magic, and Dylan would know more about divine magic, but Wimp would know more about
magic study, isn't it? Like, actually.
magics. Yeah. And knowing how magic works and runes and all that, Wimp's probably the guy for that. And
Yeah,
even if you don't think you know it, knowing what I know, you would know it.
No, yeah, he probably
Actually.
look at it and be like, "Oh god, that's so cool! It works know how it works, but not think it's magical."
Yeah, that's interesting. The fighter is our Arcana person.
Wow.
That's
Because
Right.
even without that
Wow.
+2, just for your reasons and your backstory, you would know a little bit about magic, which is interesting.
I love it so much. Cuckoo.
All right.
Cuckoo.
Right.
He's
well,
the himbo.
we won't. I won't roleplay giving it to you. We'll just see about you picking it up when we use it.
Hell yeah. What?
All right.
Oscar will watch Miram go, and
I'd love to see him walk away, but hate to see him go. Sorry.
What? That dwarf thickness. I get you.
Oscar will look at the other three and say, I'm as mentioned, I'll happily follow the three of you and discuss our intentions. If we are to depart or move on or go and pursue this endeavor, I would appreciate your advice and support in clearing up the business that I have here, and that is with Mr. Larnassi. Silny, do you have any thoughts on how to deal with that? I feel like the business is not yet done due to the attack. It feels somewhat like we strong-armed the item from him without getting to the bottom of the situation, if you follow.
Well, I mean, we did strong arm him. That was the point. Was to get the
Mm.
coin.
It's not
I
I don't
am
feel terribly comfortable with the resolution, if I'm honest.
What's there to be uncomfortable about?
Well,
You gave it
if
over
someone
willingly.
if someone else stole the coin, as Mr. Larnassi points out, from me, it could mean that person is someone who may covet it and try to do it again. At the very least, I'd like to know if there are any other parties involved in the situation.
I'm curious about that too, yeah. I'd like to know
What-
who originally took it.
What do you advise? Then do we go and peacefully have a conversation with Mr. Larnassi, or should I go and talk to him myself?
I'm gonna be eyeing Wayne, and then I'm just gonna turn and be like, I can make them tell the truth. Is that what we're wanting?
I
Depends on
believe
if
that.
you will give up
Well,
the truth.
Do we agree that people should be given the opportunity to at least choose to be truthful before they are persuaded to be truthful? If I understand what you're implying, Ms. Dillon.
I don't think
I
you understand
mean-
fully what she's implying, but yes.
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes. But
Tactics, yeah, you gotta pull out the machines
I
of
gotta,
your tools,
yeah, draw some circles on the
your
ground.
torture, your torture devices and everything.
It only takes an action
I
to
can
cast.
make them tell the truth.
I don't have it prepared.
Oh, so you'd have to wait till the next day.
I
do
can
it.
ritual cast it.
Sorry, can you ritual cast spells that you don't have prepared? If you know them.
Can
I
you?
don't know about that.
I thought you could.
I don't know.
I don't remember because
That
warlocks and wizards are different. I'll look at that, but I don't think so because that would be tons and tons of spells. I
Yeah.
think you have to have it prepared. I think you have to have it prepared.
Okay, I just know we never did that before, so I guess I'm going on old
I don't
stuff.
think it came up much.
Do you have a cleric during that time?
Druid.
Because wizards
says,
would be different. Okay.
Yes, you can cast them as ritual. You take 10 minutes longer to cast them. You don't need to have the spell prepared. But
I don't think is it even a ritual spell?
I believe it was. I thought I looked at it last time.
Zen of Truth doesn't say it's a ritual, regardless. Not
it
that I
not?
can see. No,
Oh,
not that I can see.
I guess I read it wrong.
Yeah, regardless, that's not a ritual spell. I'll look on the. I would imagine you can't cast ritual spells unless they're prepared. Wizard's different because it's in their book. Because that would be a shit ton of spells you could ritual cast, like all of it for free. That seems a little much. So I don't believe so.
Miss Dillon, I really appreciate the sentiment, and perhaps we can hold that in reserve as a last resort if Mr. Larnassi proves to be uncooperative.
You do have to have it prepared, by the way. I just found out. Sin of Truth is not a ritual spell. There you go. Still good thinking though.
I mean, we could always just wait until tomorrow. If he doesn't tell the truth tonight, I don't.
Let's go talk to Carlisle, and then we, at least Dylan and I, need to talk to Trophy. What's his name? Trophy.
Stock. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Stockman. And because we need to make sure that we can do this, and if not able to do this as an emissary, we need to know that we're on our own. But let's talk to Carlisle first.
Are you all splitting up or all going to Carlisle?
I'll go into Carlisle.
Okay. It's easy enough to spot him as he's going around mingling. You catch him as he's walking from one group to another as you approach him. He has his hands behind his back straight. He looks at you all. Chin
Mr.
up.
Lanazzi.
I don't wish to speak with any of you, I'm afraid.
We'd love to speak to you, though.
Isn't our business done? Didn't you take back your Beloved item.
We
What else could you want?
have a few questions about that, actually. Pertaining on who you had bought that from, where you had bought that from.
Just to emphasize, Mr. Lanasi, our interests are, my interests are, if you have found yourself out of pocket as part of this unfortunate collection of circumstances, I'd very much like the opportunity to investigate further and perhaps offer you some compensation for the unfortunate outcome for you.
You couldn't afford compensation from me. However, I will share the information that I have because I am curious now. Simply put it, I acquired the coin from a merchant wagon in the Tempering Valley. I don't have any other information for you. I didn't see what they looked like. They had a hood. They were very strange. They spoke in a broken common. And they had a strange wagon with other trinkets. They had different coins, different artifacts. That is, they had an arrangement of magical items. That's all I know. He smiles.
Where was it?
In the
The
Tempering
Tempering
Valley.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tempering Valley. May I incite him and smile back at him?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, fucker. 21.
21? He is, for as far as you can tell, telling the blandest, like the straightest truth. He doesn't know anymore. And he's almost pleased with how little information he knows.
Mr. Lanasi, thank you very much for being forthcoming with the information.
When did you buy it?
7 months ago, I think.
I'm interested in what was it about the particular coin that drew your attention? If there were, as you say, a wagon full of trinkets and various coins, what was the attraction?
Smiles again. The merchant picked it for me. He said I would use it well, and I would have a natural gift for it. That I would tend what I needed to tend with it. That's all I know. I wasn't even allowed to examine any other artifacts. The way he works, or they work, is that they pick an item for you, and you purchase it. Or in my case, I made a trade.
A trade?
My late fiance's engagement ring. I figured she would want me to make the trade to help better the family.
So you did this for a coin that you didn't even know what it would do for you.
I took a gamble, but for some reason I took the merchant on their word. And lo and behold, it worked. My apple orchards are thriving, and I was able to make this glade. It works for me.
Well, I'm delighted that it worked, and though I believe your intentions were somewhat of a personal nature, the coin was gifted to tend a garden, feed as many people as possible, and assist in a bountiful harvest. So I trust that in your good fortune, you'll be willing to share the bounties of the coin with the community in which you live.
It's not mine anymore. That's all. May I be going now? Doesn't even look at you.
Absolutely, Mr. Lanasi, and again, many thanks for your for being so forthcoming.
A blessed
May you
night.
tend the garden well. As he walks away.
I always intend to.
As he walks
Oscar,
away.
go ahead.
Oh no! As he walks away, like once he's out of earshot, he just leaned over to Dylan. He's like, "I fucking hate that dude."
Dylan's just gonna nod, like.
Oscar will just bow his head and whisper, even though he sucks at whispering.
Thank you for supporting me. The thing that concerns me is that the merchant that he purchased that coin from knew that it was
Knew about it.
provided to tend the garden, and there are only 5 now people who know about that. The 4 of us and my wife. And 2 of you only found out today.
When did you lose that coin, Mr. Becerra?
9 months ago.
That merchant had it for 2 months. Pawned it off within the tempering lands. He could have traveled from many places. And you frequent all over, I suppose. Not the South.
I do.
Where did you originally lose it?
Not far from Burrady. Maybe half a day's ride to the north.
I hope. I think that works. Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, 9 months ago, Dylan and I were at a weird wedding with bandits, and like they almost killed Queen Hornet, and she fell into a river. It's a whole thing. We weren't.
Whole
I
thing.
don't believe that we're insinuating.
Oh no,
You
no,
were the ones to
absolutely
take
not,
it.
Mr. Whimper. No,
Just-
what all I mean is that, as I've said, I trust Silny implicitly. I of course trust Terrier. The 2 of you only learnt of it today, and so it does bother me somewhat that the merchant knew some of the specifics about the item. Just something to ponder.
Same just minute. Looking at Dylan. Looking.
Mm-mm.
So I gotta go. Gotta go talk to Trophy. Well,
Yeah, I gotta
Stockman.
follow.
Stockman.
You both head
Alright.
over as they just start walking away.
Why are we so awkward?
You head over to his wagon. He has just come back. He's been talking to everyone. You see him. He's talking. He's currently standing in the doorway of Fusid's wagon, speaking in, and whatever he's saying concludes as you walk up. As he closes the door gently, and he turns to you all. He immediately motions for you all to come over to a table that's set up outside his wagon. It's a round table, small, into the dirt, with a few papers on it. And he brings you both over. I've been talking. And you see him kind of motion at the papers. There's nothing there that's really important. You can tell he's just motioning with his hands and trying. He's bad with eye contact, so he's just looking at the papers on the table. I've been talking to. I talked to Mr. Lanasi. I've talked to as many people as I could. I think our business is done here. As far as I know. I don't think there's more that we can do as the caravan. But I've seen you talking, and I've talked to Mr. Miram. Are you all headed off to do something about this?
We were gonna see if, with how big of a project it is and how much money they're getting paid and you're getting paid and whatnot, I think that it would show some good faith, right? If Dylan and I are capable.
Loyalty.
That's absolutely fine. Because at the moment, I think our next steps for the Amber Trough is to, in a day or two, letting people rest. This really doesn't look good on our records.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
I want this paperwork, I want this contract signed off immediately. But he looks to you, Wimp, and nods. In that aspect, I think that in a couple days, if not tomorrow, we are going to take everybody down back to where we gathered them. And that's it. We have no job after this, so I don't know where we're headed. To pick up some other job.
I think that me and need motion to Dylan. He's like, I think that we were gonna head up for a few days and just see some family after this. So if you want, we can finish this up. I'll send you a letter on everything that happened, detailing everything, and then.
I had heard that you all were going Arakat, right?
Yep,
He'd
that's
ride
the
up a
place.
We don't run up that far. I think Gragam has before.
Look at Dylan. Look back.
If you all head over, if you head and deal with this mess, you have to be really careful. And it's unofficial business. If you're going out there working under Mr. Miram,
Absolutely.
it's nothing related to us. When you all get back, when you all depart for Arakad, we'll depart and get these people back to where they belong. And then maybe by that time, depending on how long you're staying in Arakad, we meet back up in Arakad, maybe? After we've dropped everyone off, we head back up. And if you're still interested in working with us for a little bit longer.
He'd look at Dylan like, yes?
Yeah.
What? Do we still have a job? Why would you say
Are
that?
we bad?
Why would you say that, Stockman? Is like, there's some... Is this looking bad on our record? Like, are we like getting let
was
go?
it the wagon?
Is it...
His face is a little red at the moment,
didn't
just
mean to hit
flustered
that
by your
sign.
flusteredness. And, no, this job just got cut a little short, and I figured we have nothing on our plate next. You could travel with us, and we could find the next contract, next delivery.
Yeah.
We might head north. We might head back to Bowcaster. We're not sure.
Get an application or two ready.
Okay. That'll be an interview process.
I mean, you know us. Like, we're recruiters. We'll tag someone into this. He just grinned.
You remember those? You remember the 2 kids we picked up in Aerith?
What about them?
I'm just saying, we're recruiters. It doesn't matter if they're good or bad.
I don't think Tracker's going to be pleased that you're just bringing people on to your pumpkin pie parade.
We're offering...
It's not a parade.
It's a plunderers, but you know what? Parade plunderers? He'd look at Dylan, he's like, it's a concept, might add a 4th peak. Good job, Stockman.
No.
He's beginning to walk away!
Listen, we'll get to that when you come back. Don't be gone too long. We can't wait too long on these people. They're not in good health. Whatever happens, we have to start transporting them probably by tomorrow night. Be safe out there if you're heading out. Let me get you some things. He heads into his wagon very swiftly. He swiftly walks, and he comes back, and he brings 3 potions of healing. You see, they're like all wrapped up in a little satchel. It's just a satchel with many little places for vials, maybe 8 of them, but only 3 of them are filled with potions of healing. He just hands you the whole little satchel. I haven't had to dip into that in a while. But if you're heading out there into the dark with what's happening, be careful.
He'd actually go up and pat his shoulder pretty firmly, and he's like, "Thank you, Stockman."
Stiffens up immediately.
Yep.
Just don't get too hurt out there. We don't have medical insurance at the moment.
We need some medical insurance. We have Dylan. We're fine. We have sleep. He turned around and he's like, "We have food, rum pudding."
I mean, we're untouchable.
I have to go back in. As he heads back into his wagon and opens up, goes up the steps.
Night. Maybe Missy will come join you.
Oh, he would grab Dylan.
The door halts for just a second and then closes and locks.
He's like, "You're gonna get us fired. Like, Stockman's gonna never want to work with us."
I'm just wishing him a good night.
I love you guys. Oh my god.
I
Poor
feel
Stockman.
so bad for. I know I feel so bad for him.
What are y'all doing?
Yeah, I headed back towards Silny and Oscar, but like, if y'all want to talk first, like, we can hold off if y'all want to talk privately.
Mr. Becerra, this may be a bit to think back upon, but our night coming up here, when we first encountered those creatures, is there any way that you can remember where those motes of light went off to?
Yes, yeah. So we were to the south of here, and the
We were
motes
to
of
the
light
south.
went to the northeast, and then at the wedding they went in a more easterly direction. So
If we can triangulate that.
yes, we certainly from where we are now, east would be the sensible sensible direction to follow.
Mm-hmm. What's to the east of here? Is it just more forest and stuff? Is the
East is away
Ye-
from forest, isn't it?
yeah?
Yeah, you still have quite a bit of forest to go, but if you keep heading, you will get to a little bit less dense forest, and you will start heading into kind of mountainous, kind of
Mm-hmm.
grassy regions before you hit forest again. You've got a while of forest before you hit that.
The idea that I had to draw them out is to create a bonfire, perhaps in one of the nights. See if we can lure them with the light.
Oh, as long as it's a carefully laid bonfire. The last thing we need is to have fire just unruly in the forest. Is terrible thing.
You know how we make our fires. They're gonna be
I do. It's just that the look on your face suggests that you're considering something somewhat larger than a typical campfire. It does fill me with some trepidation. I'd like to be responsible for the construction of any fire that we're lighting in the forest.
Who are you?
Stop looking at me like that, Sylvia.
Oh god.
I do though understand where you're going with that idea. I think that there's a certain sensible approach there.
They've just had a
bringing
very
them to us.
large dinner. So the fact that we may be able to use a larger source of light in order to get them, because we were able to lure them, or not lure, but find out about them with just our campfire that one night. But due to what they've already taken from here, that being a large source, perhaps it would be better to have a larger fire.
So one question does occur to me. How far away from our companions here do you think we'd need to go? Because the last thing, if we're thinking of luring these things towards us, the last thing we need is other people being put at risk. So I believe that we should probably travel some distance from the caravan before we think about doing anything like that.
Absolutely. It'd be easiest to see them during the night, as Miriam said. So perhaps a day out?
What do you think about that, Mr. Wimber, Miss Dillon?
Yeah, whenever you guys want to come during this, like, we're just sitting around the back of the wagon, having this chat. Oscar, I think that they're a bit far away. I don't think they're here.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, sorry. I thought you were just like doing an overall. Yeah, no. I would assume that they're still talking to Stockman because like that thing would have taken a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a fine idea, Miss Sildy. Let's relay it to our new friends and plan to set off. Are we leaving in the morning or?
It depends on how much time we have. When do we want to get their light back?
Well, it's nighttime now. I suppose the question is, do you suspect that we may uncover something this evening if we set off now, or have a whole day's travel tomorrow?
That's a really good question.
why don't we wait until the others join us so that we can all decide this together?
Oh wow, how incredibly convenient for us to suddenly be walking up.
You're able to meet back up and convey. Yeah, you're able to convey what you've talked about, so you can pick up there.
It's giving you private time, goddamn it.
What else do we need?
Yeah. So
Yeah, you hear they're talking so far. Not that they've related.
Honestly, I'd say leave now, go only a couple of hours, and then try to lure them out and do it tonight.
Get some rest in the middle of the day.
Well, I'm happy to proceed now. Do you suggest that we go on foot, or shall we take the horses in your wagon?
I
There's no
don't
roads
think
that
we're
way.
gonna make it.
yeah, even
If you head that way, the wagon won't go through the woods.
Right. Okay.
yeah, even Queen Hornet, I think, is a little bit too bodacious to
Overfed?
get in there.
Yeah.
How dare you!
You could probably take her, but she might slow you down in that thickness of woods.
Yeah.
In other environments, it's fine to go off-road with the horse, but because this is kind of forest with lots of limbs and lots of obstacles, very thick forest here, you could take her. It would you would be at a slower pace. The wagon, though, is probably a no-go. If you're heading just straight east, the wagon wouldn't go through that.
Mhm.
Hey, go. Just give me a moment just to say goodbye to the caravan, because they're gonna head down the road, and we'll meet up with them when we're all ready.
They said they weren't going to leave until you all came back from whatever.
Oh,
you all
I
were
thought they
doing.
were like gonna leave this area and go down. Okay, gotcha.
Not yet. They're waiting until some resolution happens, or if it's too late, to see what happens, and then they're gonna head off.
Okay, yeah. Then he'd just give a generalized, like when he was walking away from Stockman, just a generalized, I'll be back. Don't be dumb.
Yep.
Yeah, at that point, he'd probably walk over and begin to put on his armor, and he's like, let's get this done.
Gonna put my 7 dagger. No, I only have 2.
What is the AC count for everybody, Dylan?
Well,
12? Wimp?
There we go. My armor, hold on.
You're 16.
You're 16?
Yeah, I think so.
Oscar,
Yep,
what's yours?
16.
Oscar?
11.
11. And Selna?
I have 14.
14.
Now that I have my armor on.
What's your health? I'm just jotting this down on a new sheet now that I've had it.
21.
31.
33.
21, 31, 33, and
30.
30. And spell DCs for our casters.
13.
13. I think Oscar's 14, I believe. 'cause he's
14.
got-
Yeah.
And Wimp.
Um,
Spells and then spell
Spells.
DC. Yep.
It'll be at the top.
Save DC on the right hand side at the top.
save DC. What?
Click on spells, and you've got modifier, spell attack, and save DC at the top. It's got a purple dice next to it.
You look for that and you text that to me when you find it.
Yeah.
You'll have it because
I'll figure
you're a
out.
tiefling, so you have spells.
I'll draw you I'll send you a snip.
Yep. Regardless, you all are packing up. You get your gear together from the wagon.
Mhm.
You all are falling back into those dead silent periods. You gotta.
I was trying
Oh,
to
I
figure
thought
it
that
out.
was
first!
decisive. know,
I
but
thought
it's
you were
whole session.
narrating that we picked up our stuff.
Oh yeah,
You
no,
are.
we're heading out.
Oh
Yeah.
You all immediately heading?
Yeah.
I must admit, I don't. I like navigating the forest. However, I don't see terribly well in the dark. So, shall we light this impressive lantern of Mr. Miriam's? I've got enough fuel for 6 hours, I believe.
Do we know if that oil is specific for that lantern, or can I use the other oil charges that I have for my normal one?
I think
it
it's
seems
all
to
the
be
same
regular
oil.
regular oil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then we have 18 hours if we just use what was given to us.
I mean,
Ah,
I also can navigate pretty well, and I can see pretty well too.
Do you
So
want to take the lead? Use Mr. Becerra's knowledge of nature and your aptitude aptitude for travel?
Yeah.
All right. You all are heading past the glade. As you're walking, you see Marigold just give you a wave as she's standing back in a crowd, knowing that you had gone off.
Lower gets.
Basically, a wave that in a stare that's like, "Come back, safe."
Oh.
As she's tending to people at the moment. As you head past the glade, you actually, at the moment, as rounding the corner, you see Missy, because she's doing perimeter checks. She sees you all. Doesn't say much, just says, "Be safe out there and don't get killed. I don't want to have to come find your bodies. That'll be real hard at night."
Oh, I mean, well, yeah. Realizing he
fear
should
it.
probably not fucking say that. He's like, oh, you'll be good. Be safe. Protect everyone.
Good luck.
No fear
I
of
think
that,
Stockman wants to see you.
Missy.
Okay. I'll go check on him.
The moment she walks away, he's
Starts
like,
walking.
Dylan. I swear to God.
What?
Starts walking back down towards that way, probably to go see Stockman.
With
You all are
some
heading
spray.
forth?
We'll be perfectly safe. We are, after all, in her garden. The Green One will watch over us and protect us, and he'll light the lantern and trundle off.
You're lighting the
Yeah.
magic lantern, correct?
Yeah, to get us through the night in the
Yeah.
forest.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at Oscar when he says it and be like, so is she like always watching? Or like only when you're outside?
Absolutely. She sees everything, especially in forests, where most of her creations reside.
Her energy's strongest out here.
Gonna make eye contact with the Wimp and be like, and then go back to it and be like, especially in forests. All right, let's go. And I'm just gonna start walking a little faster.
Okay. As you light the revealing lantern, you see that it has a regular glow. But as it does, it's kind of, you see for just a second a rainbow shimmer around the area before it turns to regular light, indicating that there's some enchantments on this lantern. And it was basically trying to scan for anything that was invisible. As you hold it out around you, 30 feet around you is engulfed in the orange light and has that shimmer just for a second. It doesn't seem to detect anything. Is anybody lighting any other lanterns?
Just the one.
I would say, yeah, Wimp is walking out in front and walking casually.
Okay. So, are you leading if you're walking out in front, are you making the survival checks?
No. Okay, nope. He's behind whoever the fuck is making those.
Oh,
I would be walking slightly behind.
Oscar's happy to lead, and he'll make the survival checks.
yeah, you can stand right with him. Yeah, he's just the one looking out, keeping you all on track, basically. But go ahead and make a survival check. This
Would I
is for...
be able to as well?
I'll be in
You
the
can.
back.
You're in the back.
In fact, Mr. Wimper, I'll just walk a step ahead of you. Do you want to hang on to this lantern? And then I'll keep an eye on our path to make sure we don't trip over anything, etc.
Got the meta unlock for the lantern.
Oh, but say he would give you a look. Funny enough, as much as it's a good meta unlock, he's like, as long as you know the moment we start fighting, I drop it. I can't use my weapon with one hand.
That's
You can clip it to your belt if you really want.
Oh no! He's saying that, like, to swing.
Gotcha.
Oh, you mean the
But-
lantern?
yeah,
Yeah.
that of course. Why don't you just clip it to your
It's up
belt?
to you.
Look, you have
You can clip it
you
to
have
your
a
belt.
I don't
likely
know why
loop
I
right there.
assumed it was on that weird little fucking light thing. Like, for some reason, I thought you were holding it
Lantern?
like that. What the fuck? I don't know why I didn't think it was a normal fucking lantern. Oh,
When Miriam
yeah,
actually
he's like,
approached, he
"That's
had
a
the
good
lanterns
idea."
on his belt.
I'm
Yeah.
so dumb. Thank you. That makes a lot more sense.
But Wimp is
Yeah, keep
actually
going.
pretty smart, so
Allegedly, Miss Sylvie.
Go
Yeah,
ahead and
he's-
use survival checks. Wimp, Oscars, yours is for finding the best path in the dark. Do you have dark vision?
No.
Okay, you have the lantern. The DC's a little higher because you only have that 30 feet ahead of you. Still enough. You're making sure you're keeping an eye out. You're making sure you don't traverse into difficult terrain, essentially, or any pitfalls. You're navigating the easiest way to go and keeping east. And Dylan, you are basically knowing your map skills, basically, and your courier skills, are making sure you know the exact way back. Probably is what I imagine. You're keeping yourself centered and keeping yourself on track. That's how I'm gonna divide both of your survival
And
checks. What'd you get?
maybe
I got an 8.
16.
16? Dylan,
Totally know where we came from.
you know exactly what turns you're taking, what branches you've jumped over, and 16 heading forward. There's a few fallen trees and whatnot. It's easy enough of heading forward into the darkness. As the sun is setting, there's a little bit of golden hour, and then eventually darkness takes. It's interesting. You come through. It's the heavy forest. Sometimes it is very, very dark, and there's other times where you could actually flick off the lantern if you wanted, because the moonlight is quite bright.
Take as much time as we can.
Yeah, so in those times you could flick off the lantern and have moonlight in those less denser trees. But otherwise, other parts are very dark. You're keeping an eye out. You hear some critters through the forest, and you pause and wait, listening for any shade sprouts, perhaps. But most of the time, it's just the lively forest nature going off in the night, as the forest seems to liven up at night. It's weird being in this forest and around so many people, and now being all alone. Do you all say or do anything on your travels east?
Oscar will be frequently and probably irritatingly talking about the trees that they walk past and plants that they walk past, and he'll be listening to rustles and suspecting what animal might be making it, and he'll be whispering, but obviously his voice is massive, and so it's not really a whisper.
Okay.
Midway through it, when like he would have mentioned like what an animal, like what one of the animals, he'd go, "You ever seen a frog that could swallow a person?"
Swallow how big a person are we talking? And
he'd
he'll
look
at Dylan and then look at embarrassed and look at Sylvie.
He'd look him up and down and be like, "He could probably swallow you."
That big. Would I?
Make a nature check.
Because he's been about a bit and he pays attention to that stuff, I suppose, but 10.
You've definitely heard of the possibilities, doesn't surprise you. There are instances, whether through weird magic or strange natural phenomena, there can be large creatures like giant snakes and spiders and whatnot. Easy enough, but you haven't personally seen a giant frog or anything. However, you recall, a couple days ago, both you and Selny both recall that Holly had mentioned seeing a large frog on your travels here.
Mr. Whimper, I absolutely anticipate that frogs of that size could exist. Are you speaking from personal experience?
He'd look back at Dylan and be like, sure, why not? He's like, "Oh yeah, almost destroyed Gragam's wagon and almost swallowed me whole a few times."
Gracious me!
Few
I'd
times?
very much like to see a specimen of that size if it could swallow me whole.
Well, if you see it, it's a little, He'd look at Dylan again. A little worse for wear. So, yeah, if you see, like... Hopefully we never see it. Throw up his hands!
Were you perhaps in its habitat? Its home?
Actually, I'm surprised that y'all didn't see it. I was hoping like you'd find like the carcass on the road or something, but clearly we didn't hit
So
it hard
you
enough.
actually dispatched the poor thing, did you?
Oh yeah, on our
No.
way here. Well, we tried.
We
So
heard
it-
him.
Sorry, I don't follow. Is the thing dead or not?
Oh
No, he's alive. Very much so.
I mean, well,
Hurt.
the last we
He's
saw them,
alive.
they were alive.
They could have died of illness.
I imagine something of that size wouldn't be able to move around very sneakily.
No.
You'd be surprised.
But true.
Not sneakily, but fast.
Fast.
Snake.
Probably jump quite far if it can eat
Un-
one.
It was like jumping across the road.
It sounds like you had an exciting trip to the wedding, certainly.
Didn't we all?
Yeah.
Oh, we had a great time actually.
Oh, fantastic. Exhale.
Maybe we just don't have good luck with weddings.
Have you been to many weddings?
We had great luck that one time.
Yeah, no, alright. Alright, our last wedding was great.
This wedding.
Yeah. That's
one
It
for
wasn't
each,
too
one for two.
bad, this wedding. Until
Slowly like
until
it's still
everything
me.
happened. But it was actually a beautiful proceeding.
true. I mean, I didn't do it. So I'm a little impartial. But
Sydney is looking up towards the sky and everything, just trying to keep track of time.
Yeah, make a survival check. How many hours are you willing to go? Are you before you want to maybe try your plan to lure them? How far do you want to head out? Right now it's around.
If
It was
we've
8
got
o'clock when
6
we got
hours of light, we could maybe sort of go 3 hours.
Yeah.
And then knowing,
3
I mean,
hours.
we've got more oil, but we could go 3 hours and then know that it's 3 hours back. And that's one lantern's worth of oil. Because it'll be dark for the whole of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good point.
So
And
you want
that
to
would
head 3
have
hours.
us getting back at like 4 a.m., I'm assuming, right? It's like 10
Yeah,
p.m.
it'd be
when we start.
11 because it was kind of around 8 when you left. So if you travel until 11 p.m.,
Yeah.
that would be. It's dark quite after that.
If we could find like a good clearing.
Okay, make a survival check for the time and for the clearing.
4 for the time.
4. Okay.
while we're walking.
Hang on. Oh, because I'm
Go ahead.
reading. 21.
Okay, easy enough. Keeping a lookout for a clearing. And Dylan.
I was just gonna say, while we're walking, I'm gonna kind of like get a little closer to Oscar for a second, and then I'm just gonna be like, you know, if there's any dogs around here?
Dogs.
Yeah, like,
Perhaps.
yay, hi.
Oh, bit large dogs.
Larger than me dogs.
Or wolves.
No, just dogs.
Just dogs. Well, I couldn't say that they wouldn't be in the forest. I mean, there are still such things as wild dogs roaming around. They tend to stay in packs and not terribly nocturnal animals. So yeah, my best guess is possibly, but I would be very much surprised if we came across any. Why do you
that's
ask, my dear?
Oh, I'm terrified of them.
Are you allergic to dogs or?
No, they're bigger than me, and I don't
Did you
like
make that
them.
noise?
Yeah.
Sony,
Yeah.
you hear? Make a deception check.
24.
Make an insight check.
Not. It's 10.
You swear from somewhere behind you, almost in the distance, you hear a small little wolf howl or dog howl.
Goodness.
Maybe it's just wolves.
Oscar will look at Tilney and
She
raise
still has her hands
his
over
eyebrows.
top.
and we'll understand what she's doing. We'll say, so,
Miss Dillon, even if that was a
pack of dogs or wolves some way off, and I think I heard from the sound they're heading in completely the opposite direction to us, so there's no need to be alarmed. And then he'll glance at Zelny again.
Oh, well,
She's just gonna grin.
I'm fine with wolves. It's just the dogs that I don't.
Well, it definitely sounded like wolves to me, and quite familiar with these things, so no need to be alarmed whilst you're on your own in the dark, in the woods, etc., etc. Glance at
I'm just gonna slowly look up at Oscar.
What the fuck, bro? Did we find a clearing?
After a while, you will go for probably about 2 hours after leaving. Two, almost 2.5, not quite. While keeping an eye out, keeping that in mind, maybe 3 hours, you eventually do find not the biggest clearing. There's still trees everywhere, but there's a small space, enough of a clearing that would be compared to the rest of it. Small, little alcove, basically, with a little campsite. You actually see this tent is torn to bits with weathered age. There's still stones from a previous campfire, although the wood is all gone, but some stones are still left over. Any equipment that was here is left. You might find a rusty spoon, but that's about it. This is a campfire left to the weather and to the ages. But
What
you
kind
do
of
find
condition is the tent in?
tattered with by weather. It's
it's
old,
wrecked.
old. It's completely tattered. Half of it's caved in, the rest of it's torn. It's just an old little campsite here. One tent, one little campfire. Maybe a singular occupant was staying here at one time or another years ago.
Okay.
Small clearing, not the biggest.
Oscar will do a perimeter of the clearing, and he'll lift and sort of any larger logs and sticks and things. He'll sort of lift and hold under his arm, and clear twigs and things out of the way, and then he'll stand in the center of it with his staff and look around him and tap it twice. And very faintest little green will flow up the staff and poof at the top, and he'll cast Mold Earth. And rather than, I've just read the bits and bobs, so rather than lifting Earth out, he'll manipulate it so that it sort of turns over, and any rocks and stones that he can sort of find beneath the Earth will be lifted to the top. So the clearing is far more stone and rock based than just dirt and twigs and stuff. So he's sort of overall clearing. Clearing.
I like it. You do so. It takes you a few minutes, but you're able to do exactly that and to situate the clearing how you'd like.
It also makes it difficult terrain.
Yeah, there's little bits of the dirt's kind of just mounded just ever so slightly. It doesn't look that much like difficult terrain, but if you were to try to run through it, you might trip. It's not you can still walk across it, but if you were to sprint, it'd be a little difficult.
I've prepared the ground as best I can so that we can make a somewhat larger fire. Even though this is a small clearing, it should be quite safe. Just do be careful as you're moving around, as the earth has become less stable than it was when we arrived. If we can maybe team up and grab more fuel for the fire, and he'll put down what he's collected so far. We'll be looking for, I don't know, quite a sizable pile of firewood.
Yeah, easy enough. You'll get a good bit. After how long are you all willing to spend here?
I'd say like half
minutes finding wood.
Yeah, like half an hour
us?
for the whole finding wood and building a good solid fire
Yeah.
that's bigger than a campfire, like a bonfire. We're talking.
Yeah, easy enough after about 20 minutes to get enough for that. You'd come back and find all the wood. Mm-hmm.
Once he said, "Oh, let's go look," he's like, "Oh, that's a good idea, Dylan. You with Oscar," and he'd move towards with Silney.
Both again spread out to go gather firewood.
The 3 foot and the 8 foot.
Mm-hmm.
When they're out looking for firewood, he's gonna be like, "You're far from home."
As are you.
Touche. Go. So, where are you from? Rather.
Manoa. East side.
Right. I was like, I don't know where that is, and I'm like, oh, obviously I don't know where that is.
Yeah, we talked about it before.
Yeah. Like, right. He's like, let me be offensive. Where's your family from?
Pick up
And
some
he'd do the
twigs.
whole.
My mother and father came from the Feywild.
Why?
I don't know. They've told me that they just ended up here. It was fate, destiny, however may you want to call it. They couldn't find a way back. And just made a life here.
So you've never been?
No, I haven't. Not properly. My mother was pregnant with me when she came over.
They alive?
They're alive and well. In perfect health.
Deception check? Insight?
Insight.
Yeah, insight check.
Let me reuse my real dice. Hold on. It's a 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Everything's
Yeah.
dandy.
Yeah.
PG, bro.
So, why are you away from them? Your kind doesn't really distance from family.
How do you know about my kind so much?
He'd smile much too big. He'd
Mhm.
say, I had a kid like you. Younger.
Like me?
He'd do the horns.
You fucker.
He'd say, oh, hold on. And I forgot. He would go into his pouch and begin to through tons of different drawings until finally get to use it. Hold on.
Bingo
Oh
card.
my god.
You're like you've got one of those wallets with the.
Yup.
That's exactly what he said.
I was looking to buy Trey one of those as a joke. I couldn't find one big enough to hold enough photos for his family.
Is there enough to like put 2 in 1?
Like,
Certainly try to craft one together.
I got it. We're doing campaign chat.
Campaign
yeah,
chat or handout, whatever you'd like.
I'm gonna do campaign chat because I guess I'll do handouts.
Because you have it right there.
Oh, I can't post an handout.
Let me see the baby.
Do post. Hold on. He'd take this out. And obviously it's fucking. Oh wait, no, I have the lantern. I'm fine. He'd lean the lantern towards you and he'd show you the photo. And so, obviously it's still a little dark, but he'd say, "Yeah, had one like you."
In the photo, you seem to find a satyr.
Young, like 10.
Mm-hmm. Silny is kind of in shock. Like, shock silence, didn't know what to say about it.
He'd say, "I've never, ever seen one besides you. I didn't even know what." In fact, he'd start to laugh and he'd say, "We thought he was a tiefling." It's like considering, and he'd kind of smack his ears because he has like floppy little ears.
I've never known anybody else like me. Nobody else like my family.
He always
Where,
talked about the draw towards home. So I just wouldn't know why you would stay, but considering you can't get back, I understand now.
Beautiful child.
He'd take it back and he'd kind of look at it mournfully. He'd fold it all up with and dude has like a stack of like, I'm not even, like 30 fucking pages. Like, it's obscene.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful family.
He would get such a big size. Like, oh yes, very huge family.
Congratulations.
He'd beam, and he'd say, "I'm sure that your parents could understand how much it is amazing to have a child."
Yeah, they love us.
Us? You have siblings?
I do. I have a sister.
Is she
She's
like
older.
you?
Yes. She's like me? Like, does the
He'd
little
nod.
satyr thing that you
He'd
can do?
nod.
Both of my parents are satyrs. I'm not sure how those genetics wouldn't work.
He would look at her like, "You never know, let me tell you. Genetics are a little odd." The irony.
Her name is Sarah.
That's... I can't... I didn't know there was... honestly, I didn't know there was one other. The fact that there's 4 out in the world.
Those are the only ones that we know of, or that I know of.
I'd never... I mean, I'd seen them, but I'd never actually met a Is it Furblock? Is that how you would pronounce that?
Bolg.
Oh no, I know how to character. Wimp doesn't
right.
know. Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sorry.
For Bolg, Mr. Becerra.
Bolg, yes.
Bolg.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't know the person as Mr. Becerra could have existed either. In my travels, I haven't seen really many of his kind.
Well,
Dick.
yep.
In the
Grab the wooden, head on back. Y'all can do your conversation. Sorry, just wanted to get that conversation.
Sure. Meanwhile,
Oscar I'll get you go.
She would just be like quietly walking at first, and then she'd turn around and start walking on the spot where you told her to be careful, and then just like, oh my god, my ankle, and then fall on the floor, holding her ankle.
Oscar will immediately go, oh no, Miss Dillon, stay still. Let me look at it. Which one is it? And he'll fuss, like he'll be all worried because
That's a 13 for performance.
are you okay?
that would be deception, I believe, if you're lying about it.
Oh yes. It's
What's
still
your passive insight?
My passive insight is 16, but
Holy shit!
he'd be totally taken in by it, like
Yep.
because he'd warn them and he'd be worrying about it. So yeah, I will
That's
choose
fair.
not to roll if that's okay, because
Yeah, anytime you can choose to fail this check. Yeah.
She's gonna be like,
are you okay? I'm so terribly sorry. I should have made it more clear, specifically how treacherous the ground is. Let me look at it. Is it sore? And he'll start to gently sort of bend
like
it.
she's like beginning to like do like this motion.
Oh
and
no,
then she's like,
stay with me,
"Oh."
Miss Dillon. Stay with me. Don't. Oh, goodness gracious. He'll start looking around. And that's excellent. Very, very well done. You'd completely hoodwinked me with.
Thanks,
with
I've been
one,
working
Miss
on
Dillon.
that.
And he'll lift her up and put her on the ground. I'm delighted to hear that you're not injured at all.
Oh no, I'm fine. Oh, anyways.
Good japes, definitely. You mentioned weddings. Have you been to quite a few weddings?
Well, yes and no. Like, I've been to a few at home, just like local weddings. But then Wimp and I did one a while back. It was great.
Oh, good. It's I often wonder. She'd never say anything, but I often wonder whether Henrietta would have preferred a more traditional wedding. Unfortunately, we were somewhat forced to, not forced, but we chose to leave my clan and our home before we got married. And a Furbolg wedding is quite a thing. Days of feasting, dancing, music. You'd very much enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Ours ended up to be somewhat of a rush, more intimate affair, but nonetheless important to the two of us.
Maybe you should renew your vows, and I can officiate.
Well, that's a
Absolutely.
wonderful idea, and we have a great many friends in Burrody. They certainly know how to put on a celebration, as you know. So
Absolutely.
maybe we'll take that under advisement. I'll have to ask Henrietta.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open all the time. Just give me a date. I have all my ceremonies prepared. I can be a wedding planner as well. I have good friends with the Ambertroth Caravan who do moving and setting up of things. We also do security. And Wimp and I know how to dance. Great.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
saw that your tremendous dancers. Well, and also young Silny is quite the musician, so I'm
yeah,
very excited.
we got music covered.
But as I said, it's Henrietta's the one that you'd need to discuss that with. She makes the decisions of that nature.
I mean, I do it for free, man.
Oh well, that's quite an offer. I'm very excited. I'll support the pitch, as it were, to
Yeah.
Henrietta. I think she'd like that very much.
I know they just left and all, but maybe you could like write them a letter, and we'll like schedule it like a year out or something, and I'll be like planning decorations.
Absolutely, that's a wonderful suggestion. I'll be sure once our business is done here this evening to pen a missive of that nature.
I would be more than happy to help.
As you're walking along getting firewood, for a moment, Dylan, you think back about your little prank you just did, and for a second you swear you hear. Good one.
That was a
As
good
the
one.
whispers by you. You hear Dylan just say, "That was a good one," as you're picking up firewood.
As I said, I agree. It was a very good one.
Yep.
What is going on?
You gather your firewood, and both groups come back. As you get back, you see there's a little bit of dirt that looks like a gnomish person had fallen, but you're able to start building your fire. And after a moment, do you want to light it?
Are we ready?
Everything looks fine to me. This fire will be quite safe. It will be protected. The forest will. So when you're ready, I'll leave it to you.
Take some flint and some tinder.
Yeah. Able to start it.
Start that going.
Bring it up.
When it lights, Wimp will give a look around and then begin to sing. I refuse to sing. However, he would sing, "Hey ho, anybody home? Meat nor drink nor money have I none. Still will I be very, very merry." And he would say very sing-song as he is looking around, almost like trying to call someone to the dinner table.
Is he continuously singing it?
Not this time! He does it once, but he is now listening. Like his ears are twitching back and whatnot. He is very focused.
Make a perception check.
Can I prepare an action?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
So if we see any of the little bastards, I'll just prepare the entangle spell.
Okay.
And
are you holding that for now? If you see them, you unleash it?
Yeah.
Okay, then that means you have to use a spell slot now. If you hold a spell, you use the spell slot and you hold the magic in your hand, and the trigger for that is if you see them, you unleash it.
So if you don't see them, it's spent.
That's true. Even if you don't see them, that spell slot is still spent because you're holding the energy in your hand, basically.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
The area is a 20-foot square. Would that cover most of the clearing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Actually, I will. It's
not the biggest clearing. It's
okay,
the biggest clearing you found, but yeah.
Just as if I see them on the outskirts of the clearing coming towards us, I'd wait until they actually got into the clearing. And the intention would be to capture if there's a number of them, because we know that there's usually more than one. I'd try and capture as much as possible. So timing-wise, he'd wait to ensnare as many as he can.
Okay, go ahead and mark off that spell slot. As you ready the magic, you can already hear the roots under the ground shifting ever so slightly as the spell is readying itself, essentially. And the trigger for that is if you see them come in. And you got a 5 on your perception, Wimp. You see the fire enrages, basically a quite big fire, especially out here. And this is a darker area. Like you've had to use your lanterns in this little area. There's not much moonlight in this specific spot. It makes a large glow, kind of your shadows along the trees around you are kind of eerie, seeing these tall and then small shadows. It's kind of eerie. And seeing the roots just very stealthily start to move with Oscar's entanglement spell at the ready. You all wait. And you wait.
Gonna hum along to Wimp's song.
Mm-hmm.
if he starts to hear the humming, he will begin again. He will not be as loud this time, but it's almost like a lullaby, honestly, of just a cadence of constantly saying it as he is looking around.
Okay.
Dylan,
are you doing
would be in full mode, like perception mode now. Just listening as hard as he can, and
Go ahead and give a perception check. Anybody who wants to. Dylan, what are you doing?
I was just gonna stand there and kind of like leaning against a Wimp's leg, watching out into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be on the opposite side of the fire, so that way it can spread out, or I can spread out a bit.
Okay. Perception check.
I got a natural 20.
Natural 20.
nice. I got a 9.
9, not bad. It's hard to hear over the fire, and the illumination up onto the trees makes it a little disorienting. This very small space in the darkness of the woods. It's really hard. But Dylan, you're keeping a listen out. And Dylan, you hear a little towards the northeast at the moment. You hear a few twigs, and it stops. And you hear something almost propel itself from the tree, something small, and then hit the dirt. And a couple movements heading your way, almost scurrying around. They're on the west side now. While another one you hear is now south of you. It seems they split up.
I'm gonna point where I'm hearing the noises.
You point to the northwest and to the south now.
Wimp is now unclipping his fucking halberd from his back.
Pull the halberd, hold it in both hands. Would you all like to kind of sidestep to the side of the fire? That way, if they come, the entangle spell will get them easier.
Mm-hmm.
Good. So,
yeah.
you begin to...
Oscar will also murmur. I agree with Mr. Wimper's earlier suggestion that capturing one may be helpful to us.
He'd say, "I don't think that was me."
Uh,
And he'd look at Dylan. He's like, "Wait, was that me?"
Someone made a suggestion earlier that capturing.
Oh
one
no,
may
I
be
remember. I just don't think he was
helpful
me.
to us.
And if it was, I don't fucking remember.
At that moment, you begin to see one little shade sprout. You see a bush ahead of you glimmer for a moment, but then the leaves of half the bush steps out as this little creature on all fours begins to step closer to the fire. You see its hollow eyes begin to widen as this one is stepping into the clearing. It looks at you all, sees you all on the other side of the fire. You all hear... Dylan, you definitely hear the other one is now joining it, ignoring you and meeting up on the other side. So now they're both across the fire from you all, stepping into the clearing. You see this other one walk in on bipedal basically, standing up on two legs, coming forward. They both see you. Dark wood, this shimmering shade around them, 2 feet tall, just walking next to another, eyes wide, the hollowness. You can just see it stretch as if they were widening their eyes, look at you across the fire. It's hard to even see them because how big the fire is and how small they are, but you see them. They begin to step towards the clearing. They step into your range of your spell. Would your spell go off now?
Just to confirm, so there are 2 in the clearing, but we've heard 3.
No, these are the 2. Dylan heard them split up. They were
Right,
split
okay.
up, now they've joined together. But now that you've seen them, your spell would begin to release.
Yeah.
You see them step forward, look at you all for a moment, and in their mouths, a hollow starts to open up towards the fire. As the fire begins to shrink, the roots start to spring upwards. They were already very motionless. The roots were moving so slightly. It's now the climax of the storm, basically. All the roots just spring out of the ground, flinging dirt everywhere as they both fail. And you see these 2 of these creatures not just getting unraveled, picked up and wrapped around. They were 3 feet in the air, wrapped up by roots and vines. A couple of the trees, the low-hanging vines, have snapped outwards to suspend them in the air as they're sitting there squirming. What do? You have a few seconds before they have to make a new save.
We got him.
They both failed.
Wimp is going to run towards one.
And Oscar will start taking a rope out of his bag.
Yeah, Wimp is looking to grapple. It's essentially like while it's within vines, it's trying to find a way to secure its claws.
Go ahead and make an athletics check with advantage. Because it is currently wrapped up in a lot of the more green and luscious greenery that is of Oscar's magic. So you're able to go in and grab the small wooden creature.
15. The first one was 7.
Easy enough. You have one of them. You're snatching it. It's secured. in the air. The roots from Oscar's spell is still holding it. What about the other one?
Does anything show with the lantern now that like we're in that area around them?
Yeah, so yeah, I have the lantern on my hip on it.
You look around within that 30 feet of that glow. Nothing comes into view or onto them.
Nothing on them. Okay.
No, not at the moment. I will say, you all, I already rolled and they failed again. You all are able to tie them up easily without checks because they're so entangled with the roots already. You could put easily enough, if you have the rope, tie them up. Whoever ties them up, I need you to make me a sleight of hand check just to ensure how strong it is.
Oscar wouldn't do it. He would chuck the rope to whoever to Silny.
Yeah. Wimp would also try to get, like, even if he has to tear his clothes, he's trying to cover their eyes.
Okay. You take a bit of cloth and wrap it around their eyes. They're the hollow eyes. It's strange covering up something that is empty, but
yeah,
you do it nonetheless.
Knowing that, like, they widen, he's like, they might actually be able to see, and I don't know. So yeah, he'd try to cover their eyes. And also, funny enough, when they're tied up, he's treating it like an animal. He doesn't want to hurt it. So, like, even the restraint, the way that he holds it, it is literally like trying to calm down a bird that's trying to fly.
Wimp, while you're doing this, make me either an intelligence check or nature check. I think they might be both intelligence. So whatever you prefer. And Silny, what'd you get on both of your sleight of hand checks?
Oh, both? I got 19. I didn't know I needed 2.
Sorry, yeah. If you're tying up both.
8 and 19.
Okay, one of them you secure real easy. The other one is lashing out as you get it as tight as you can, but it's squirming, so it's kind of hard. But you manage to tie it enough. At this point, how long can Entangle stay up?
Like a minute.
If it's a minute by this point, the roots will probably begin to shrink down.
And I'm specifically just tying their arms to their bodies so their legs are free, and like I have them sort of like on a leash. Like
okay.
I run
Little Disneyland toddler.
Yeah, Disneyland toddler.
Hell yeah.
Oscar would look at the one that's thrashing and say, now that we have one, something that's occurred to me is that we could hold it and allow it to absorb the light from the fire. We have the lanterns and see where it goes, or we could try and capture that light with the lantern. There's a couple of options available to us.
We have 2 available right in front of us.
For 1 second, Wimp, what'd you get on that nature check or that intelligence check that you made? 13. Even with 13, as you're covering the eyes, it still seems to try to swipe at you even though it can't see. You begin to feel as though that as long as they're touching Earth in some way, they can see around them. Blind sight.
He picks him up.
As long as they're touching the Earth.
Pick him up by the
I was just about
leash.
to say.
Yep, they're pretty tied up at the moment. Sorry,
The one that's
one
really well tied up is the one that Wimp's holding, right?
Yes, yeah, the very tied up one.
Yeah, and then Silny has the one that isn't so well tied up.
It's pretty wriggly.
You do see they're trying to look around and trying to get their face pointed to the fire behind you.
All right, can Oscar go over to Silny, and would I have to grapple to sort of grab the one that isn't so well tied up and like hold it tight? Like,
at the moment, that's the one that's thrashing, so it would be an athletics check to ensure. It might do what you want, basically, but roll one just for safekeeping. Yeah, roll an athletics check. A general check.
12.
You see, for the most part, are you aiming it towards the fire?
Because it's not blindfolded either. So I kind of want to hold it really tight because it's tiny and I've got huge hands. I want to hold it really tight and pin its arms to its sides because it swipes with its claws, right? So it can't do any damage. And then not burn it, but hold it close so that it is focused on the fire.
It doesn't even wriggle free. It was for a second, but as soon as you get it close to the fire, the hollow of its mouth, it's like a classic ghost. The 2 eyes and the 1 circle mouth, it kind of widens up in an oval as the fire begins to dim down, as you just see very, very vaguely like a strand of light is heading in to its mouth as the fire is dying down, halfway down now. More?
I'll let it get going. Yeah, it could take the whole fire because we've got the lanterns, right? So the visibility won't be changed.
Yep. After a moment, fire snuffs out and the mouth closes. And then, after a moment,
Does this
the other one
fractured or anything?
No. Make an investigation check. Asking for that cracked light in it from consuming the Andravi family.
11.
You don't see anything like that. Even though it's just consumed a whole fire, it's nothing compared to that. You might find a tiny little crack of an ember, barely noticeable. But that's it.
Yeah.
The one that you have, Wimp, even though it's away from the fire, its mouth opens as your all's lantern lights begin to flicker, flicker, flicker.
Turn it out.
He tried to close the mouth.
Go ahead. Make an athletics check if you put your hand onto the mouth.
18! What?
18? You do so, and it stops for a minute. The light begins to come back. But then you see a lot of the tiny little mushrooms and whatnot on it almost expand just maybe a few centimeters. As whatever cracks it has on it, maybe its eyes, any tiny little crack or orifice on it, the lanterns begin to flicker.
Turn it off, Wimp.
The lanterns, all both of them,
Turn what off?
snuff out.
The lantern.
Oh. But
Oh,
we just
do you want to try to turn it off before they eat it?
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, I'm about to do something, but it may not be fantastic for the group. So I don't know if this is an out-of-character moment that I should say something.
Which plan doing?
Yeah, what's the plan?
I'm about to take the light from that creature.
Oh, you're trying to use the lantern to...
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't seem like a big game-breaking thing to me,
Okay,
as a DM's check off.
I was just making
That
sure,
seems
because I'm like, I don't want to do it, and be like,
From a DM's point of view, that seems like a risk that wouldn't end up in everybody's doom.
Can
Love
Oscar
it.
see the intention? Like, let's assume that you've said it, right? I think I should try and take it slight, because Oscar will look at Silney with a pained expression and say, Silney, this wriggly one, I hate to say it, but if it were dispatched, we know that the light comes out, so you could take the light from both of them, but leave one of them alive.
I'll also say, but since you all are still roleplaying, the lanterns haven't flickered out yet. They're just going down.
Yeah.
yeah, then he is going to open up the lantern and take.
And Oscar will move over, but hold the thing out in front of Silney and sort of look away.
Yeah, and for those moments, I guess, for the out of character kind of moments, you could also just say to convey it to everyone as well, is like, you see Wimp wanting to reach for the lantern. You know, you could also, you all would be able to see it naturally, like, oh, he's about to do something with that lantern. That's just my thoughts on it.
Yeah, sounds good.
Good looking out though.
The
lanterns are...
I can't bear to do it.
Takes out the rapier.
Whoosh. I'll say easy enough, because you all had this plan so well, and the spell went off, and they failed, and they're tied. Because they don't have many hit points, the wood splinters, and you see the wood just kind of start decaying and just fall, and a tiny little firefly just starts to zoom to the east.
Look at that.
Me-
Lantern.
Oh yeah, no,
Lantern.
sorry, I had already said it. Sorry, yeah, he is taking the light. I apologize.
You're trying to take the light that flew out of the dead one?
Yes.
Go ahead and make me a... First of all, a dexterity check. Because right now, this other one's trying to consume the lanterns in general, and you're trying to do this, so we're going to see what happens.
Can I point out as well, I think as part of that whole experiment, because initially Wimp was going to try and take the light out of the one that isn't dying, and so the intention is to activate the lantern and grab the light from the dead one, but also see if anything happens from the non-dead one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because essentially, yeah. Okay, I see. I got an 8.
We're
so.
experimenting.
Yeah,
With
I like the
things.
experimenting. What'd you get on that?
Yeah.
8.
Hi, Melody.
8? You're able, before the lanterns completely snuff out, you're able to hold up the revealing lantern, and you open it up. It kind of like a little lighthouse window on it just opens up as you hold it out. Make me an Arcana check.
I bought you a couple of new t-shirts.
Hold on. I rolled a 17. 19.
Ooh.
19. You see the little, as the other one dies in Oscar's hand, the little firefly starts to dance across. As the lanterns open, you concentrate, Wimp, with innate knowledge of magic that you have, knowing the runes, but also just, I think I can get this to work. The firefly begins to go and get pulled back, and then with intense speed, into it, and the light, the glass little lantern closes and closes, and you see a blue hue kind of go over it just for a second to show that it's locked. The other one doesn't seem to react. It is still trying to snuff out the other regular lantern. Your other regular lantern that one of you has, it just whiffs out. It's still just squirming.
Let it go on the leash.
Fuck yeah, Quilly. Okay. He'd be holding the face like, what do we want to do with this?
We follow it. Let it go, but like hold it, but let it walk us towards where it needs to go. There's no more light.
Yeah, you all are right now the lantern is shedding light, but it doesn't seem to be eating that one because the light you have in there is one of those firefly creatures. You have light. You have the 30 feet of light around you from the lantern still giving off that light, but the other one doesn't seem to be acting. It's just sitting there still now, like just squirming very little because it doesn't seem to have any light it could eat.
We should turn all of our lights off, and as Silny suggests, let this thing have it remain tied, but let it lead us to where it wants to go. Is it going to go towards a source of light? Is it?
I think all the lights are off. So essentially, like the lantern that it's not going to, the other lantern's gone. So all our lights are off, right?
Yeah, just the magical lantern's on. There doesn't seem to be after that one.
Yeah, so he would do the little leash thing, but he would lower it to the ground and he would motion for Silny to come grab the leash. Like, I need both hands.
You lay it down and it kind of moves around, but it doesn't seem to be sprinting off or trying to get anywhere. It's just kind of following along.
If it doesn't look like it knows where it wants to go because there's no light source to pursue, do we dispatch with it and allow the light to go where it's going to go and follow that?
Follow the moat.
Well, or lead it where it was headed. Because there might be light that way that it begins to follow once it's close enough. Let's not dispatch of it just yet, because it was headed in a way, and he'd motion to the... It was at the east?
East.
Still?
Yeah, he'd motion to the east.
It's a good plan. I agree.
Like, and I agree. If the moment that we get a little bit lost, we dispatch it and we have another path. Like Ender Pearls.
Yeah. What's
I love the experimenting.
Imagine. This is a ton of fun.
All right, so you have the lantern filled with the... It's not like as bright and as prominent as the Yandravri's light, but it's definitely a piece of those light that are in these creatures. So it's like a greenish hue. It's like a light green hue rather than normal flame.
Before they head out, he would grab the bundle of decayed shit and toss it into the pile that was the fire.
Just burns up.
I'm gonna...
Do you know,
make sure
interestingly,
wrap.
those mushrooms can't be found around here, and there's certain leaves and twigs that they're not in this forest. It's very unusual. It's like they're
You've stuck with that cannon from the 0.5.
It's my lore.
I created this.
Funny enough, Wimp would look confused. Wimp would say, "Where are they from?"
Indeed, that's what I've been trying to point out. It's almost like they've been constructed, but from materials.
They seem to be unnatural. Yeah,
materials that are spread all over a shore. It's very strange.
So, like, none of us have, or should I make a nature check to see if it's from my region?
These mushrooms are very much like he says, because I'm riding off this cannon now. It is very much a constructed new little mushroom, unrecognizable.
These are unnatural monstrosities. There is nothing natural about them. I sense nothing of the green one in these at all. They're not creatures of hers with a capital H.
So it's creatures of someone else, and he would say that with a distinct fascination.
It's something I've been pondering, Mr. Wimper. That's a very astute observation.
I'm gonna tie the thing to me with the other's end of the rope. Because I'm not great at strength, but I can keep it on me.
Yeah. Oh my god, Oscar is like a church missionary leader. Like, he's going to be wearing like Christian camp t-shirts to Eldith. Yeah.
Hey there, campers.
Yeah. I'm totally gonna make you a very like Christian spin-off of
That's our one shot. What are you talking about? We all go to camp.
A recruitment drive.
Oh god.
Hallelujah. All right.
Eldith loves me.
Praise
Yes,
her.
I know.
That's the
Oh
song.
god.
All right. You all are heading to the east, holding the shade sprout on the leash and having the lantern. You all begin to head towards the east. And like it's kind of like if any of you've seen The Walking Dead, the thing that pings in my mind is like the zombies are like walk with purpose, but when like Michonnes, they kind of once they get there, they just kind of wander with you. This little shade sprout is just wandering along. Every now and then it'll like tug and like look somewhere, but then you just keep walking and it just keeps on with you and doesn't seem to have a purpose yet. It's just here and walking along.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, completely loosely related for my notes. What were the names of the big creatures? What did you call them?
Vine blights.
Vine blights. Cool.
Yeah, but those are the ones they didn't have the kind of shadow energy on them. Those seem to be more green and actually plant constructs. While the shade sprouts have more of the ability to consume light, these other ones just seem to be just constructions of plants, and they're tall, human-sized.
Cool.
A little stronger, a little slower. But yeah, vine blights. And all right, you all are heading along. Are you having fun, by the way?
Yeah.
So much fucking fun.
Amazing.
Alrighty.
Oh, hang on. Just a second.
Hi.
It's a tequila break.
Tequila break.
Hell
Cheers.
yeah.
Cheers all.
Cheers.
Happy
I
D&D.
don't
To
have any
Eldith.
booze. To Eldith!
Thanks, darling.
Eldith is actually Mel.
Bye.
Yeah.
Can I request a quick bathroom break?
Yeah, we can take a quick little
Oh,
break. This is a good
yeah.
stop. Good point.
Burb.
Bathroom break.
For once, I don't need to go.
Watch, you're gonna be like midway through the next thing. Like, okay, JK, I had to go.
Normally, I would go and be like, I'm just gonna try, just to make sure. Like, I don't have to later. Like, oh, we're getting back on the bus type of thing. But there's something I haven't got to prep yet, just in case. So I'm gonna be doing that right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna grab water.
There's one thing I didn't get to do because I didn't think about it. Are you still here, Trey? Nope, he's gone.
Hi.
Oh,
Hi.
Howdy.
Hi.
Hi.
I didn't go use the restroom, so I'm really gonna hope I don't have to at a certain point in this. I
We can take
was using
another
my.
break.
Yeah, if I do, I'll try to be quick.
That's
But
all right. You can
I-
wee when you want to. You're a grown up.
Thank you.
We can wee our
Because
hands
I
behind.
am actually going to turn my camera off in protest until Ethan turns his on. Though.
Oh, I actually thought mine was on. My apologies.
Yeah. Well, that's why.
How dare.
I used
Yeah,
my little
sure.
bathroom break to prep because something I didn't get to prep.
Do you want to see what Nathan made me?
Ah.
Or made for all of us? Look at this. So it's got Rice Krispies or Rice Bubbles and condensed
Ooh.
milk and biscuit in the bottom, and then that's white chocolate on top with M&Ms and sprinkles. It's like a heart attack in a.
I really
Enjoy your
want
diabetes.
it. It looks
know.
fantastic.
God,
Yeah,
such
it
a
does.
diabetes. It's because I don't have a sweet tooth. Generally, but these are terrific. Look at that,
Mhm.
Nick.
Yeah, it looks
Looks
fucking
so
good. I was
good.
listening the whole time.
Right. Mm.
Little Spider-Man plate.
Spider-Man plate.
Oh my god. I used to like things that you figure out that you're autistic too late in life. You know those fucking little things that separated the food, like the little, panda
Mhm.
bear little. Yeah, I fucking
Two
love
pals?
those. I realized how much I loved school trays as a kid now, and I know why.
Ask a question. Do any of you have that eccentric thing where you don't like your food to touch each other?
you're not saying it.
I literally sit there when I get my meal and just start mixing some things. I'm like,
So does Ezra, and I
I
want to
mix it
scream.
all up every time.
I like the way certain things taste when they mix up, or I'll take
Mhm.
put half of something on my fork and half of something else, and just.
It's like a Thanksgiving sandwich where you take
Mhm.
literally everything from that night and put it on a roll.
Yeah, like if I'm eating a fry up or something, each forkful kind of has to have one of everything on it. Like I try and get a little bit of everything on each.
Good. I'm not to the point that I can't have things touched, but I'm definitely the person that has 2 Thanksgiving plates. One for the savory
yes.
and one for the sweet. Like you need yams and cranberries
Oh,
Oh, I
and that on
wouldn't
one
mix
plate,
sweet
and
and
then
savory. Yeah, definitely. But
I'm not allowed to scoop Tara's food because if I do, she's
Yes.
like, "Don't let it touch."
oh,
He
Tara.
puts them too close together.
I just flop it like a lunch lady onto the
He
plate.
does.
Oh God. No, I'm the one that when I get Chipotle,
Mhm.
I won't mix it. I will eat it like it is. And nope,
No.
I will never mix that. I can't. That's why I hate the burritos. Why would you put it in a burrito when you can just eat it individually? Ugh.
I don't like the burritos either. But
Never
really?
been to
Oh,
Chipotle.
wow.
All
I need
right,
Chipotle now.
I want it. I've never had it.
What the fuck,
that
bro?
was good. Good investigation. Good patient investigation team. I like
Let's
No,
that.
yeah, y'all. I
go!
think that this is like the last session was the best session. This session shows that we're trying to change. Shows that we as a group want to continue long term. I love it.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the conversations. You guys want to get back into it?
I'm
do it.
enjoying that hat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Be
Alrighty.
gracious to the DM, and the DM will be gracious to us.
Sure. So, as you were resuming, you were pulling the shade sprout on the leash as it's following along, making little goblinoid sounds, but it's a strange, it's got a hollowness to the grunts and whatnot. It sounds like air moving through wood.
We have a pet. I love it. We got a pet.
Oh god.
We're not keeping
We're
it.
taking our little goblin tree for a walk.
Yeah. Taking it out for a bathroom break in the woods. All right. You're heading along. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. All of a sudden, it's about half an hour maybe. The little shade sprout stops. You actually almost keep off guard for a minute, Silny, as you think it's behind you, and it's behind you, still not walking. It drags behind you for a minute. And it is looking to the right of you all. And it just gets on all fours now. And then stands up on its hind legs and looks.
Does it look intent on moving?
As soon as you think that, it starts trying to pull to the right. Really hard. I need you to make an athletics check for me.
Hell yeah! Oh, Jesus fuck. I was like, oh, it's gonna
Does
be
she
a 10.
get
It's an 8.
advantage?
I have a minus.
You
I
got a
didn't
-1
wrap it
on
around
it.
my arm. So if it pulls me, it's gonna pull me.
You're going with it.
I'm
Mr.
going with it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say advantage, but I'm gonna keep it into it basically because this is also the knot being like pulled as well because it's end
Which
as
was
well.
which was an 18 knot.
It is.
It's
I rolled
tied up
19.
really, really fucking
It
well.
could-
I ro-
it could-
I rolled a 19. I'm gonna check its stat block to see if it has.
Yep.
As it's pulling, it falls back on its back and starts scrambling back up. It's got negative strength. So I rolled 19. It's got negative strength.
yeah.
I
You
was
were
gonna-
holding it.
I was about
However,
to thorn
Mhm.
whip the shit out of that thing.
it is pulling really, really hard on you. Basically, it's the knot is holding, but it is starting to walk you along. Like you're starting to like do that thing where you get
Uh-huh.
tugged and you take a few big steps. What do you do? Because it's still stronger than
is,
you at the moment.
Sione seems to be struggling somewhat. Is there anyone who's feeling particularly strong at the moment?
Absolutely not.
Nah, he would look at Silny.
Fine.
Yeah,
I got
not
it.
strong.
I got it.
He'd say, "I can, but don't." And he'd look at Silny. He's like, "Run." And he would look at them
Let's-
like, "Get ready."
Okay,
What's
let's
the
pick
lantern
up our
doing? Can I
pace.
see if like the lantern is like glowing brighter,
Glorying. Do it.
glowing brighter.
The glowing lantern with the firefly light in it just seems to be glowing normally.
Okay.
Are you all running along with the shade sprout?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dylan, you haven't spoken in a while. What are you doing? You've been awful quiet
Drinking
this whole last
Monster.
encounter.
Drinking a Monster.
Yeah, Dylan pulls out a
He's been
bowcaster
watching.
energy drink.
Hell yeah!
It's late, guys.
All right. You're running along. I'm going to need everybody to make me a general either survival check or athletics as you're running through thick forest with fallen limbs and little divots and basically so that you don't sprint. Because it's, while not normally difficult terrain, if you're full sprinting, you could end up in difficult terrain and end up falling.
25!
Natural
I am
20.
one with the forest.
Natural
For
20.
a total of 21.
I
Alright,
got
you both
only
are
a
good?
16. I thought mine was pretty good, but it's 16.
Amateur.
Natural 1.
Natural 1. I will say, first of all, Oscar, you are going ahead. You see Selny is going fine following this thing. You pass over a few things that could trip you up. You're long shredding ahead. Wimp, you're doing just fine going along, and you see Dylan start to fall. But Selny with a natural 20, as she's next to you, you can kind of support her. She bumps into you, and your natural 20 and natural 1 will cancel each other out. As Dylan, you kind of bump into the satyr, but then just keep going. It's a little hard for you with your 25 feet. You're kind of
I have
Hailing
35.
I'm falling
So I'm
behind.
going to like hold onto her arm so that way I can like give her a little bit of a speed boost so I can split the
I like
difference.
that. Yeah,
She's only
splitting
got
the-
little leggies.
I'm just
Yeah.
imagining you're like dragging me behind you and I'm like not on my legs anymore.
Even though Selly's not the strongest, when it comes to like jump over a branch, because she's holding onto your arm, you know, you get that lift of like making a toddler jump a little bit. You get that little lift of that little bit of leverage.
Whimper
But you all are
will
keeping up.
adjust behind them just in case.
I
In
like it,
case
yeah,
someone
you're-
topples, like he's gonna dad that area.
I love having a small humanoid in the party.
Whimper would probably see this since he's behind. There are moments when she does the jump that she's just like in absolute awe. She's
Never
flying
been able to jump
faster
so
than
far.
she's ever gone.
It's odd. There's a sensation of running through this forest, careful, following a creature on a leash, only having 30 feet of light around you. It is odd. Because
What way is it going?
at the moment, it is
Cardinal
heading. It is heading kind of southeast at the moment, so still kind of eastwards, but
Yep.
heading a little bit to the right from where you
Makes
all were
sense.
going. Eventually, you all see ahead of you all people with dark vision, which is Silny and Dylan. Oh
Yeah.
no, Dylan and Wimp see it first. You all see out in the distance you see something. You see a lantern light next to a structure on the road. Very dark, but with your dark vision, you can just see it. And then a few moments later, as you're getting closer, do you all want to say anything before the other two see it? Because you all will see it first. Wimp and Dylan.
Hey, creepy building.
Yeah.
It's smaller. After a moment, you all will see it together as well. You see up ahead where the thing is heading. You see a lantern light moving. You notice that it's getting foggier, basically, from kind of that summer's air dying down and kind of being up here. You all had seen a tiny bit of fog on the way up here. It's nothing weird. It's just a little fog, nighttime fog, as the seasons are changing, basically. What you see up in the distance in the slight fog is a structure. Can barely make it out because it's dark. There's a little bit of moonlight, but not much. Maybe a wagon, and you see a lantern, maybe 3 feet off the ground, maybe 2 feet off the ground, jiggling, like moving. You can't see the person holding it because it's so foggy and so dark that way. You just see a lantern light next to a structure.
Whimper would try to move forward and grab the creature's leash and grab Dylan, and he would look at Dylan and he's like, I think you might want to disappear.
You trying to stop?
No, this is movement.
Okay.
During movement.
Okay.
Going to untie the leash, and hand it over to Whimper.
Make a dex check, Whimper, as that pass off is happening. Just make a dex check. For me.
3!
Nice.
You begin to pass it off, and immediately the rope snags out of your hands, and just the creature running. Go ahead and make an attack.
Oh.
You are ready. You see a whip of vine and snap outwards at this creature.
11 to hit.
11. It doesn't hit.
It snaps like a whip. It cracks onto a piece of wood as it off into the distance towards the lantern. What do you all do?
I was going towards the lantern anyway.
I'm going to skirt around the other side, and try and be hidden, sneak in.
Make stealth check.
I would say, yeah. I would slow the pace now.
Okay, you all are coming to that slow from that transitioning from that run to into that walk. 12. You sneak off kind of into the darkness away. You will not have dark vision, so it's going to be, and it's just a little bit of moonlight.
Oh,
so
right, yep.
There's a little bit of moonlight, so it's basically almost dark but dim light at the moment. So checks will be made with disadvantage with perception. The rest of you don't see Silney at the moment.
Yeah, he would move to a walk and be talking to Dylan and Oscar, and he's like, so now that we got here, what's the plan?
I honestly didn't think we'd get this far.
At this moment, you see up ahead. It's a little bit through the trees. It's, like I said, you see what you're confident is an overturned wagon. You see this little lantern. Whoever's holding it, you begin to hear a voice. It's not too far away from you all. You see it, this figure, whoever's holding it, because it's such fog and darkness that way, you only see it's kind of like a floating lantern, but you can see somewhat of a figure around it. You see it fall, and you hear, It sounds like a child.
We must help, and
Yep.
Oscar will start to
Much faster now.
lumber towards them.
It could be a trap.
Not trap.
Yeah.
Because I follow behind.
Okay.
Wait, oh
you're
yeah,
running.
no. Like, he would not leave Dylan. So no, he is moving with Dylan. If not, picking her the fuck up.
And Silney?
You should pick me up.
I heard that as well.
Yeah, you would hear that. You all are close
I'm
enough now. This
still gonna go around the opposite way and still try and be in stealth.
it's basically
and-
heading north now, so you could go around to try to cut it off, basically.
Yeah, and then I'll if I can get to a position to sit up and take out the bow.
Okay. You all hear ahead this little creature, the shade sprout. You hear because all you hear is the fog and the darkness up ahead. It's a little bit of moonlight in this clearing. You hear. Can I just finish the description real quick?
Yeah, go.
Yeah. You just hear basically the grunting of the sprout, and you hear the kid. No, please, they're coming again! As panicked. What were you gonna say?
Is it the shade sprout running, but it's still bound, right? It's still tied up, but its leggies are just going.
Yeah,
Like, it can't get
its leggies
arms
are
out.
going.
Leggies.
Yeah, not at the moment, at least. Not that you know of.
Cool. Okay. I think we'll run towards it. Can we get like a Oscar is lumbering towards it. Can I have a good look to try and identify the situation as I'm drawing nearer?
Make a perception check with disadvantage because it is foggy, it is heavily obscured, and there's a little bit of moonlight, but that's about it. So you can only kind of see like a couple feet out in front of you.
Nice.
A 19.
With disadvantage?
And a natural 20.
Oh,
but
you begin to
19.
see as you're coming up, maybe 60 feet ahead of you. You can't quite see it, but you just see where the fog becomes whiter because of the lantern light. You just see it jiggling around as if a small humanoid is holding a lantern, very and sprinting away. And you don't see, but you hear the creature running right behind it, maybe 20 feet behind it.
He'll bellow, come back, we're friends, we'll protect you.
And just so you know, Wimp is dashing. Wimp is, the moment it was a kid, he is running as hard as he fucking can.
Oscar has actually, he'll stop when he reaches the wagon because he's yelling for it to come back.
Yep. When you get up to the wagon, you do see footprints of small feet, as well as the lumbering of the other smaller feet of the shade sprout. You see this wagon, it is overturned. It seems like the two side right wheels have been broken into the mud, and so the wagon looks like it has crashed onto the side of the road. You don't see any belongings in it, but that's it. You see two other sets of footprints. You see two regular-sized human footprints, spreading out in opposite directions. Perhaps parents or something that was with. You hear ahead of you, the kid is freaking out, running. Mm-hmm.
Am I within 30 feet of the kid?
You're not. If you catch up to Oscar, it's still about 60 feet from both of you. It's quite ahead.
Oscar's in front of us?
Oscar ran first, and he got to the wagon and then yelled at the kid to turn around.
Yep.
Oh, while I was tracking the kid?
Yeah, you're probably coming up right past.
You've already run past, I think.
You're probably running past. This is due from his really good athletics he got up a little bit ahead. Sylney, you're having the bow out. Make a perception check with disadvantage. Because you're a little bit ahead. You're basically almost cutting off the kid, basically, in the shade sprout. Or at least you're attempting to.
With disadvantage.
You do see there is a dirt road here that you're on.
5.
You can hear them somewhere, but you don't get any view for a shot or anything like that.
When I yelled turn around, did I see them react to that or stop or look to turn or
you can't see them at all, but you would have heard because it's such heavily obscured fog, you would have heard the kid as soon as you spoke, before you even got your sentence out, having another voice there, the kid just let out like a natural shriek of hearing there's already this chasing me and now there's people here. This kid is full of fear and is running like hell.
Is the noise coming towards me or?
At this point, you can't tell. With that 5 and having everybody running around, you can't tell. Not without a few more seconds, maybe.
He would yell back towards Oscar and Sylney, start a fire, while he is running after this kid.
Okay.
You're running ahead. Dylan, where are you headed? You can't keep up with Wimp, but you could run behind.
She's on Wimp's back.
Oh, okay. Understood.
Right, so Oscar will look at the cart, and is there a cloth cover over the top of it? Is it one of the looped ones with a cloth?
There is. There's a few holes in it, but there is.
A quick cursory glance in the back of the wagon to make sure that there's no people in there?
Nothing back there, not even objects.
Okay, he'll set fire to the tarp.
Okay. You're able to take the tarp. You take it off easily, kind of rip some of it off the metal frame.
He'll also look to see that there isn't anything that's going to catch fire around it as well. That's not close to trees or anything like that, right?
You're basically on a dirt road, so there's trees on either side, but the road is actually clear.
I'll tell you what, he'll set fire to it, but mentally he'll also prepare mold earth so that he can douse it in to put the fire out should he need to. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. So you're back there starting a fire. Sylney, what are you doing? You want to make another perception check?
No, I'm gonna run towards where that fire is starting.
Okay, you're following the road, basically.
Yeah.
So you're following back, and you get back to Oscar. Dylan and Whip, you are racing ahead. You see this lantern light getting farther and farther ahead of you. as you hear the kid running, like out of breath, the lantern jangling. You can just hear the shade sprout grunting after it. They're fast. As you were running up this dirt road, and then it veers off. You start to hear leaves kicked up, as if the kid and the shade sprout has veered off to the right off this dirt road.
How big's my fire now?
If you've been starting it, it is. If you're putting it on there and starting it, it's catching. The whole tarp is beginning to catch. It won't last long, but it'll be a big fire, but probably won't last long.
Yeah, that was what I was aiming for. Quick, big fire.
Yep.
I'm gonna kind of like stand up a little more on Web's shoulders and just scream out, "Drop the lantern."
Make a persuasion check.
23.
You just hear, "I don't know who you are, please go away. Not again," as this kid is just in fear running ahead. Even with a 23. It's heard you and has listened. It's not dropping the lantern.
I'm gonna yell out again and be like, "It'll stop chasing you if you just drop it."
It's at this point, because you all are running downhill through twigs and leaves, you all see running towards you all, because you all can't see like maybe 15 feet ahead of you before the fog just, it's kind of whitish gray fog because of the moonlight. And you've got the lantern on you, right? You've got the magical lantern.
Yes.
So there's a little bit of light out from you. You maybe see 20 feet through the fog, just a bit. You actually start to see the little shade sprout. You see this dark little creature heading your way now, and will start running past you, back towards the fire.
He would just, probably too far, but he would bellow. He would say, oh fuck, yeah, probably, "Oscar Silney, it's coming back," and he would
You want to talk
not
about opportunity?
stop running.
Okay. You want to swipe it on your way? It literally walks right past you, ignoring you going for the fire.
Nope.
You all would hear that. Okay? As it just runs past.
Oscar's, without knowing this, but because he knows why he's making a fire, his primary objective would be to be watching for this thing to come back so that he can grab it and recapture it. He doesn't want to hurt it, but we need it.
Gotcha. All right. You both are waiting there. Dylan and Wimp, as you're chasing the kid, it's still getting farther and farther ahead. You just hear it going downhill, basically, and then it flattens out ahead of you. As you're walking down this, basically it was the road, and then just downhill, and you hear ahead of you, maybe 50 feet, sploosh, 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 as this little kid is running through water now. Like marshy water. Do you keep going?
Fuck.
Okay.
You do see the lantern still ahead of you, like it may be 50 feet. You still see the lantern. The kid still holding the lantern, just running.
Yeah, Wimp's not going to stop. Like, there's no fucking way. It's a kid.
For a few seconds, your boot hits into the water, or if you wear boots, I don't think you do you?
No.
Your feet just whoosh into cold, very slimy bog water, essentially. Just a couple feet at first, and then you keep going.
No, honestly, once he gets to the feet, he is going to slowly stop, and he's going to look at Dylan. He's like, "Is that kid moving quickly?"
Can you still hear the splashes?
You're asking me that?
Yes.
It has somehow outpaced you.
Yeah, he would.
So yes,
he would hesitate, and he would go. He'd look back at Dylan, and he'd look back where the kid was going. He's like, "There's no way he's moving that quickly through this."
you see the lantern as it's jangling, being held up a little higher, as if the kid's walking through water. As it's holding it high, as it gets to, you hear the water. You actually see the lantern, but like I said, you barely see the figure of a kid. Just around the lantern light in the distance, and you see it actually fall and then start climbing up onto. Imagine a bog, and then maybe a tiny little island in it. This kid like crawls up onto it, like coughing a couple of it up because it probably swallowed some while I got there, and now it's out of the water on this little lantern here. Meanwhile, both you back starting the fire, you hear ahead. You hear it before you see it, as little Shade Sprout is coming your all's way, and it starts coming into the view of the fog into the fire.
I'm
So,
gonna prep
Oscar-
and get ready to grapple it.
Yeah, Oscar knows that it's going to stop to start inhaling the fire. So at the moment when it pauses and it's busy with that, it's. I know that it was quite a while ago, but I'm stuck on the fact that it was bound really well, right? So with its arms by its side. So in theory, once it stops, it should be quite easy to sort of snatch it up, and he'll just hold it, like he won't put a lead on it or anything. And then if he manages to get hold of it, he'll let it take the fire to put the fire out, and then we'll go after.
Both of you make
Oscar.
athletics checks with advantage, because as you see it start coming in, it's still bound by the arms, and both of you going at it, you wait for it to pause. It looks at you all, and then start to eat the fire as you all pounce upon it.
13.
18.
Easy enough. You just both grab it, and it's just there, and it, as the fire winks out, and you both are left in quite darkness because
I
neither of you
can't
have dark
see.
vision.
Oh, fucking
Okay,
course.
we know the direction that.
There's a
But,
tiny bit of moonlight, so all you can see is just almost white, grayish fog around you. So you can see a couple feet ahead. Very Silent Hill right now. You can see like a foot or two.
Yeah. So
watch where
very
you're going.
carefully, we'll go in a direction that Whimper and Dylan.
I'm gonna rewrap onto my arm, and then I'm going to put my other arm onto Oscar, just to hold on.
Yep, gotcha. And are you all running or walking?
We're walking because it's pitch black, and
Is the creature still like?
The creature's still, again, it's gone back into its almost unmoving state of just being held. You all begin to walk. Dylan.
I'm gonna lean down a little closer to Whimper's ear and whisper, and I'm just gonna be like, think you can get us around 30 feet from it? Stealthily?
You hear the kid up ahead as you say that. On the little island, you can see the lantern just as the little kid like stands up, the lantern's now off the ground a little bit. As you see the small little figure of a kid, he just says, "Oh, did you do something to my mom and dad?"
He'd say, he would call out, and he would be moving now slowly. But he would
I'm gonna Blessing of the Trickster.
On Wimp?
Yeah.
And that gives you advantage on stealth?
On stealth checks.
Okay. He would be moving very slowly through the thing, and he would say, "We just got here. We've been trying to take care of the creature that just went after you. That creature's gone now because we had it go away. Like, we're handling it. We don't know where your mom and dad is, but we would like to return you to him."
You're sloshing through the water slowly across the bog, trying to get to the island. You see the tiny figure of the kid holding the lantern. Roll a persuasion check. Just like in the thick fog. This part, the fog is a lot wider because there's no trees right here. So it's just moonlight hitting the fog here.
15.
15? I don't know who you are.
My name is Wimp. My name is Wimp. This one on me, her name is Dylan. It's like, I know this is scary. This is terrifying. That's why we wanted to get him away. But we just need you to come so we can go right back to the wagon. That's okay.
I don't want to go back there. Things will get me.
Where would you like to go then? Because we're going to make sure nothing gets you.
I want my parents to come here.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't think they're going to be able to traverse this.
You're just sloshing slowly through the water. You just keep going.
Yep, just very slowly. Anytime he looks like he's trying to, honestly, probably he's trying to base it off of animals. If he looks like he's about to run, he would stop. And then talk again, and then slowly move forward again. Like, he's trying not to spook him.
Yep, the lantern just stays put. That's the way you can kind of tell where this kid is from his lantern. Because you were moving slowly across this bog, Wimp and Selene, you kind of had seen kind of where they had gone to and heard the yell of that they had gone this way. So you're heading down the hill with the creature, and you eventually begin to look out. And when Wimp and Dylan got here, they couldn't even see the bog. They only knew there was a bog because they started stepping water. You all see that a lot of the Silly and Oscar, the fog has cleared behind them. So you can actually see Dylan and Wimp's shoulders walking waist high, maybe a little bit more, out into the bog. Only ahead of them is fog, not behind them.
I need to be yelling.
At that moment, you hear the kid just go, I'm sorry. As the lantern just winks out.
Like,
Wimp would freeze. And then, like, Dylan.
our creature isn't reacting, is he?
No.
Like on the way up here.
No.
Fuck.
It's at this point you all see them
Fucking
looking at
witch.
each other as you all see the lantern winks out. I need you, Wimp, to make me an athletic saving throw. And
Yeah.
Tara, I need you to make me a dex saving throw since you're on top.
Natural 20!
Oh!
Natural 20. Make it with advantage. Tara.
I was about to say, I'm like, I don't think I can do better, Ethan.
What'd he
It's as
get?
good as it gets.
16.
You're good. As you're standing here, you look at the light and you look back and you do see Silly and Oscar just now walking and you see no fog behind you. Just a wall of fog ahead of you. As very swampy, just a mixture, not even vines, just an amalgamation of plants that have strung together in a swamp, just emerge from the water, grappling, try to both of your arms and trying to thrust you under the water. As you are able to quickly and immediately snap them. You all see this as Silly and Oscar, you both see from back here. You'll see it as well, Dylan and Wimp. You just see on the left and right side of them, kind of in the distance, balls of light. Maybe this big. Maybe it's bigger than the fist. Start floating above the water, reflecting onto the water. I'm gonna have everybody roll initiative.
How, because we're at the edge of the bog, right? We haven't stepped into the bog. How far away from us are they?
Let's put yourselves on here and we'll see.
All right. Oh, got a mappy. And I got a 20 on initiative.
We got a map.
You both will be. You all entered. Dylan and Wimp, you probably would be around right here in the middle on this side. You all see the fog is now starting to disperse. There's still fog in the distance, but not here.
I got a 6.
Okay. Yeah, just hold this for a moment. I'll do the callouts. If you all will put yourselves on the map. And whether this is combat or not, this is just initiative to see what order things may go in.
You said right here.
Kind of right
There
here.
you go.
Yeah, kind of right here. As you all had kind of come through this, and you all had kind of come over here.
I've lost the music.
Huh? Music's still going for me. Is the music still going for everybody else?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it is.
Is everybody having fun, or is this
Fucking
okay?
It's amazing.
This is good.
Are you waiting for the
I
day that
didn't-
one of us is like, actually, this is really fucking unfun? Like, I am.
Yeah, I heard it.
I don't-
I mean,
I
it's
swear to
happen.
God. Oh my
Make
God.
it stop.
You're kind of on top of each other, so for sake of it, you both are sharing a square. Alrighty.
Would we be over here then?
This is such
Yes,
a trap.
Yeah, you all would be right
Yeah.
over here. Yep.
Such a good trap too.
Good on
Fucking
you
using
for
a
spotting
kid.
it, Heza. I would never have spotted it because you hesitated. Like you were like, really though?
No,
Throughout
honestly.
the whole thing, like it's a little kid.
Yeah,
Dylan
no,
was
when
a
he
kid
was
trap.
out pacing him, like Whimper was that fear, but after the bog, he's like, there's no way a kid's getting through this. He's like,
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
It seemed to outpace you. It seemed to have not ever been a kid at all and was one of these lights.
Yep.
Alrighty, so 30 to 20.
Yes. 20.
16.
All right, that would be...
You said 30 to 20.
Yep, 20 to 15, so that's 16 for you.
Yep. You know, with the amazing initiative plus that I have not been rolling well for
Yep.
it.
No. 15 to 10? 10 to 0.
I gotta say,
9.
9, did you say, Dylan?
Yep.
Y'all. Bog water.
delicious. That's what I'm chalking it up to. We'll do that.
Oscar and Sonny, you all see the fog is dispersing. You see your friends over waist high in this. As these little lights, just about bigger than a fist, yellow, kind of greenish, are floating on either side. Just appear out of nowhere. They wink into existence. And are slowly hovering towards both of them. Very slowly.
I can't get down, can I?
What do you mean?
You said it's waist high.
You can get down.
But you're
You're
gonna
gonna be
be
swimming.
semi-swimming.
It'll be
Right.
neck high.
Yeah. Oh, I guess before this, funny enough, because talking is a free one. The moment that the thing would come out and try to grab him, the moment that they dodged out, he would turn back and he would scream for Oscar, and he would motion for Dylan, like for him to come get her.
What do you do, Oscar? Roll me.
You're up, Oscar.
Oh, it is. We're right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I was like, and you
Okay,
rolled a
so-
20, like.
Yep.
Yeah. It's never happened to me before.
Is this natural
Never
20
gone
or a
first.
regular 20?
Regular.
Oh,
Gotcha.
yeah, dirty.
Okay, so the first thing Oscar will do, because he can quite clearly see Wimp with Dylan on his shoulder. His shoulders, right? And those are the two balls of light. So he will.
You do see the vines kind of were trying to constrict Wimp, but he broke them off and they sink back into the water. Bubbles come up.
Okay, hang on. I'm assuming moving through this swamp, is it restricted movement?
It is difficult terrain. Yep, half movement.
So I'd only be able to get to there.
You can dash.
Yep. You could dash, use your action if you wanted.
I'm going to cast Mold Earth at 30 feet, and I'm going to lift up 5 square feet of earth from behind me, and I'm going to place it behind Wimp so that it's 5 feet high out of the water and is a solid footing for Dylan to at least
Holy
stand up.
fuck, that's really cool!
Let's go
You just
mold
see-
earth.
Lots of bubbles. Oh, yeah, no, actually, you grabbed it from behind you. You just see, like, earth bending.
I just
moving
deposit
this-
it, or I can lift
Yep.
it up from underneath. Like,
Maybe both. Part of it comes as parts rising, some gets dumped. As soggy kind of dirt is here, and it seems stable. Dylan, do you step down onto it?
Yes, if I
You're
can.
able to. Yeah, you'd be able to on that. You step down onto the little platform. It's barely out of the water, but it's there.
and
That's
then
nice.
I'm going to. I know that this is the image, so it's not exactly like it is. Can you Can you still hear me? However, would that, if I skirted around that 30 feet to hit sort of here, is this bit more solidy because it's got bushes, or is that the land there?
Yeah, here's the land right here, and then it starts getting into water. But you could get here. This isn't deep enough to be difficult terrain, so you could get anywhere here. Yeah.
Sweet. All right. So he will walk over here. He's still carrying the little shade sprout. And he'll. What can I see about those lights? How high are they floating off the ground? Can I do a general perception-y to?
I mean,
get
they're
more info?
easy enough. They are about 2 feet off the water.
Are they
And
emitting
how
light?
big are they? Like a couple of feet across, foot across? Like...
They're about the size of a fist.
Oh right. Okay. Cool.
They're about that small. And emitting light, barely, just a little bit. Just a little bit of light. Nothing big, but the place is there's no trees right on you, so the moonlight's coming down, so you'll have moonlight. So
Okay. He'll move there, and then he'll say,
Can you make it to shore?
and that is the end of my turn.
all right. Do you all answer? What do you say?
I can try.
It's at this point. Do you say anything, Wimp?
Nah.
You're looking around at these things and realize that it took you a little while to run through this. It's difficult terrain. As you begin to see this little ball of light, the blue one technically, well, it's still like yellowish green. You see it just floating over very gently, very small, just come over to you. And it gets to here right in front of you and just stops.
I know it's a ball of light, but he's going to swing the moment it's in 10 feet of him.
Yeah, go for it. It starts to come and it starts to slow to a stop, and you move your halberd and whoosh. You can do that as a reaction, right?
Yep.
Go for it.
17.
It just, as you go to hit it, it moves just an inch out of the way as you whiff it, and your halberd splashes into the water. Just water sprinkles everywhere as it still floats there. Stops. And looks at you. This thing is tiny and hard to hit. It's small.
No, I assumed,
small.
yeah, I was almost like, it's a fucking ball of light. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah. It's just sitting there floating for a second. You can see the water right below it is yellow and green. As almost like static electricity, little tiny bits of yellow light just and shocks you. You 14 lightning damage. As this little tiny ball of light just sits there and floats, and just a tiny little arc just zaps you. As soon as it hits your skin, you feel your entire body just get shocked incredibly.
Yeah, Whimper would scream out. Like, Whimper is not like Dash or fucking Zay. He would scream out at that.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of the water.
And at that point, it is Zilni's turn. You see him just get shocked, body flinching.
I'm gonna move up, not get into the water, but be on the embankment there. And let me read up on sneak attack. Sneak attack does not give me advantage.
No,
Correct.
it just gives you the 2d6 damage.
It gives me the 2d6. Okay. I'm not gonna go that way. I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna take it out and try and shoot the thing. Take my short bow out and try and shoot it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a nature or history check.
Uh, 16.
Okay. Hold that for a second.
Wait, 18. Sorry, I didn't add the plus.
18.
Misses.
What'd you do, Sully?
11 misses.
11 misses. Was that with the arrow?
Yeah.
Yeah. You pull it back and it's so hard to hit. It is like trying to hit an apple that is floating away. It just into the water, splashes a little bit onto you, Wimp. Something about these, Wimp, are familiar. That's all you know for now. Something about these, you're not sure if you face them, but something about knowledge of them is familiar for now.
I'm going to go over towards this bush, and I'm going to use my cunning action to hide.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check. And where are you hiding? Into these bushes?
Near the bushes, yeah.
Okay.
18.
18. I'll put you in that bush.
Okay, and then that is the end of my turn.
Gotcha. And for you, Wimp, while they're familiar, you're not quite sure. It might take more interacting with them to start piecing that together. There's just a sense of familiarity with it.
Okay.
All right, you head out into the bushes, beginning to hide. Alrighty, thank you, Dylan.
I'm gonna try Sacred Flame on The far one, the red one.
Okay. Is that a dex
Dexterity
check?
saving throw. Yeah.
That's a success, unfortunately.
Okay. That's it.
Conjure down radiant
Actually,
light.
no, it's not.
And the beam comes
Bonus
to it, but it just
action.
consumes it. Mm-hmm.
Bonus action sanctuary. On Lamp.
What's that look like?
I kind of take out a small mirror and I hold it up so that it's Wimp's reflection in it, and I'm just gonna mutter into it and then slip it back into my pocket as pink radiant light wraps around him.
Okay. You feel protected. And what does that do exactly? That everything that attacks it has to make a wisdom save or choose a new target, right?
Yes, they have to make a wisdom save, new target, or lose the attack.
Gotcha. That's your turn?
Yes.
Wimp.
So my first thing is I'm gonna fucking second wind, because that shit fucking hurt. So it is literally just, I mean, Wimp would fucking plant his feet and he would just fucking scream. It would be just this echoey, his whole throat, his whole throat would fucking vibrate when he did it. Like, it is almost like a body massive fucking scream, as like whatever fucking electricity would like slowly heal up against him. Yeah, and he's nope, he is gonna turn and try to toss Dylan.
Okay.
Try to grab her and toss her towards fucking Oscar.
Go ahead and make me an athletics check.
Hate it. Oh wait, let me roll my second. No. Ooh, not bad. And athletics.
Nice.
Oh, why did I use those dice?
Not nice.
Not nice. The 0.
What'd you get?
5.
5? What's your strength modifier?
3.
3? You go... Dylan, do you want to be picked up?
Yes.
You get picked up, you're able to be hoisted up. And as you're throwing her, it's almost a slip. It's almost being in the water, but also just that residual electricity as you get tossed kind of just over here.
Going towards Oscar.
Closer. Gotta love it. Well, no, yeah.
Going toward Oscar.
Yeah, towards Oscar.
Yeah.
You'd probably be able to make it here, unfortunately. With a 5, the
No, I
weight
get
situation after being that damage, it's not far. And being in the water, it's real hard. You submerge into the water, Dylan. Sorry.
Nah, it's cool.
It could have been cool.
He's gonna fucking opportunity attack, fun. But yeah, he's gonna, the moment he fucking realizes, he's gonna step away from that creature and try to grab her.
Okay, and it makes a wisdom saving throw to
Yes.
if it tries to hit. What's your DC?
A 13.
I'm sorry, I rolled a 17.
Delicious.
So it's gonna be able to take the hit, but it misses the hit.
Nice.
As you're walking away, you feel the electricity. Your hair on the back of your neck and your hair and your head begins to stand up, but you're able to leave its grasp as the electricity just darts into the water. Doesn't electrocute you, but it darts into the water.
And he's moving here to try to get her.
Okay. Yeah, you start stabilizing her a little, just enough to.
Yeah,
kind of
just
start
enough
floating.
to be like, oh fuck.
Sorry. Throwing's a risk. Throwing's
No,
a big risk.
100%. It just, yeah, he's totally focused on her.
Is that you done?
Yes, sorry. Yes, I apologize.
No worries. You all look over and see the red one. Just the yellow ball of light. Just like the lantern of the kid. Wink out of existence. As it seems to be gone.
Which one?
The red one.
Ah.
It just leaves. With that, it is Oscar.
Could you make it to shore?
Okay,
Do you
wait.
need a more solid footing, or do you want me to deal with the thing, or try to deal with the thing.
How deep is it for me?
It's about 3-ish feet deep, 3 to 4 feet. So in certain parts, it almost goes over you, while other parts you're able just to put your face above.
Mm-hmm.
It's real hard for you.
Because I'm 3 foot even.
Yeah. So most of the time, it's right over you. At least you're here, so it's like maybe just almost to your. You can just get to your nose because you're getting a little bit farther away and closer to the edge.
All right. On seeing that, then Oscar will mold Earth again and put another small island right between him and Dylan in front of her.
In front of her or under her?
Under her.
Okay. You got another little platform.
If it's in front of her, she can clamber on, right? Like it's next to her.
Mhm.
Is that?
Yep.
Yeah. I'll put it next to her.
Okay. I'll move that. Oh, I didn't draw it correctly. Oh no, I did draw it, didn't I? Can you all see that little block I made?
Nope.
No. I can
Good.
see the
Okay.
first one you
Mm.
made.
Good,
Yeah.
good, good. There you go. If you'll move yourself
Yeah.
back.
Why'd you move?
Move yourself back, Dylan. There you go. All right. You see the earth come back up as you are having another platform.
And that is my go.
Okay. And with that, it is the blue one, the blue ball of light. As it winks out of existence. With that, it is Sylney.
When it winks out, Oscar will say, "What happened? Did you use the lamp, Wimp?"
Whip would go,
And
no!
then
Can use the perception check to see if like I can have any clue where those balls went.
I have a question now that it's their turn. Is your lantern lit?
Yes.
At the end of their turns, you will see they go invisible, but as the lantern starts to shine on them, at the end of their turn, you begin to see them flicker back in, unveiling invisible creatures.
Gotcha.
I think I missed the end of the other one's turn, but this one at the end of its turn, I caught it. You see it go invisible. And as you're looking around, it's almost like the lantern isn't a constant. You know how I said it is that invisible waves? It like sends out like woof, woof. So at the end, that's how it works at the end of its turn. You will see it goes invisible. And then as you turn the lantern to move, you see it appear right in front of you, Oscar. And the other one you see appear right next to Dylan. So, yeah, I forgot that one. It's end of its turn.
And our
Is this
little
in-
buddy isn't
So-
being affected, right? Like he's not interested in this light.
Nope.
just be. So would that have happened prior to me making a little island for Dylan, or afterwards?
Afterwards, because it's
Right.
the
So
lantern
I've
is
made
going
the
into
island
it.
for Dylan, and then it's appeared in front of me.
I'm gonna yell out to Wimp, you need to use the lantern. These are the lost light that we lost.
Make
Uh,
a perception check, Sylney.
16.
Looking at them, they are more akin to the little fireflies that fly out of them, rather than the Yandravi's flame. These things seem to be the things that inhabit these sprouts, but are large. They don't have the same power and light of the Yandravi flame, if that makes sense. These are more of the things that pilot the
Got it.
shade sprouts.
So it wasn't as okay.
Yes. So it doesn't seem to be the flame that was lost. It seems to be the things that are piloting the shade sprouts that usually get away. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Is everyone having an okay time? Everyone looks frustrated. Is everyone okay?
I'm not frustrated. It's
Problem solving.
lovely because it's
trying
to
it's
figure
difficult,
out-
right?
It's-
Yeah, I'm really
Yeah.
enjoying it. It's a different type of battle. it's not energetic and obvious. It's
Because these things are moving just so slowly across as well, and just, they touch
they
you
can
and they deal it. They hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I know what these are, technically. Let me go ahead and try and shoot.
Dylan.
Yeah. Just shoot Dylan off into the bank.
Mhm.
Um,
Let's rapid fire these around a little bit so we don't get too hung up on
sorry.
this one.
I'm gonna go for the
Just
red one.
everybody. Right.
And then a sneak. Do I know if I have advantage, or am I rolling with it? Do they know where I am?
You will have advantage because at the moment they do not know where you are and they're not quite focused on you.
17 to hit.
17 to hit. Once again, lobs into the water. Right past it. These tiny little apples, basically. Good rolls.
Shit.
These things are just abnormally high AC. Because
I'm gonna
they're
pop out of the bush, miss, and pop back down and shuffle a little bit over.
making
And
themselves back.
use cunning action to hide again, but
Yep.
closer.
Yeah, they're very much different kind of battle. There's only 2 of them. They're slow moving, but they're tiny.
Yeah,
They hurt.
yeah, yeah. And then that'll be the end of my action.
Okay. What's your stealth check?
Oh, yeah. Not
And-
advantage. Not advantage.
It's fine. Dylan.
I'm gonna call out my duplicate and put her on the other side of it.
You call out your duplicate. Go ahead and drag. All right, got them. You see this duplicate just. Can they stand? Can they just float wherever you want? Because they could just stand on the water, I think.
I don't know. I
An
maybe.
illusion.
Yeah.
No, 'cause it's an-
Jesus,
you can
Dylan,
have
I
it
live
flying
for it.
if you wanted. I'm pretty sure. So, Jesus Dylan appears standing on the
Yeah.
water if that's what you wish.
Yes. That's it for me.
Okay. Wimp. Wimp, as you're seeing these things, with that 18 check earlier, you're not seeing these exact things. This is a whole different thing, but you've seen something similar. From where you grew up, you have heard of wisps in the night that travel along, lost souls that travel along. They don't, the whole consumed light is totally different, but they just torment things. It's light, the wisps in the night that lure people into traps and torment them, feeding off of sadness and fear. You don't know if that's similar, but this is what pings to you. Out of character, this is my version of will-o-wisps.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
What have you called them? What's their name?
Just wisps. They're will-o-wisps. Yeah, but pretty much mine just reusing them and flavoring them in a different story and way.
so you would say that like they feed off of suffering, right?
They want to kill people.
Huh.
With an 18, I will tell you with an 18, you would know if you're close to death, they can kill you in an instant. Out of character wise, with an 18, any creature with a 0 hit points, even if you're making death saving throws, it can use its action to kill you in an instant if you drop to 0. You know these things. If they are the same from your stories that wondered where you lived, these things are bad news. You know that they are undead lost souls.
With my knowledge of Arcane, and I'm okay with rolling it again, would I know if I could capture it with the lantern?
I would say no, because these are actual creatures. You wouldn't know that. You know that these are similar. If it's the same as what you've heard the stories of, and if seen in the distance, they are like almost ghost-like. They are souls, undead.
Fun. Is it my turn?
Do you convey any of that?
Sure.
Oh,
Your
well,
turn.
I guess I could like offer like as that
Okay.
realization came to him, there would be a change in Whimper, of that there would suddenly be a rush of excitement with flashes of jealousy as he turned
know
towards
that
this
you're-
creature.
You know these things are dangerous. You do not want to drop to 0 hit points around these
Yeah,
things.
he would yell. He's like, this. He would essentially say, "It's like, just so you know, if you close your eyes and you don't get up again, you're never going to get up again. So, if you begin to get hurt, I would start running."
I'm more nervous about this fight than a lot of the energetic and
Funny
big
enough,
fights.
I was sitting there and I'm like, holy shit, this might be where Whimper dies. How curious. Like,
There's not many of them, but they are real
God
dangerous.
damn.
Wisps ain't no joke.
Uh-uh.
Return Wimp.
it's not gonna hit, but hold on. He's Armor of Agatha soon.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
The ice comes around you. The water around you begins to form onto you and just crystallize into ice.
Dirty ice.
Dirty ice.
And
Good artist name. It's Dirty Ice.
Armor of Agatha is a whole fucking action. Yeah, it's one action. Yeah. So he is going to. So sorry, y'all. I'm trying to fucking figure out which is a bonus action and which isn't, which is a reaction.
No worries. Oscar, you're soon. Not on deck, but you're soon, just to know.
Oh yeah, he is gonna throw his reaction to have his echo come to the other one. So let me place him. And that will be the end of my turn.
Alright. This is the red one's turn. It will look, basically this thing floats to you and you have a feeling, Dylan, this thing is eyeing on you as an arc of electricity onto you, but it hits the dirt that you're standing on and buffers out. It's just still floating there. And Oscar, it's your turn.
Oscar will lift up a piece of dirt next to him and raise it 30 feet in the air and drop it on the one in front of him.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a spellcasting ability check.
A spell attack?
Actually, no. As you pick up the dirt and you drop it onto it, it goes through the creature and just hits below it as if it phases through it, and the dirt just smatters around. Sorry. These things can go through objects.
Do we run? We must run.
Do we run? Yeah. Yeah.
I think is that your turn? Let me know if that's...
Yeah, Whimper
Just,
will say, we're going to lose this.
We need to get out of here.
I forgot from last session, the bonus action cantrip that I can cast, which is Cure Wounds. No, which is Healing Word. I have to do
since
that.
you used your main action as a cantrip, you can bonus action Healing Word.
Right, okay. I will Healing Word Whimper for my bonus.
Use a spell slot and send out healing.
Before you do, just so you know, Milky, like, he healed himself. So you can. I'm just letting you know that, like, when he screamed, it was clear that the lightning healed the majority.
Okay. Well, in that case, they get an attack of opportunity, don't they? That is his turn. He's done.
Fair. It's good experimenting. Now you know they can go through objects. At least you've learned that part.
Well, that means physical attacks as well, right? Like you try and hit him with an axe, and even if you rolled...
Disadvantage.
I was about to say,
Not
even that, fucking I rolled a 17, it didn't hit. So, it doesn't matter. Physical objects can.
I will say, you saw as it goes, as the... When Wimp and Selny tried to hit it, it could have hit it. However, when the dirt came down, it almost turned translucent. It activated a thing to go through an object. So you could probably damage them.
Just for argument's sake, though, is it now on top of 5 foot square cube of dirt? Because I dropped 5 foot cube of dirt in front of me. Is it on top of it, or is it inside it?
If that's the case, it would be inside of it right now. You don't have eyes on it. It went in it, but you can kind of just see light. You saw it just shimmer in, and it's still in there, I would say. You know it's inside.
So it's in a pile of 5 foot tall pile of dirt in front of me, in between me and Wimp's Echo.
It is.
Okay,
Alrighty.
That's the end of my turn. That's weird as. I love it.
It's weird. As on its turn, it will just poke up out of the dirt, and as it does, little bits of electricity like a plasma coil, and it's going to get... It is going to go... It's going to be able to hit you, Oscar. As it approaches, just the electricity that warms the air hits you, and you will take 12 points of lightning damage.
Oh, fuck.
As soon as it comes out, it's just electricity's already heading out of it and hits you.
Should run.
With that, okay, Silney, and then Dylan on deck.
Oh, fucking. I'm gonna do the only thing that I can do, and I'm gonna keep shooting or attempt to shoot.
Go for it.
I'm going to go for the one that just attacked Oscar.
Go for it, and you'll have advantage on it.
Wait. I think that one hit. Yeah, 20. 20?
20. As this comes out of the dirt and shocks you, Oscar, the next thing you see is an arrow go right through it and into the dirt and splits it just for a second, dealing damage to it. It does hit it.
There's normal roll. And that is the short bow plus the... Okay. 13 damage. And then I'm going to stay popped up there. And I'm going to shout at the light. And essentially be like, hey, fucker, get over here.
Okay. Oscar, as you see the arrow hit it, it kind of just moves above it. It did get hurt, but you see the arrow isn't quite that effective. My translation to that is that they are resistant to normal weapons damage, basically. So without like silvered or magical weapons, so it did 7 damage, did half.
These are awesome. Crikey.
Yeah. And then I'm going to use the bonus action to lock my legs into place and ready another arrow, steady aim for next round.
Gotcha. Yeah, my party a long time ago, we were in this, and I was a player in this, and we were like, little balls of light, we can get these things. We all dropped almost to 0. Like
I
all
can
of us
imagine.
dropped.
We
won it, but we were like little balls of light, and then it whooped us.
Wisps are fucking bitches.
Yep. All right, Dylan with Wimp on deck.
I'm gonna do inflict wounds.
Okay.
I have advantage because my duplicate is flanking with me.
Here we go.
I got a 23.
Oh!
You're able to grab out and just grab the little like ball of light. You just completely grab it. It's incorporeal, but you feel the energy in your hand.
Second level. For 20 damage.
20 damage? You see a lot of the crackling energy beats it. It's resistant to necrotic damage. So you deal 10 damage. Make a Arcana check for me, or Nature.
It's an 18 either way.
Feeling this thing and feeling the energy from it, your body went cold. These are not living. Whatever these are, they are not living.
They're undead.
Because they're
themselves.
fucking spirits. No
Yep.
wonder. That makes sense.
Yep.
And something in that of you tells you that you know something or two about undead.
That's my turn.
Alrighty. Wimp. With Oscar soon.
So Wimp is gonna go around. Oh fuck! Hold on. What is the action to pick someone up? Like, what essentially is the mechanics behind that?
If you're moving with it, I think it's just half movement. If you're picking someone up and moving someone, however, if you're picking up Dylan and just on your shoulders, it's kind of normal for. Unless in very specific roleplay elements, picking up Dylan because she's so small, I usually say it's not too big of a deal as long as she's on your shoulders or something like that. As long as your hands are free, it's normal.
If I pick up Dylan, will she get an opportunity attack, or will I?
If you pick up Dylan, that's complicated because that's a forced movement. I would say because Dylan's still willing, it would be attack of attack on her. Because it's willing. Usually, if someone's forced out of it, they don't get an attack of opportunity. But however, because Dylan would be willing, I would say that would be unless you grab her and she's unwilling. Basically, you just drag her away.
Could Wimp grab her and?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Into
Can
her
I
space
shift
so
the opportunity attack
take
on her would hit me?
You could take it instead. I would say if you're putting her on you, I would say yes. You could choose to take the blow. You doing that?
If you're picking
100%.
her up and moving into her space with her on your shoulder, neither of you would take it, would they?
If you're just moving into the space,
yeah, I'm moving into the space, but I'm
away.
about to leave the space. So
yeah, I gotcha. You have sanctuary on you as well. So Dylan, do you get on Whip's shoulders?
Hang on. Has Wimp attacked?
Not yet.
Not yet. Then you still have Sanctuary.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. So are you allowing to be picked up?
Yes.
Okay. So you come here you pick her up off the dirt. Where do you start taking her?
We're going to land. I'm gonna dash.
Okay. So if you walk around this way, you dash. So you'll be able to get there. Go ahead and move yourself as the wisp will take an attack of opportunity to get you, and will miss.
Huh?
Sanctuary. It's really good.
Oh no, we're over here. I went all the way. Yeah. Oh.
And you dash, so you were able to get out through that difficult terrain, right? Because it's half movement through that.
Yes, yeah, because it was 15
Gotcha.
with half in this.
You get to land. Alrighty.
And he would, the moment he's in land, he'd look at Dylan. He's like, "When we're in water, get out if we're fighting." Like you can swim. I've seen you swim.
Says the person who said picked her up and threw her into the water.
That's so toxic. He's a dad. Let him be a dad. But that takes up my
Throws into water. Get out of the water, idiot.
What are you doing in there?
That's the biggest dad energy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
So good. I love it. It's so silly.
With a
Now your
dash,
turn?
that takes my action, not my bonus action, right?
Correct.
Yep. What's that little smirk for?
He's teleporting. He's using his teleport, and he is going to pop up so that now they're flanking.
Nice, 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 nice.
Okay.
No. Oh, that. Cool.
Yep.
So yeah, he literally put Dylan down, and in that position of him like him scolding Dylan, he vanishes, and that pales out, and he would gain color on the other side.
I like it. I love that. Is that you done? Is that your turn?
Yes.
Gotcha. Alrighty. The red one goes to hit the duplicate. Zips on it and hits it, but it's a duplicate. And the thing starts turning to go somewhere else, realizing that this is an illusion. Alrighty. And with that, it is Oscar. Still only soon.
Do it. I know that you had a thought. Do it.
No, it's going to fuck you up.
Do it. Fuck me up, buddy.
Do it. Send it.
Because it would make sense. Oscar doesn't know how it works.
Narratively, can we say that Oscar doesn't know that is the real
Yes.
wimp?
Yeah.
I love that. It makes total sense considering they
Yeah,
have
you
not
all
fought
haven't-
together often.
You haven't spent too much time together, yeah. Eventually, when you all start to fight with one another, you'll get the hang of it. But right now, it's still weird magic.
For
And you can
future
always
reference,
say...
don't go near Oscar. He needs to be well away from everybody. Okay, Oscar's going to move here. And he's going to cast Thunder Wave, which is a 15-foot cube. So I will get both of them from here. Because I'm going to do it in... I'll put it on the thingy. I'm going to do it in that direction. So that one is 15 feet away from me, and that one is 5 feet. Would that still work?
This is the cube. Where you want it?
I can't catch. That's annoying. Okay, I'll tell you what then. Let's can you put it so that it gets the red one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that. So that I don't get Wimp in that case. So it has to make a Constitution 14 save, and it will take... I'm doing it at second level, so it's 3d8 damage if it fails,
What type of damage?
and half as
Thunder damage?
Thunder
Okay.
damage. And if it succeeds, it's half as much, and it doesn't get pushed. If it fails, if it fails, it gets all 3d8s, plus it gets pushed 10 feet away from me.
I like it. All right. And with that, it will get pushed. What's the damage on that?
23 points.
23 points. And it'll get pushed 10 feet away from you?
Yeah.
All right. You just... like a piece of paper in the wind. And 23 points. It seems resistant to thunder damage.
Oh my god.
It'll still take 12. Is that the red one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That is exactly the amount. You just whiff it into nothing. As you go, it goes into the wind, and every feet it goes, it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it vanishes. But then you see sparkles in the air. Sparkles of it. It doesn't form back together. All like dozens of tiny little sparkles zips eastward, heading the direction where you're still going.
That's the one that Terra hit with big damage as well, right?
Yep. You had exactly the amount of hit points to kill it.
So it has 30,
Nope, 20
Not quite.
something.
22.
22. You don't know that, though. These things don't have
We can guess
wounds.
it.
Yeah. But it heads eastward. Is that your turn, Osk?
As he's next to Whimper, I'll use the rest of my movement to go back to planking.
Okay.
Love it.
Good turn. Alright.
And that is his turn.
All right. This one tries to hit you, Oscar, because you were moving around it, and it zips out and doesn't quite get you. I'm rolling not too great for them.
Nice.
When they hit, they hurt. But luckily, they don't have the biggest hit attack modifier. All right. And with that, Sylvie,
Pew!
go for it.
Nope, 15.
Unfortunately, no. It hits kind of into the bush. It gets caught onto some branches. And unfortunately, it's not able to.
Keep it at steady aim.
Gotcha.
Get out of the water. I'm gonna say. And then that'll be the end of my turn.
All right. With that, it's Dylan with Wimp on deck.
I'm gonna try Sacred Flame again. At
Okay.
the blue one. It's the only one left.
Okay. That's a fail.
4 radiant.
That seems to do all the damage to it. It does
Cool.
not seem to be resistant to radiant damage.
Nice.
It's still there, though. It's almost as if you're overpowering its light, and it splits it just a little bit. All right.
That's it for me.
Wimp.
Hit
Um,
it so hard.
Yeah, Wimp it. First, Wimp's echo will kind of like raise up, and it will pat Dylan as it passes her, and it will walk along the land to here.
Okay.
And like as Wimp gets into position, it's going to get into position, and they're both going to swing.
Okay, go for it.
Let me use this because it's gonna fuck me up right now.
Is this a homebrew class?
Mm-mm.
No? Fuck, this is so cool.
That one might hit. Thank God for
What'd you get?
advantage. Oh fuck! So on the one with advantage, I got a 20, and on the one without advantage, I got a 24.
Yep, both hit. Are those natural 20s or regular 20s? Dirty 20s?
Regular. Dirty.
Both are duty.
Yep.
Dirty. Duty.
Duty.
One is 13 and one is 8.
There you go. And these are regular, so that's
Yeah.
7 damage on one. And what was the other damage?
8, so 4. 11 total.
You're able to take it out.
Oh, thank God.
Come down with the halberd and swipe it. Both of you swipe it. You hear like both the glaives kind of like scrape against one another. Ching! And as it does, it just dissipates the wisp. And then there's dozens of sparkles. Head off eastwards. You look around. The fog disperses. Just the natural fog is left. You're in the clear.
Step out of the bush and like shake off some dirt that was on the hoof.
Mm-hmm.
Whimper would turn towards his echo and almost like do a handshake and like put his head against it, even though it's not really there. So it'd kind of like fade through. But he'd be like, "You and I need to talk about that." And he'd motion to like the light before his echo would dissipate.
I like it.
Before he dissipates, Oscar will go,
That was fine work, Mr. Wimper, and other Mr. Wimper.
They'd both smile and nod as the fucking echo is fading. He'd honestly...
That was really good, Ethan.
He would probably, like,
Wow.
jump
I'm
up
glad.
halfway out of the water and be like, whoa! And he'd, like, slap Oscar's arm, be like, that was good!
You all did well. These things could have really screwed you up.
Yeah,
They
it
almost
could've hit.
did! Fuck, they took half my
If
health!
anybody drops to, that's true, but you healed up. If anybody drops to 0, that consume life ability I was telling you about, as a bonus action, it can
Fuck.
just come over to you and you
Take
make
your
a
life.
Constitution saving throw, and if not, you just die.
Yeah. That reminds me of those, like, brain devourer things. The, like, brains with legs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, these are my version of the will-o-wisps.
Yeah.
They're mean. They're fucking... They're definitely made for sorcerers and wizards to fuck with. Like, and warlocks, not us. Like, goddamn, we were not prepared.
19 AC, by the way.
They
Hi.
are resistant to a whole lot of shit as well.
There's only a few things they're not. Yeah.
Are
I'll
they
walk over to
classified
Dylan.
undead?
Yep. When you touch them, you got that check. They are classified as undead.
But I couldn't do it because I'd already used my channel divinity.
Yeah,
True.
come on, Dad.
And there was only one left.
I'll walk over to Dylan and just, like, take a lily pad and some weeds that, like, are stuck. And throw it back into the water.
Oh, thanks.
You look
Your
over
friend
at
that's still out there.
the sage sprout, by the way. Where you left it is a pile of wood and mushrooms.
I had it with me under my arm for the.
Then it's just a mush. It seems to have
Can I
let
remember
itself
at
go.
what point that happened? Was it anything related to them blinking out, or completely unrelated?
When they both were killed and left, the thing just decided to. It stayed for another moment, as if it could have stayed around, and it was just like no, and just fell apart and left.
Any light that we saw came from it?
Little tiny firefly, just as normal.
Going east.
How far are we gonna have to keep going?
It seems a ways.
I believe the response is as far as it takes.
Yeah.
You're only a couple of hours into your journey.
Yeah. Keep heading east.
I believe so.
See until something else catches our eye, or try and set up another trap.
How do we feel about resting here for a moment? I'm feeling a bit wobbly after that electric shock.
You want to take a short rest?
Can we?
Yeah. Is
You want-
the fog away now? Was
There's
that
still,
being
like-
created by the creatures, or
There's natural fog, but it's not nearly as thick.
Got
It
it.
seems to has harnessed the fog to make it really thick. It is just regular fog, maybe a couple feet off the ground every now and then. That's about it.
we should rest?
He would pat Oscar's arm and say, "Thank you for getting Dylan back to her senses." And he'd roll his eyes.
You're most welcome, Mr. Wimper. As I've said, your safety is one of my chiefest concerns.
He would walk over to Dylan then and just look at her and be like, pat her head, and be like, "Sorry, I dunked you." And he look like his little ears would droop.
She's like standing there looking at the mud on her outfit, like, no, it's fine.
Do you feel refreshed now?
Pat her head, boop, and walk away.
Oh. I've heard of mud baths, but I didn't want one.
I don't think this is how they do it.
Oh, well that's good at least. Maybe I can still try one in the future to see how different it is.
He would go, "Oh, we can try again." And he would pick up Dylan.
No. No.
He better back down and laugh his ass off. He'd probably lay on the ground just like sprawled out in a starfish with a big ass smile while he takes a break.
Ethan, I regained 11, and I reclaimed a second level spell slot. So I've got 3
Nice.
firsts and 2 seconds left.
Nice. Rest of you can
Automatically,
roll hit points.
yeah, I believe that clerics get their channel divinity on short. So
They do. And you've got your turn undead, you've got your invoke duplicity, you have your regain a spell slot back. Like what you can do with your channel divinities. You got 3 of those.
Mhm.
You only get 1 for now.
I'm going to be on lookout within our little 30 feet of light that we have, plus the tiny bit of moonlight.
Yeah, there's enough moonlight where you can see this whole kind of area, but once you start looking to the trees, it gets a little darker.
Mhm.
Make a perception check.
Boop, 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 boop. Not advantage. 15.
Keeping an eye out. The hour goes along just fine as you sit here, recuperate, dry off. And you're good to head off again if you'd like, after an hour.
Yeah.
How cool is Mold Earth? Just
It's
quietly.
pretty cool.
Fucking
It's
awesome.
You're the
That's
first person I've seen use it the most.
That's a cantrip?
Mm,
God damn.
wicked.
Just gotta get
It
real
can-
creative with it.
It can do all kinds of other stuff as well, like what I've been doing, but it can also cause shapes, colors, or both to appear on the dirt or stone, spelling out words, creating images or
love
shaping
it.
for an hour. And it makes it. I can either make difficult terrain, or I can turn difficult terrain into normal terrain.
Cool.
That's cool as fuck.
Yeah.
Holy
Look at
shit.
cool camper.
Cool.
Okay, shall we proceed around this lake and continue east? Did anyone want to check that island in the middle? Did you see anything of interest there?
I'm not going anywhere near that fucking
I
spot.
I don't think.
Did you see who would try to attack them in there?
They pretended to be a kid. So I'm good.
He'd see if
I
he
was-
could.
I was going to say about that. I've been pondering it. At the wagon before I set it on fire, there were other footsteps wandering away from the wagon. I presuming that the light was the child might not be the case. Perhaps it was possessed by the light, and it indeed used to be a child, and its parents perhaps still existed or perished.
Hell, he'd motion, and he's like, maybe it was the child, and he'd motion the wisp. He's like, those creatures are he'd pause and think. He's like,
They're
they
definitely
were-
not alive.
nah, they. Wait, would he know that they were wisps? I don't know, like what he would know and what he wouldn't. I know that he, from his
You knew
childhood,
them
he knew
as
of it.
wisps in the night. That's your stories you heard, so calling them wisps is fair.
Okay, he'd perk at her thing. He's like, they're dead.
Definitely.
Back
So
home,
maybe
they
the
were-
child you saw used to be a child.
What I think.
Yeah.
That wasn't
Poor
the light that we
family.
were looking for.
I don't. Well, considering that it's going east, I'm guessing not.
Yeah.
But we do need to reassess and maybe scout out ahead, because if there's more of those, he's like, I don't know if I could stand 2 hits from that.
Yeah.
So if
It's a
there's
2d8,
more,
by the way. It's a lot.
Jesus, like, so if there's more of them, he's like, I don't know how we're going to survive. So it may be that we scout out. If there isn't those, we can try to see if we can manage whatever the fuck it is. But if not, we might just need to bring the information back. I'm not interested in dying for this.
Even the information he said in the contract, 150. So
Well, I say we head east, we scout out a little bit more, and if we find those, we fuck off.
Yeah.
You look at Dylan.
I agree with that. Knowing they're a little more unalive, I think I might have something I can try if we need it to get away from them.
That's good to hear, Miss Dillon, because I've got fucking nothing.
Fucking do it. Oh god, Wimp would die.
I feel like when Oscar says that, there has to be a universal beep.
With no one else, but when he cusses, oh yes.
Yeah. A leaf flies past your mouth and just enters it. Yeah.
Praise Zelda.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think that
odd.
after the rest, shake it off and then start headed east, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm loving the pace of this. It's so good. Like we've never legit like used short rests and
Talked and actually,
it's so nice.
digested
Because
what
we-
happened and tried to
About
figure out
our
the lore.
plans and
I like the experimenting and the I like changing and thinking about the plans. I like it a lot.
it's
I hope you're
yeah,
having
I'm
fun.
really liking that it's more ponderous than action packed and chasing all over the place and getting stuff done. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. All right.
They feel
Heading-
I'd like
Just I said
to
heading eastward.
I'd like to make a coffee. Is that okay?
Yeah, as long as we're quick because we've already had one break.
Oh
We have an hour
no,
left,
no,
right?
it's fine. Go.
That's okay. I mean, just run quick. And we can take another quick little break.
do it.
Keep going. I can hear. I'll put the kettle on and I'll come back.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Go on.
Do we have an hour? Real quick, Manners. Do we have like an hour left? Is that our plan?
We have got an hour and a half.
Gotcha. Hour and a half. So that's 10 p.m. Gotcha. Alrighty. You're heading eastward. Dylan, go ahead and make me a survival check. I'll make one. I'm assuming Oscar would make one, so I'm gonna go ahead and make one for Oscar as well.
30-20.
Nice.
Nice. Natural one for,
Nice.
for Oscar, but well enough. It's more to keep,
Frazzled.
see where you've come from, see where you've been. How long are you all willing to go forward?
2 hours?
Kind of hit daylight. I
Yeah,
would say.
I would say once it hits daylight, it's gonna be tricky.
It's
Yeah.
only about 12:30,
12.
1 a.m. right now. You're only a couple hours into your trip.
But
Yeah.
then,
2 hours?
About midnight,
maybe?
closer to midnight.
yeah, 2 hours is a good rule. 2 hours.
Okay. You head on. Make- Mhm.
I want to say, essentially, Wimp wants to be back at camp at noon. So wherever they could feasibly go, that they know if they started walking back, they'd be back by noon. If that helps.
Okay. Gotcha. Go ahead and make perception checks. We're keeping an eye out, keeping a lay of the land, watching for any more shade sprouts or wisps or traps or anything like that.
11.
11?
9.
9?
16.
16. You actually almost miss it. It's about an hour and 40, pretty close to that 2-hour cutoff period of maybe thinking about going off. And luckily, because of the survival roll and my roll, you come across something. You're walking just through the forest. There's no roads anymore. You saw that one very old dirt track. You realize that the wagon was probably crashed long ago. Like, it's an old road. You're just wandering through the forest floor. But with a 16, Dylan, you see something over in the dirt, especially with your dark vision. You see a wooden sign halfway in the dirt, mud smeared all over it, caked on. It says it's the start of a word that begins with an S.
Shit.
That's what I was about to say. Just get on the- Do you keep going or examine it? What do you do?
I'm
You got
gonna
these little
examine it. I was trying to look for a map.
I don't have the new map for you all, unfortunately. You all would know that you're nowhere near any town. Especially
Yeah.
going this way, there's no towns this way.
Okay.
Kenenbury is really far south, like kind of southeast, but way east. You know you wouldn't be anywhere near close there, only with a 4 hour. There shouldn't be anything out here. You scrape off the mud, and you see it says... it takes a minute to make it out, but there's 2 words here. Do any of you speak Dwarvish?
Nope.
Okay. The first one you do see the S, but written above that in bigger words is in Dwarvish. You would recognize Dwarvish, but you can't read it. Below it, however, you have to scrape it off, and you see it says solemn. Seems to be like a town sign. You would recognize it anywhere, being on the Ferric Emissary.
Does this ring any bells of any towns in the forest?
Not at all.
Would Oscar have ever heard mention of a town called Solemn in his travels?
Not at all.
No.
Are there any, like, broken down buildings or foundations that are around this area, or is it just trees?
Just trees right now. And a sign.
Does the sign have an arrow going anywhere?
It doesn't. If there was a road here at one point, this would have been stamped onto the road,
Yeah.
but the road's kind of gone.
Yeah.
Can Oscar cast about for a beast or a plant and use speech of beast and leaf?
Make a
talk to
perception
it.
check.
Talk to
Or
whatever
survival.
it might be for a little while, and
Do you want to talk
he
to a
would
plant or
ask-
find an animal?
find an animal. Like,
Then perception or survival check to find something.
14?
14. No animals you'll find, but eventually you look up onto a little trunk and you see a tiny little praying mantis. That's about as close as you're going to get.
He would go up to it and cup his hand around it and whisper,
Good evening, Mr. Mantis. Where would one find Solemn?
Kind of just looks at you, still doing its little movements.
does it turn?
It doesn't turn. It just seems to be doing its normal little mantis activity.
He would then say,
Have you seen any others but us?
It's at that point, it kind of rubs its hands together and just motions just a little bit. Directly ahead, past the sign.
Wait,
Many thanks. You've been very helpful. You have a lovely evening.
Just kidding.
slowly lean over to Dylan. He's like, "Is he talking to a fucking bug?"
Yeah, he is.
His
only
Will's
hear
eyes
you
are
guys.
so wide. Like he look at Silny.
Oscar would walk back over and go,
Mr. Fitzgerald here
perturbed.
said that we should go back that way. It could well be that other people have passed along this way.
Did he have an
And
accent?
if they did, it would go in that direction. He sounded like he was from the south, actually. I think he's on holiday.
But he would be, the corner of his mouth would turn up as he said
Silny's
that.
gonna smile too.
Did he mean like people have died or people have just walked by?
They don't have particularly long memories, so it could. You can only infer what they say, but the best case scenario is to assume that something or someone has passed this way recently and went in that direction. Pinch of salt, of course.
He'd
Yeah.
like make a little pincher motion.
Yes, yeah, exactly like
Start
that, Mr. Wimper.
Fucking walking. Oh my god!
I love that there's going to be certain points in this campaign where you all take really big risks on the opinion of a little bug that's not even speaking. I love that little talking to bugs and dandelions are going to direct you all sometimes.
This is insanity.
Oh
I
god.
mean, did he
Speech of
seem
fucking beast to leave,
knowledgeable?
yo.
Did the praying mantis seem knowledgeable?
Has he
Only-
gone to the
only-
Sylvan
only
Academy? Is what she's asking.
Only of this precise location in the last 20 minutes or so. Beyond all of that, it hasn't got a clue.
Okay.
I can't wait to use the spell to actually talk to it, and then this thing actually gets to speak. That's gonna be a fun time. Because right now, because yes,
I'm here on holiday, but my flights have been cancelled.
Yeah, because werewolves are able to talk to creatures, but that's
Oh,
you can talk to them. Yep,
Yeah.
it's great. You all heading and following the mantis's way?
Why the
Yeah.
fuck not?
All right.
Just gonna put a hand as they're starting to walk away on Wim's shoulder. It didn't speak. It doesn't speak.
He turned. He's like, does that make it better, Silny?
He would side eye Silny and go, maybe he doesn't speak to you, Miss Silny.
He would look at Silny and he'd look back at Dylan and be like, what the fuck are we doing? Is this the trap? Is this the trap? Was it not the kid? It's them two?
I don't know.
Yes, we're
This
walking along.
reminds me of SpongeBob listening to the road and figuring out, like, listening to the surroundings and doing his weird pioneers.
It's a rock!
It's not just a rock. It's a boulder.
Doing that. Anyway,
Oh,
following
God.
the mantis's wisdom, you all begin to head past the sign, placing your bets on a bug.
Where else are we gonna go? What other leads do we have?
It's true.
As we walk a little bit, I'm gonna be like, do you think that praying mantis is like a follower of the green goddess too?
He goes, not a chance. It's like, if you were praying
Oh.
mantis, would you follow? There's no way that fucker follows that.
Yeah. I don't know how that makes sense, but it does.
Nah, he's
Okay.
the devourer. He's the elite. And he kind of pauses. He's like, never mind. And he would suddenly like get a little bit uncomfortable just saying the devourer's name. And he's like, and just shuts the fuck up. Goes back to singing lullabies. Really fucking fast.
The devourer.
Who knows, right?
Is that a religion check? Does that pop anything?
Did you say it? You said the devourer out loud, right?
Oh yeah.
Make a religion check. Or history.
Do
And
I
message me just to make sure I know who you're talking about, Trey, and what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Do I know what this is?
Make a religion check.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Rolling Silny.
20.
I love that I
No,
sent a GIF.
And you knew what it was.
Something definite. Yeah, I knew. I thought so. Natural 20?
Oh fuck.
Gotta be careful what you say, bro.
Oh
I got
fuck. Right the moment he
13.
said it, he was like, ah fuck, I need to shut the fuck
A
up.
13? Dylan, you're not sure. I mean, there's a ton of things. Like, that's one of those vague words. The Devourer, or, it's a really vague title that could be given to any monster or tale or anything. There's nothing that you innately know of.
Nothing
natural
we've talked
20,
about
even-
before?
Hmm?
Nothing we've talked about before? Okay.
Not yet. It has something linked to it in Wimber's
Okay.
mind.
Even with a natural 20, you won't know because I don't see how Silny would know this directly,
Right.
but give you a bite on a bone, basically, because a natural 20 is a natural 20. Something pings off of... You get that same sense of, that could be a lot of things. That's such a vague title. That could be so many things. It could be
Mhm.
like a lion or something, but something tells you, with the purpose he says it, and talking about religion here, definitely one of the religions, but not one of the paramount or egregious.
Yeah.
Something smaller. Something smaller. That there's something.
I know what it is.
That's about it. That's even without 20. Like, normally Sony wouldn't even be able to pick that up, but
Why do you have that?
there's something, but it's not
I-
a paramount or egregious.
Over his shoulder, Oscar will say, to be fair, the Devourer sounds rather unpleasant. I don't know if a praying mantis would be want anything to do with him either.
Yeah. Yep. He would crook in his face a bit. Let's get there.
With an natural 20, Sony would have that inkling, even then, because I don't know how Sony would know much about these type of thingies. But that even an inkling, Lesser Idol is basically out of character. Is what I'm saying is
Yeah.
possibly
Yeah.
or something else.
Silny is going to be keeping pace and just like staring at the back of Wimp. Silny is faster than you.
Yeah. You head on for.
Well, I was just gonna say, while that's happening, I'm gonna like slow down a little bit, and then I'm gonna be like, "Hey, do you know what the Devourer is? Can you like leave me a note or something? I'm confused." And I'm just gonna keep walking.
Dylan's so cute.
You hear
Was
that,
towards
probably.
Oscar? Who was that to?
No,
Wimp?
To win.
nobody.
It was to nobody.
Oh, to nobody.
I
To
just backed up by
yourself.
myself and said that.
You know what?
You just
Yeah,
hear
Wimp
whispering
is.
back there.
Yeah, Wimp is totally focused.
Yeah, she hung back and just whispered to herself. That's it. Little gnome talks to herself, weirdo. Anyway.
Totally talking to sexy mirror.
Hell yeah.
All
She's
right.
back, baby.
Yep. You head on 20-ish minutes because you're not going at a fast pace. You begin to see fences that have been broken down and have been left to the weathers, as if leading to an entrance to something. As you approach, you begin to see light up ahead, vaguely up tall above the trees. Because what you approach is what you can only guess is a small, village, maybe hamlet-sized village, like very tiny, enclosed with a rough and tumble walls of logs pieced together, broken trees put up, sheets of planks, basically, but not manufactured in some place like a city. Like very out here, built a wooden wall around this tiny village. Maybe even from just standing out front, you can tell maybe 50 to 100 people that live in it, maybe less. As what light you see is a gate is formed, an arched gate. I could fit a wagon through it if need be. No door on it, but you see light coming through this village, indicating there's civilization here. As you're approaching, this is in the distance.
Like different light sources, or
Just as if, a town
general
in the
glow.
darkness. Yeah, a general glow of there being a tiny village in the darkness of the forest. From lanterns lit in people's houses and whatnot. You haven't gone in, but that's the general glow you see above the trees.
this is the part where we be silent.
He goes, I'm not. I don't excel
I-
at stealth.
I can assist us with being silent if you'd like.
I
I
can
can
as
go and
well.
check it out
He
before any of us go in.
Would you like to ensure some additional stealth whilst we're here?
I mean, I could do that pretty easily. If
I think both of you have abilities that allow you to do that.
Same thing, yeah.
he'd say
out of
Silny
out of
scout.
character, I don't want to take your spell slot. If
Yeah,
it's a
it's
spell slot.
pass without a trace, but I can only do it at second level.
Yeah, I would do Blessing of the Trickster on
That's
Silny.
on one person, though, right?
Yes.
Pass without
You
trace can be
check
on
it out.
everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody.
everybody gets plus 10 to stealth if I.
You could do both. Pass without trace and then Blessing of the Trickster, and I think you just get a ton on one
Yeah,
person.
because that might be a
well.
good idea considering she's going to scout.
Okay, yeah. So I'll pass without a trace. Actually, interestingly, where his magic is usually quite subtle, and he just taps the staff a little bit and green. He actually holds the staff in one hand above his head and moves it all the way around, and it's almost like this little green colored dust just falls around in a circle around all of us, and you feel more hidden and more confident that you can
Yeah, all of you
evade
do.
detection.
Can I think half
Every-
thoughts and float? Go on.
Everyone has a plus 10 to stealth for an hour.
Plus 10.
And Silny gets advantage on all stealth checks.
Holy fuck. Silny's not even going to see herself. God.
We'll see. We'll see.
Oscar looks at that and goes, "You think that's cool?" and goes invisible. Fuck you, Silny.
For 6 seconds, but it's still invisible. It's
Yeah,
enough
it was
to get
only
30 feet
narrative.
away.
I only
Yeah.
get 2 of them a day, so I'm not using
Gotcha.
it.
Yeah. So you going forward?
go ahead and see what I can see.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check with advantage and add +10 to it.
Advantage roll. Oh, it's shit. It was really shit, actually. So that
24.
is...
It's not bad.
24.
Yeah. It was really shit, though.
It
Should we
is.
all do it
It's
as
bad
well?
for you, but good for everybody else.
Yeah.
Just only if she's heading forward. The rest of you are kind of out of the
Yeah,
way
I think
enough
she's
down the
gonna
road.
scout.
Yep.
Okay.
hmm
Where are you? Are you going straight up to the main gate?
Does it look like there's anything else around, or can I, like, skirt the area?
Yeah. You can skirt around the edges and you see no other entrance. Seems to be the main gate on this tiny little dirt road that only goes out just a little while. There's no road leading anywhere else.
I'm gonna throw a rock down through the main gate into, like, their street or whatever.
Yeah,
that
throwing
they
it
have,
right in.
technically. Yeah.
Yep. I can have a picture. This isn't exactly what the village looks like, but this is the closest I could find in my mind of what it would look like. So this is kind of what the village looks like in my mind.
Okay.
There you
Oh,
go. So
got
it's
it.
really enclosed, and it's just this kind of circle and this hobble of buildings, basically. There's no like bridge leading there or anything, but
Yeah.
Can,
that's kind of what
can
it's
we
like.
assume that it was a dwarven town based on the architecture and the sign and all of that guff? Is there anything that sort of positions it or gives us information?
Without being and heading up to the gate yourself and seeing the buildings, you're not sure yet, but it's a good chance. Still need being up there and looking through the gate and throwing a pebble in it. Seems like dwarven architecture. But the buildings here aren't the same as in the picture. These are very... Actually, no, it wouldn't be pinpoint dwarven architecture. These are very... very just basic wooden houses. These don't look like they're meant for the long term. But they are. It's very much... You don't know how these people would survive in the winter,
It's
essentially.
like a pop-up town, like a working town for a season or something like that, right?
Kind of, but it seems like they live here permanently, which is odd. The buildings here are made of very basic wood, no insulation, no stone, thatch roofing, built in triangular shapes or small trapezoid barn shapes, as you're seeing. But you throw a pebble in through the front gate?
Yeah.
Okay. As you can hear, it just enters and hits the dirt. Looking around, you don't see any people. You do see, however, out front every little house. You see, as you've approached, let me give you the full description. You see, in front of every little house is a metal brazier out front in every single door with a little basic fire. The thing that you see now that you've come up forward away from your allies and get close to the town, as you look up, you see this place is, the moonlight's everywhere except in the town, because you look up and you see a gigantic tree from the center of town. Its branches are out. It's covered in leaves. It's so large, it casts a shade over most of the town. You even see from here, from the doorway, a church built in. Imagine the tree's here, and the church just rests up against it, as if the base of the tree is so big, it makes up the back wall of the church. You don't see anybody. Town's very basic. No shops, no nothing.
Is there a house
much kind.
near the front gate, or, like, anything?
It's about 40 feet away, but if you were to dart across the gate and hit him.
May I grab a larger sized rock, like a little boy, and I'm going to try and huff it up into one of the houses through the roofs.
Okay. Go ahead and make me an attack roll. Not proficient, just a dex check, basically. Be just straight dex.
Check.
To try to break it through one of the roofs.
That's 23.
Easy enough. You just see it and you take the rock and it hits it and it skids down a little bit and it kind of doesn't even roll off. It kind of falls in it because it's thatch. It wasn't enough to go through it because of the boards, but it's enough to kind of roll down it, bring some straw down, and it kind of just get situated in it. Something heavier could probably go through, but...
Any movements?
Make a perception check.
My project's on void.
Yeah.
15? You hear something move in the house when it hit. A startle, as if they weren't expecting a rock to hit the roof, but low voices talking. That's it.
Okay. I'm gonna go back and grab the other people.
Head back. You don't even see
Come
something
out
approach.
through a tree.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, it's Sydney.
Invisible.
Where did you come from?
Okay. A little lowdown. There's houses, obviously, in that village and everything. Really dark, huge tree. There's people inside the houses. Things inside the houses. I'm not sure. I didn't step foot into there. Were the braziers lit?
Very much so. They may be going out, but they're lit. Yes,
Got it.
in front of every little house, there's a brazier, including in front of the church.
I guess in order for them to see, they have these braziers outside, like all around the houses and stuff on the street.
Nothing seems to be attracted to the light.
Nothing was moving.
You wouldn't imagine that a brazier could stay alight for very long, given what we're pursuing.
Especially around here.
Well,
So-
what do you suggest? Do we skirt around and move on, or do we?
There's really no other way to
Penetrate
skirt around. We have to
deeper.
go through the front.
Can we do it carefully and try and remain unseen?
I don't see why we shouldn't, considering all the gifts that we have
Yeah.
currently.
I don't know how we're going to fit in, but I can try.
I don't
I would
think we
very
will.
much, if
There's
we find
nobody
the
out on the
opportunity,
streets.
if we find the opportunity, albeit carefully, I'd very much like to reach that tree.
You ready?
Indeed.
Other thoughts?
Yeah.
Everybody make stealth checks. Wimp with disadvantage because of your armor.
As we start walking, I'm gonna look at Wimp and I'm gonna be like, I bet you something. I don't know. I'll come with what it is, but something that they worship an egregious god here.
Goes the last piece of pie when there
love
is a
that
last piece
title.
of pie. Deal?
Done.
Bingo card!
High fiver.
Make a bet. Nice. I sent an
Do
image
I
of
still
what
have
the buildings look like.
advantage
I think you do for an hour.
for an hour? Okay.
I
Those are
rolled
what the buildings look like.
2 17s. What?
34.
For the first time ever.
27, 34,
14.
34.
34.
Is that plus the 10 for you, Manners?
Yep.
Love it. I mean,
14.
you are massive. It actually does make sense.
Well,
You got
that's
the
why
guy
Pass
clinging with
Without
armor.
a Trace is so good because
Yeah.
4 would have been dreadful.
Dylan?
4. Sorry, it's 14.
I was gonna say.
All right. Why is it the tiniest and the biggest?
14. Yep. All right. As you all are heading, you begin to sneak through the gate, looking around. You don't see a soul. You head in through the dirt road, a little muddy from probably a couple days ago rain. You get into the town and you see kind of the circle is houses built around this church and this gigantic tree.
Should we go to the church?
I want to check out that church.
I just want
You're all
to
heading
get the fuck
to-
out of here. I just want to get paid. Wim's like, I want pie. I want something nice. I hate this place.
As you all are traversing to the church, coming around the church, is you hear, first of all, as you're approaching the steps of the church, you hear someone coming around the right side as if they're walking around the houses, because this place is in a circle around it. You hear jangling of a pot. You quickly look around the edge, and you do see, she hasn't noticed you, very old lady, dwarvish, so small, kind of bulkier, but long hair, beads within it. She's holding a cast iron pot that is jangling around, and she's taking things from it, herbs, a clump of herbs each within twine. And every house she goes to, she takes one out, puts it in the brazier. It comes
Can
up
I
with
tell what
flame.
herbs they are?
Make a nature check with disadvantage because it's quite far away. Because she's, you're not right up close to them.
10.
10. You're not sure, actually. There's a lot of twine around them, and it's quite far away. But she puts them into the braziers, and each time she does, the brazier just bursts with flames brightly. And she's just humming.
She's coming towards us.
She's coming around, so she will be coming towards the front. She hasn't seen you yet.
I'm gonna go to the church doors and is it? What is the function of this door before we get defeated by it?
It just seems like two double church doors where you can swing them inward.
And then I'm gonna try and usher the people in.
Make a stealth check to open the door quietly.
Fuck.
One that shit. Do it, like fucking slam
I have
it into the
advantage on
wall.
stealth.
Won it.
Plus 10 as well.
I'm gonna need that advantage.
19.
Oh my god.
What, 19?
Yeah.
Just
Are
roll creep
there
up.
any symbols outside of the church,
Mm-mm.
like on the door? Okay.
You're looking around, no markings, no writing,
Okay.
nothing. And as you're going in, who's last? Don't you just love that question? Who's last?
I'm guessing.
Probably Oscar.
I would say Oscar or Wimp.
Oh,
Both
I would
of you.
say it was me because I had the door open for them.
Oh, if you were
That's
gonna
right,
wait,
yeah.
I thought you moved in.
Okay.
Well, then yeah, it's me, I guess.
Suddenly, if you're letting everybody in, you see one of the houses over there. You see one of the curtains just get drawn. You see maybe a dwarven gentleman just kind of look and then just close the curtain. They know you're here.
Yeah.
They're just not doing anything. As the woman is just still going around, blowing, like putting up the fire. Do you close the door and go in?
Yeah.
Inside of this church, no symbols. You see a few rows, two rows of pews, just a few of them each, 6 in total. This place has just wooden floors. It's very basic. It's the most structural and taken care of part than any other building, but it is here. And the whole back wall you see is the gigantic trunk of the tree. It looks like this place has been built next to it. And so the back wall is just the tree. And there's no lectern. There's no religious symbols.
No
The
color.
pews just face the tree. What do you mean colors?
Like, is there any like?
Oh, like accents or anything on?
Yeah, like
Nothing. It's that basic wood of their other buildings. There's nothing here. Just the tree. Going from the tree, though, you do see that there are lanterns lit in here. And you see on the tree, the only, not symbols, but because you all are still at the door, you see 4 indentations into the tree, making cubby holes, like bowls into the trees. If they've been carved out, and there's 4 little bowls horizontally onto the tree. No colors, just that basic wood to form a structure. No symbols, nothing.
They may have seen us come in here. Just an FYI.
Oh, well,
I-
that's
I do wonder if they're just regular folk. Are we making unnecessary? Are we doing unnecessary skulking? Should we just go and say hello?
you'd point
Nobody's
to
come
the
and
tree. Sorry, go on.
seen us. Yeah, nobody's come to see us, so
You point to the tree and then look at it. It's like, that's normal to you?
a big tree.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big specimen, but it's just a big tree. Can I reach the tree?
You can just walk across the church.
Right, Oscar will go up and put his hands on the tree and will speak with beasts and plants, but basically what he wants, beast and leaf, but basically what he wants to do is just sort of meditate on the tree for sort of 10 minutes and feel its emotions, if he gets any kind of mood of the area from the tree.
Okay. Also, one description I left out really quick is because of the trees basically in here, some of the branches actually hang into here. And I did forget this, my apologies. Some of the low, thin branches do hang in here and like scatter onto the roof. And tied to them are ribbons, little trinkets, bottles filled with herbs, all sorts of things. People have made little decorations. Just wanted to add that, sorry.
He would, really quick, would lean down to Dylan and be like, I bet you the first piece of pie that he worships an egregious god. He would grin.
What Oscar does?
Oh, Silny could hear it. Like, he doesn't. Oscar, I think, is too far away because he walked forward. But now
Yeah.
Silny would 100% hear that shit.
While that's happening, make a charisma check for Oscar. With speech of Beast and Leaf, yes. Because this isn't a spell, this is just your natural understanding. So without a spell, you're not going to be able to get much.
Dylan,
Charisma's
you should take that
filthy.
bet. You're gonna
Ah.
win.
15. Minus 17 minus 2.
With a
Here's a
15,
problem.
just examining it. Sometimes, because this isn't really a spell, it's hard to notice if things are listening, but you always know plants are always listening. This one isn't. Doesn't even... Something inside of you, your senses, your instincts tell you this tree is not aware of your existence, nor does it care.
What?
Oscar turns around to them with a deeply troubled look on his face and looks confused. And he's sort of muttering. He's not addressing you directly, but he's sort of saying,
It's almost like it's not a tree at all. It's like a piece of furniture. It's like
It's dead.
what you'd hear from a rocking chair or something. So it's alive though, but it's not alive. It's very strange, most vexing.
He would do this whole when dads are like, time to go, he'd be like, we're leaving.
So, something to note, all of your lanterns will need changing by this point. I have a note to keep track of that oil.
Oh.
This probably would have been when you
Use
were approaching the town. I meant to tell you when we were stopping before the town. So, which ones are empty?
Well, one of them went out. So, that one hasn't been relit the whole time. Since that
Right,
first
so that
We've
one
been
would...
using the magical one.
That one would be fine. Your magic lantern
Yes, would be relit.
is lit.
Yep.
You had the little creature thing in it, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yes.
It's constantly glowing.
Oh,
Okay.
so it doesn't. Cool.
Cool.
Then nothing needs relit.
Yeah, just keep a note. Sorry, just keep a note of the oil.
smart.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Oscar would look at Silney in particular, but cast his eyes over the other two and say,
I would very much like to leave this place. I just have one thing that I'd like to do if you'll permit me a few moments.
and
course.
he'll go and call me on this if it's not all right. He'll go over to the tree that isn't a tree, really troubled, and he'll kneel down in front of it and he'll mutter, "If there's one place that needs this, it's right here." And he'll actually engage the coin with the big radius, and it takes a few moments and some mutterings, and he won't know necessarily the effects, but he's done his thing.
You feel it begin to take hold. You begin to become in tune. You can almost feel the grass outside. Begin to know the area. And then it stops. The tree...
And that's never happened before.
Nope.
So it's resistant to it.
It seems resistant to it.
He will stand up quite abruptly upon feeling that unfamiliar feeling, and he will turn and say, we must go.
Are you all still at the door?
I would have liked to have investigated the bowls on the tree stump.
Oh.
I want to as well.
Okay.
Wimp is at the door. Nah, Wimp is fucking
Let's
ready.
Yeah. You all head up to the bowls. As Oscar's saying that, he walks over to you, Wimp. As you all head up to the bowls, make an investigation check. You see they're just indentations into the wood as if they've been carved out. Although no tool has carved them out. They look as if the wood has formed that way. Just little basins.
5.
10.
5 and 10. There's... Both of you see there's something above them. The wood feels strangely above them. That's it. You don't know what it is.
Does it look like sap pools down in there, or like somebody
No.
a different color wine is put in there or something?
It's completely dry. And then you just feel the wood is slightly different horizontally above them. That's it.
What is going on here?
Do you wish to find out?
Yes, and I also want to know if this is where the light is going. I don't think this is where the light is going.
He goes, "Oh no, undead tree. All the lights around here on here. They're not being attacked." And he'd point to Oscar. He's like, "He can't feel anything. I don't care if the light's coming here. We need to go." And he would say that in that stern little dad voice.
One thing about the tree, just to make sure, it appears beautiful and flourishing with leaves. Just to make sure.
It's an alive tree. It's not a dead tree. It's on weird ground.
It's a tree that isn't a tree, Silny. I don't know if you can consider this a tree. Like I said, it's like it's a piece of furniture. It's something made of wood.
It's as much as a tree as you are a tiefling, and we need to go.
But I'm not.
Right. He's like, click. Let's go.
Are we gonna talk to anybody here?
Goodbye. That's a great. And he would go to open the door.
You open the door. You put your hands to open the door, and you see standing there, right in the middle of the doorway, is the old woman, the old dwarven woman, 3 feet-ish tall. 'Cause she's hunched over, holding her pot of different twine herbs. Hello. She looks to you all. Her eyes are bright blue. She has wrinkled skin. She just looks old. Nothing else looks unnatural about her. She just seems to be very old. She's wearing a black and gray dress, no shoes. Her feet are calloused and dirty. And she looks at all of you. Have you come to see the solemn tree?
We've come in search of a few things, and I'm not sure if this is where we need to be.
You've ended up here? Strelora.
Can Oscar's identify the herbs in her bowl now?
Make a nature check.
Seven.
You aren't sure what they are, but they are reminiscent of the dead pieces of Shadesprout.
Okay.
You aren't sure where you are, but surely you've ended up here purposely. The solemn tree has brought you here. You followed the lights, didn't you? She smiles and cocks her head.
Oscar will reach into his bag. He will take out a small bundled like tablecloth, and he'll lay it down on the floor and unwrap it, and inside is all of the remains of one of the shade sprouts.
0.5.
She looks. She holds the pot and puts her hand on her chin, resting her chin in her hands. Poor little things. This one fell, but they are just carcasses. They'll regrow. They won't be needed anymore. Their job is almost over. Have you come to witness it?
No.
She smiles, like a grandma looking at her grandchildren.
Sylvie's gonna say yes at the same time.
I would say, and Wimp has not moved. Like, he is staying in the middle of that fucking door frame.
Not everyone is sure about the solemn tree, but they end up here nonetheless. Most do.
Why do you call it a tree when it isn't a tree?
It looks like a tree to me.
It's something quite different.
Cocks her head, looking past you at the tree. Whatever it is, it's a gift.
From who?
The dreamer, I think.
Rolling. You know I'm about to ask. I'm gonna roll. What do you want me to roll?
Yeah. The dreamer.
Roll a religion or history check. She continues. And she says, it's happening tonight. It's so long. The lords will be awakening. The dreamer is awakening his children tonight. Surely that's why you've come. We don't get visitors otherwise.
Have they ever been awoken before? Are you
Just
all here
one.
to witness that as well?
Just one has awoken before, and we missed it. What'd you get on your religion or history checks?
10.
5.
19.
Hell yes, thank you.
18.
18. For both of you, once again, it's those really vague words, so it's really hard. Some of you have heard stories and tales of. It's a storybook of an artisan, a dancer that sleeps, the turtle man in the Sleepkin Wood. There, he grants wishes and makes bargains and dances people to sleep. There is other with dreamers. It seems to be related possibly towards the Raven Queen, perhaps, of lost memories and of dreams. Other ones could be of Sahanin, the moon goddess of dreams. It's a multitude of things. It's a very vague title, but you get a few. From small tales to gods.
What has it taken to awaken them again?
They have been taking in light. It's beautiful.
Where
They
is the
found
light?
something. In the tree, of course. Where our lords stay. They're sleeping. They've been sleeping for so long. Ever since I was a girl, they've been asleep.
Did she say our lords?
Our lords. She's mentioned that her lords are sleeping, and the
Yeah.
dreamer is awakening
It's
his
gonna be
children tonight.
Once awoken, what are you hoping for from your lords?
Are they
To
going to give
all-
you anything?
We have worshipped them for as long as Solemn has stood. We do not wish for anything in return. We just wish to see the dreamer's children awaken.
Do they have a goal?
Their call was unfinished, whatever it was. For why else would someone get a second chance at life?
Who of your community is the most knowledgeable on your lords?
It would be me, sir. I found this town when I was a girl, and I brought people here. There have been travelers who passed by who wished not to see the Solemn, but their light was reused.
What? Their light was
Will-
reused?
Will our light remain our own?
She kind of looks at you. One eye seems to be on you, while one eye is kind of curved and looking past you to the tree.
Ooh.
They do not. On any other day, they would have probably taken your light, for you don't need it as much as they do. But the process is almost done. They've acquired the great light.
Mr.
They don't need
Wimper,
yours.
Mr. Wimper, I would really like to take another look at this strange yet beautiful tree. Would you mind passing me your lantern so that I may take a closer look?
Yeah.
Please.
He would not move from the spot. He would unhook his lantern and hand it towards Oscar without looking at him, and he would not fucking move from that door.
Is he shaking?
He has
To this
goosebumps
point-
all the way down him. His tail is flicking like a terrified animal, and his ears are back. Wimp is not comfortable and is dead fucking silent.
As you're handing the
Pause.
lantern back, she looks at it. Pretty lantern. It's familiar.
We received it from a friend.
What were you going to say, Oscar?
He would take the lantern.
As soon as it touches your hand, you see her grip on her basin strengthens. Why is
He-
it so?
I'm gonna cast Charm Person.
Holy shit!
God.
Go for it.
I love it when you do that, Tara. Like,
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yeah.
Barely a fail.
Oh,
You see her grip weaken as she leans her head back to you, both eyes on you now. You've brought them back home.
the light in the lantern.
Mhm.
Oscar will. He'd realise what you've done, right? He would see that.
Probably.
You all
Would
see
look.
her demeanor
There's
just
a
a
change
glow
of
shift
demeanor,
over her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd look at the three of them and say, "If the light is in the tree, we can attempt to retrieve the light. With this, do we agree that the sleeping gods should or should not be awoken? I find myself very much out of my depth at the moment."
You don't plan to
I'm
stop.
just gonna
I'm
be
holding an
quiet
action.
and look at the old lady.
Are you holding an action for her?
If she makes any movement, a spell, uttering anything that he doesn't understand, he is fucking grabbing her throat.
Okay.
And
She
you
does
like,
say-
and it's obvious, like y'all can see the tension in his arms. Like he is getting
Yeah.
more and more unstable. It's the moment she looked at Dylan, he is
Yep.
on fucking edge.
Strolora
mean-
says to you, Oscar, just to finish what she was saying, she says, "You can't. No one can stop the Dreamer's children from awakening."
Perhaps, Mr. Bersera, if we go to the tree, we can return the light that we have brought
That would
here.
be very sweet, for our lights have been lost, some of them scattered.
Indeed. Let's move over and investigate.
I'm gonna step forward and take her hand, and I'm gonna be like, "You met them when you were young. What were they like?"
They've been asleep since I've arrived.
Oh, you've never met them.
They've been asleep for so long as you all are heading to the back.
Yep.
They've been asleep so long, but I knew that sometime in my life, even if it's near the end of it, they would awaken. They have unfinished business.
Have you ever heard stories or whispers of what it might be?
They are simply unfinished business. They are pawns of the Dreamer. You've already met some of them. You all are heading back, but you've already met some of them.
Who was it? I'm a bit foggy. I don't remember.
They're beautiful. You would recognize their light anywhere. And she seems to be speaking of the wisps. As you all are heading back, all three of you are going back. You're taking the lantern. As soon as you do, those little... No, two of you?
Whimper is
Wimp
not
is at the
moving.
door.
Oh my
No.
god, he is not moving. There's only two of them moving back. Oh
I
fuck
brought
no.
Oscar
Gotcha.
away.
Gotcha. You both head back. Yes, you both head back. And same thing, it's just dully lit back here. You see the basins, 4 of them. And trinkets on the trees and whatnot.
Okay. Question. Are we going to attempt to siphon the tree?
It certainly appears to be an option to attempt. I suppose the question now has become rather, do we try to retrieve the light for the family? Do we try to interrupt something that, to all intents and purposes, appears that it would be somewhat nasty?
I don't like this whole cult area. And I'd much prefer the other cult that has the possibility of healing people.
Indeed.
One cult versus...
I almost say Wimp in the back of his mind's like, she's got a fucking point. You know what? I'm sold.
I must admit, I agree with you, Miss Silney. I feel great discomfort with this place and the things going on here, and my instincts lead me to determine that if we can interrupt or put a stop to whatever is going on, then it might be prudent to make the attempt.
At this point, you all hear the woman interrupting Earl's conversation, because at this point they would have linked up. She looks past Dylan and Wimp and says, "Are you all opening the door?"
The door.
She's seen you all are back there now.
To the church?
To the lantern.
The door down to where the sleeping ones are.
Oh.
Is that where we can return the light?
The tree is yet a door, my children. If you're trying to open it, by all means.
Why don't you show us?
I cannot, I'm afraid.
What makes you believe that we can?
I'm gonna start fondling the tree, trying to look for a
Yep.
lever or something.
If the solemn one has brought you here, surely they wish to see you.
Absolutely.
Have you ever met
Make an
them?
investigation check. They've been asleep for as long as I've been here, since I was a girl.
I mean the dreamer, not the
No.
children.
Are you talking about the children or the dreamer? Who
The
are you referring-
dreamer.
No, no one's met him.
Given that
Except the sleeping ones.
Oscar didn't get or take a close look at the bowls when he was here, could he now?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
I'm gonna tell something about the weird feeling that we had. 18.
Oh, 18.
yes.
Nice.
As you're filling around, both of you, you feel just the basins. They're completely empty and built into the tree. However, you both feel that weird horizontal wood that just feels different above it. Oscar, you feel that they are words, but you can't see them. But you feel them. Not quite able to make out what they say. Above, a phrase above each basin. You just feel the wood. You can almost feel the words written, but you can't see them.
He will relay this to Silny.
There's something about the bowls, and I believe the contents of the bowls that will make these words visible.
Can he take his water skin and just pour a small bit of water into one of the?
Which one do you pick? 1, 2, 3, or 4?
He's walked right up into the middle. He's between 2 and 3. He's right-handed, so 3.
3? You pour water into it, and it just completely steams up and just goes away. You just get a feeling, not right.
Why don't we try our blood?
You see the nothing with it?
Breathe, Zay. Hold on.
You see that Dolaress says, that would be a silly thing to do. Don't hurt yourself, darling.
Oh, good.
Miss
Thank you.
Do you happen to have any charcoal or ink or something, perhaps? Or anybody?
I don't believe I do.
Oscar has a chalk. What did he use chalk for? I did
Probably
something
for
with
one of
chalk
your
in
spells.
0.5.
But you
Yeah.
got it. Yeah.
Here's a piece of chalk. I can't remember where I got it.
I'm gonna scribe over the writings to try and indent it and look into it.
You do so, but whatever is there seems to magically make it away. Whatever words are written here seem to be invisible.
Silny, I believe it might be light.
Invisible, you say?
Can Oscar hold the lantern
that
out in
is
front of him? Silny, I can activate
Which
the
lantern?
the special one.
It's the
Yeah.
special one, yeah.
Because it went past that one, right?
Nope.
So you.
Remember,
We
he
had
took
brought that
it
one
off
up.
of
I
him
took
and
it
handed it to him.
Oh,
That's when
I didn't know that.
described- Oh,
Well,
I'm
Because we
so
were going
sorry.
to
Yeah,
return
because
the
we
I didn't know
talked
that.
about
Yeah.
her eyes following it as he gave it to Oscar.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that was when we were talking about
Gotcha.
when
My
he gave
apologies.
it to me.
When you come over here then and hold it up right next to it, the words begin to appear.
Right.
Oh, Reveal
thank
hidden
God,
writing.
fuck.
You have to hold it right up next to it, but you
Yeah, yeah.
scan it like invisible ink.
So how that would have happened is Oscar would have held it up and actually looked at Silny and said, "Silny, I could always activate the capabilities of the and the light and the
Yep.
words
What
for-"
you read above Basin 1, it says, Flesh of the Land. It's not written in any language, you just seem to understand it.
Mhm.
It is Flesh of the Land. The second one is Blood of the Land. The third one is Bones of the Land. And the fourth
Got
one
it.
is Gift of the Land.
Gift. Okay. Okay. Thank you for writing this down. Blood of the
I'm
land.
assuming
Water.
the flesh is dirt
Grass,
or
perhaps?
grass.
Like the
Yeah.
top layer?
Yeah.
Plant matter. Blood of the land would be water.
Oh,
Which is
Water.
why Ethan asked me
Yeah.
what bowl
Yeah,
it was.
Bones
That
is
goes to bowl
wood.
number 2. Bones of the land would be
Wood or rock.
or tree trunks or rocks. Rocks,
Yeah.
yeah. And then
Gift,
of
I'm
the
assuming, would be flowers or berries.
land. Or food, something
Or
edible.
food. Yeah.
wow, y'all went much. Yeah, I was going full on tree, and so I was like bark, water, branches,
That could
Apple.
still be it.
It could still be that.
Yeah. And
Silny, do I activate the lamp to see if anything happens in terms of retrieving?
oh, you're trying to. Oh, does anything happen?
Silny, you're correct. I would like to suck off this tree.
At the moment, you already have the light inside of it, by the way.
Oh
You
yeah,
can't
so
put-
we
you
can
can't
only
put
have one
more.
at a time. Okay.
Yeah, and right now you have basically
Ah.
just a little fleck. Yeah.
Maybe let's open the door before and see the light before we.
Do
try
we
and
want to open the door?
Bead of sweat down.
Feels like quite a significant question. Mr. Whimper, for one, certainly doesn't want to see that happen. Look at his silly face. He's very
He's fucking
stressed.
shivering in the doorway.
That was fucking killing me.
Mr. Laura, you said that they were going to be awakening tonight.
Soon, yes, tonight.
Soon.
The process
Are
is
we-
almost finished.
Do you believe that we are here to open the door and awaken them?
Door will open either way.
What have you put in these bowls before?
I haven't.
Nobody's opened it.
What has anybody put in these bowls before?
I haven't.
What would you intend to put in the bowls? Are you inclined to place anything within these bowls?
Blood.
I do not go down to the chamber. The door opens when it wishes. I have never needed to place anything in the bowls. The door opens as it pleases.
Would you accept if we were to open this door?
The door is for visitors. She motions for it and smiles.
I'm gonna do a roundup. So, we have a few options.
I'm gonna go start getting random things.
Whimper's not moving.
Whimper is whimpering.
This, she is not coming anywhere closer, y'all.
She just kind of looks over at you, looks up, just watches you, smiles.
If you don't go and help us collect, you're gonna be stuck in here with her.
Wait, oh, they're leaving?
We have to go collect the stuff!
Oh, thank God. Oh,
Cover
yeah,
her.
they're leaving, yes. He's gonna happily be like, your fucking thing, and fucking walk the fuck out.
Be careful.
Oh, I'll be back.
No, fuck!
I'll be waiting.
Oscar will remain by the tree.
Nope.
Deeply troubled.
Okay.
Staying inside.
Yeah.
Oh my God! No, Whip is gonna walk over and he's gonna put his hand on his back. He's like, Oscar, I don't know what a fucking tree looks like, and I really
Let's
need
get
you
real
to
for a
show
minute,
me
bro.
what a tree is, just outside, real fast.
I'm gonna fucking piss. Oh my god.
Here's Oscar and get the fuck on. Let's go.
If you insist, Mr. Whimper.
I am definitely insisting, my friend. Put his hand on his back and like kind of like, let's go.
You all leave. Head out. You see a lot of curtains and windows, people peering out and then shove it back, or a couple doors close.
Busybodies.
So, the
As you-
moment we're outside the gate, he goes, okay, so, back towards the caravan's this way, and he starts fucking walking.
Bert, there's nothing. We can stop this.
He would stare and he'd go, hold on. He would take a kneel. So he's on, like, well, not on par with fucking Oscar, but he realizes
Yeah.
he won't be. He's on par with
What?
the other two.
I can't hear you up here.
And he's like, they are talking cult shit, which could be, let's say, a random fucking tree that they found that they want to bring back, but it's not going to happen, and nothing's going to happen. Or consider old god. Either way, it makes no sense to go back.
Do you know much about old gods?
I know enough that I don't want to fuck with any of them.
Insight. Did it throw you off? Did it throw you off when I brought that
Roll
up?
it, mother.
7.
Probably wouldn't
17!
learn. Probably, yeah. Hard to read with persuasion and deception. That's
Yeah.
hard to read. You're not sure. He's very flustered. It's hard to get a gauge on his knowledge and thoughts right now.
Oscar will kneel down opposite Whimper and will put his hands on his shoulders and say, Mr. Whimper, take a breath for just a moment, please. You take a
All
calming
this is
breath.
happening.
Does he take a breath?
And while it's happening, I'm trying to calm him down. Dylan's just over here, like, grabbing
some
handfuls of grass.
Yeah, you're actually collecting this stuff.
Why?
This time, you
What's
get
his
all of it.
partner? Works
He's standing there
against
like,
him.
I'm ready.
Mr. Whimper, now that you've taken a deep and calming breath and composed yourself, none of us understand quite what's going on here. The way that lady talks, it does sound somewhat unsettling. Whatever they intend to do, she believes it's inevitable. And if you have any insights or instincts, I'm prepared to trust them. So maybe take some time to articulate exactly what your concerns are so that we can make a measured decision.
Is your curiosity worth your child not having a father?
It is an idle curiosity. It's being presented with something that, on the face of it, appears that it could be quite destructive or challenging, something evil being unleashed into this world, and we all have a responsibility. I'm just wondering whether your insights go beyond simple hysteria.
He would honestly kind of exhale back because it was a really good that's a really good fight. Kind of exhale and he'd go, I don't know what they're talking about. And that would look honest. Like he would say, I have no idea. I have no even inkling of what it could be. I just know if it has the power to create those creatures and what they're going to wake up something that has that power, how long is it going to take for it to snuff out our light?
So bringing your argument about my children and consequently your children being without fathers, on the other side of the scales, it appears potentially, and I'm not confirming anything because I don't know, but potentially it could mean danger to them if we don't try to prevent what might be happening here. As I say, it's in simple reasoning. I don't know one way or the other. I'm just trying to gauge whether you have any prior knowledge or insight or instincts or specific thoughts about this, or is it simply a quite natural reaction to what we're discovering here?
I have no insights. I have nothing.
Are the stories I remember good or are they bad?
Both? Oh, about which ones? Which stories?
The Turtle Man.
The Dreamer, the Turtle.
It's built in those stories of people who wish for bad things usually happen to them. People who wish for good things, it's kind of, there's both good and bad stories. Sometimes it's like the reverse with these. It's like the stories you've heard is like the classic like monkey's paw or like genie stories where you wish for and you might get exactly what you wish for, and that could be good or bad. It's the thing itself seems to be just a conveyor of these wishes, neither good nor bad. It is what the people wish for and how they word it. It's very much children's and monkey's paw type stories.
Character. I know more than I do in character.
I don't know if you know this.
I think I know.
I for one feel like we've stumbled upon something that we absolutely do not understand, but we are all clearly getting quite worried perspectives of it. I think it's something that we need to discuss and decide as a group how we proceed, because leaving this place and running is an option. Opening that door potentially and trying to put a stop to whatever's going on is an option. I, for one, I find myself quite at a loss on how to proceed.
Well, we're not going to know what we're walking into until we walk into it, so He'd stand up and he'd brush himself off. And he's like, if we're gonna walk into it, now's the time. Because
Yeah.
we can sit and contemplate. We can offer every hypothetical, but there isn't anything. Like, we don't know if we're walking in and it's gonna be some dude writing in his journal, and it's gonna be nothing, or we walk into something unfathomable.
Silny,
Yes, Mr. Becerra?
what do you think?
I think, from what I've gathered, this has happened once before. One of them is awoken. And supposedly with this new light, they're going to be awakening tonight. Unknown on what they do. But this lady has been here for the whole of her life. She's lived for hundreds of years. Right? Dwarves live for hundreds, right? Yeah.
She's old. 350 to 400, yeah.
If there's a way that we can stave off whatever is going to happen here, even just by taking a bit of it and returning it, push it off. I don't think that this is something that we can end, but it's something that we can delay.
Well said, my dear. Mr. Wimper, in the face of that, I don't believe that we should do anything unless we're all in agreement or at least comfortable with the decision. What say you?
Let's do it. Because you're right. Whether something's unleashed, we're either fighting it here or we're fighting it there. So let's do it while it's away from our families. And he would pause, and his eyes would flash to Dylan when he said families, and get a little bit more of a nervous look.
I love how everyone's pondering the decisions, and Dylan has already gathered the supplies.
I love it, Dylan's just like, let's go!
Do we have the supplies of both options? Of the thought of a tree and the thought
I
of
was trying to get both, yeah.
You probably, in this time, have been able to, you're in the forest, you can probably get everything, and you would have water. If those are the right ingredients, then you would be able to get them.
Three-way heart to heart, and fucking just running around like a little goblin.
Oscar will stand up and he'll put one hand on Silny's shoulder and he'll clutch the coin in his other hand and he'll just close his eyes and he'll mutter, "Oh, Green One, for what we have determined that we're going to do, if it is against your will, I trust that you will alert us and do whatever you can in your power to prevent us from making errors."
Bows her head with him.
And then he'll start to stride towards the church.
Let be whatever suffering we have as sweet. Heads off.
I like that.
As everybody starts walking away, I'm gonna stand there holding all the stuff. And again, I'm just gonna kind of look around to myself. I'm just gonna be like, man, I hope you're watching. It's gonna be something. And I'm gonna start walking.
The little gnome talks to herself, and you all hear whispers back there again as she's talking to herself.
Is this normal? Would Wimp even react, considering how long they've been together? Or is this new?
No!
Oh, God.
She does it, yeah.
I imagine it would be in more big
Depends on the
situations like this.
situation. Yeah.
Oscar
If it's something
would over
big,
his
she does
shoulder
it more
go,
often.
Oh, absolutely, Miss Dillon. It could very well be something.
Clerics, man. You're weird. You all head back in, having what you need. You find the woman is sitting in the middle of the pew, just sitting there, in the middle row, just hands on her knees, just watching. She smiles as you. She's still charmed at the moment. As she's just watching you. Where do you put your items to try?
One was flesh.
Yeah.
So we said,
I'm gonna try grass first.
Okay.
I thought that was dirt.
Dirt.
It was the top layer,
It's
grass or
grassy
you
dirt.
try
I have
grass and
dirt.
You try grass and it burns up.
Okay, I put dirt.
A little glow.
Okay, it was dirt. All right,
Water.
water in the second one.
Glows.
A tree branch in the third one.
It glows.
And then I would have put a flower in the last one.
It glows. As soon as you do so, the wood begins to move, moving and forming an arch. Begins to pick up from the ground up. It's opening again. You are guests, is what she says, as an archway forms. What you see is the inside of the tree hollowed out. You can't see all the way up. You're not sure if it's hollow or not all the way up, but downwards it is. It leads to halfway down the trunk and also into a chamber down below. There are stairs that begin to form out of roots coming from the ground. It begins to form this large cylindrical space. Roots begin to form and curve around and spiral downwards, making stairs out of roots into the darkness below.
We should go return the light.
That would be fantastic, dear. That's what Strolora says, sitting in the pew.
See you later, Stelora. We're just gonna go return this.
I hope you get to be there when they awaken.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I guess we'll see.
I'm gonna start walking down.
You start walking down and down.
Yep.
And you eventually begin to see light. Bioluminescent light, essentially. As you begin to come down into this chamber, you see large, half dirt, so cave, but part of the walls are wood from roots, forming this large circular space. You see mushrooms and vines with bioluminescence giving off natural, greenish, maroon light here. As you get to this chamber, you get to the bottom and you see this quite large chamber. There are a few pillars of varying size. One is like really large, like 10 to 15 feet. Others are small, just roots that have stuck into the ground and head upwards. The rest of it is ground with grass. It is beautiful down here. You see some of the roots are hanging, just lots of low-hanging roots everywhere. As you look around and you see ahead of you, hanging 15 feet above the ground, 3 containers of wood and of plant matter. Almost like aloe vera gel, if that makes sense. It's like green, it's translucent. It's transparent, basically. Each of these, 3 of them, are hanging down on roots that just hang there. Sarcophagus-like containers. 3 of them. One of them you see on the far left. Whatever green plant goo and wood is there has been opened and expelled, because you see none of it. There's no goo at all. This place is dried. Flowers and vines grow from it and onto the ground. Whatever was inside this one has been gone for a long time. The other 2, however, you see only from the legs up to that green goo, 2 corpses. Closed eyes laying here. One of them in the middle is an elven woman. She's there. She's a corpse, but they don't look decayed. Their bodies have been preserved by the plants. You can obviously tell they're dead, but they are preserved. The one to her right is a dragonborn, green-scaled. They look almost asleep. Something within you tells that they're dead. As you are here, you see, from the roots holding these floating like coffins, lights charge through like as if the roots were a wire, just into the containers, as if the roots were a wire and they are charging these things.
He would
You
look
said-
immediate. Go on.
You said that there were vines coming down from the first one?
From the first one, because whatever goo is gone, there's no goo, and the wood has been opened up like a small door. There's just wines and flowers, as if whoever was inside that one left long ago.
Can
It's
I
already
go
been released.
ahead and give a tug to the vines? Trying to
For the-
put my weight onto it down on
Of
the
the
bottom.
empty sarcophagus?
Yeah.
You pull. The roots that are holding the sarcophagus are strong enough. You pull a couple vines up and flowers fall.
Oh, they fall off? They don't stay?
A couple stay. Like, just a couple because you tugged and a few leaves shake off.
Gonna like try and wrap it and make it a little sturdier. I'm going to attempt to crawl up towards the sarcophagus.
Okay. You begin to climb up the first one. Go ahead and make me an athletics check to make sure they don't break.
During this, Wimp would turn towards Oscar. He's like, so this is now your area of expertise. What the fuck is that?
12.
I have no idea. He will get down on his knees, and it's grass floor, you said, yeah?
Grass and dirt, yeah.
He'll get down on his knees and plunge his hands into the grass and close his eyes. And he'll do the same thing that he did upstairs. He'll just feel out and feel if there's life, if there's thought, if there's emotion, if it's real, or if it's the same as the tree.
There's definitely life and emotion, but something tells you this isn't right. This isn't right. There's energy, there's life and emotion here, but it isn't right. Not like everywhere else.
This place, though beautiful and alive, unlike the tree, is
I mean, it's pretty much the same as the tree. It's just not right. The tree's not
Yeah,
dead. It's
it's-
just not.
is still
It's
wrong.
fake, basically.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's still wrong. What's happening down here is there's nothing good happening down here. There's darkness.
So
Suddenly, you get a couple feet off the ground, and you feel a couple vines begin to break. You begin to look up at the root, and because this coffin has been empty for so long, you can keep going, but you risk bringing down this entire coffin. What's up to you?
I'm gonna keep going.
Okay. Make another athletics check.
Miss Silney, please be careful, and he'll move to below
I'm
her.
not.
He'll move to below her so that if she falls off or something breaks, he can catch her.
You
Another
might get
12.
crushed by the coffin, but You're there.
He'll take the chance because she's
another
an idiot.
12. Okay, you're climbing up slowly, delicately. Remp, what were you gonna say?
he is gonna look at Dylan a moment, and he's gonna start to walk towards the Dragonborn.
Mhm.
And draw his scimitar.
Yeah, how far are they up? Did you
15
say?
feet off the ground.
15 feet up?
Oscar will see Wimp moving over and drawing, looking like he's going to draw, and he knows exactly what he's thinking. And he'll look at Dylan and he'll say, "I can't think of a good reason why that doesn't seem to be the right idea. So best of luck, Miss Dylan. Do you have any thoughts to Wimp severing the connection to the light for these two?"
So you're able to touch the bottom of the sarcophagus now. You've
I
climbed
don't-
so you're just able to touch the bottom of it.
I'd like to try and get up in.
I
Okay.
don't know.
Of course you would.
This definitely isn't right. This is confirmed that it's. I don't believe it's the Raven Queen. I don't
Oh.
think she would allow anything like this.
While still keeping his eye on Silney, while Dylan is talking, Oscar will watch Wimp walk towards him up to beside him with his sword drawn, knowing exactly what he's planning, and he'll just lift the lantern up, and he's still keeping an eye on Silney, but he's just holding the lantern aloft.
Yep, it's shedding its glow. It's been activated because of the thing inside of it.
As Wimp is walking, you said that so the vines, are they reachable to us? I guess that connect them to this thing.
It's only the first one because it's empty. Basically, whatever person was in the side of that had already expelled, and now just vines have grown down. The other ones don't have vines going to the floor. Only the first
But
one.
they've got the root coming down that's feeding the light down, right?
Yeah,
That's
they're
like
hanging from the ceiling.
15 to 20 feet up.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
near that, right? Okay, sorry. I thought that they
Okay.
were floor
Yeah.
level.
Basically, for each of them, ground 15 feet up, hanging sarcophagus. It's like if they're hanging, and their roots just go up and up and up. They're just hanging on roots, basically.
Mhm.
'Cause
Right,
if they're
so
hanging on
Silney's-
strings,
Silney's going to chop them down. I get it. Okay.
He would look towards Dylan a moment before he goes up, and he begins to. He's about to cast his echo, but he's gonna look towards Dylan's like, "How the hell do you know about the Raven Queen?" And he would cast his echo, so it's holding on to the sarcophagus? Because he said it's 15 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
He can cast 15 feet. Is he gonna
Nice.
do
Which sarcophagus?
the Dragonborn.
Dragonborn.
Dragonborn. Is if he's just on the side of it, hanging on?
Yes, because he's about to
Okay.
teleport, but he has to cast it first.
And at this point, as well as you cast it, Silny, you get up into the other sarcophagus, the empty one. You're just hanging in the kind of doorway of it, and it creaks a little bit.
And I'm nearby the other ones ish.
There's about I did a little sketch of this area so I could
Cool.
describe it. Let me look. Each one is about 5 feet apart. Yeah,
Okay.
so you could jump over to it.
Could I ask a question?
Mhm.
Just in relation to the lamp that can suck up the light, right?
Mhm.
When you mentioned it a moment ago, can we infer that it is full and won't suck up any more, or that
Yep.
it needs to release what's in it to then suck up more?
It needs
Or
to release what's in it.
so it can hold more, but only if it takes it in one sitting and it's empty to begin with. Is that the general gist of it?
Pretty much, yep.
Okay, Oscar will relay his thinking about how the lamp works to everyone generally, and say the other consideration is that if we wish to retrieve or remove some of the light, whether it's to return it or to prevent what's happening here, do we release what's in it at the moment so that we can then retrieve more? And at what point, if we decide to release it, do I release it?
I don't think right now is the time to release.
I feel like releasing what's in here could
It's
potentially
gonna wake him up.
cause something. Okay. Can Oscar therefore hold the action? If they're going to chop it, can he hold the action of opening the lantern and letting things out and then activating it to suck light in?
You can hold to release it, and then after that, that's where maybe,
Mhm.
because you can only
Yeah,
do, you can't
right.
hold
Then an
multiple
action,
things.
then an action.
So
yeah.
he'll wait
Can
He'll
I?
wait until the second one is going to be cut. I don't know what will happen with the first one, but he won't do it while
So
some
if
of
two
one of them is
sarcophaguses
still
are
hanging.
cut, you will
Yeah,
release it.
yeah. He'll
Okay.
release that light.
Can I see if one of these, either the elf or the dragonborn, is like, do they glow? Are they radiating? Or like, do the roots, are they healthier?
From up,
Is something going
yeah.
on?
If you're 5 feet away from the elven woman, you see she's horizontal to you, just encased in this goo, like Matrix style, basically.
Mhm.
The light just goes down from the root and into it, and you see not into her, but the capsule. It glows every so slightly. She's not taking in the light. It seems that the light is charging the capsules.
Mhm.
Dylan, you look like you're about to say something.
Yeah, I was in response to. Sorry. In response to what Wimp said about the Raven Queen.
Go ahead.
Mhm.
So as you said that, she'd kind of look around for a moment and then look back to you and be like, "My family's big believers in the Feast of the Remaining. We celebrate her in Kellamvor all day that day. I've heard about it since I was little."
That's the
Sylvie's
only
gonna
reaction
over
of,
to Wimp as well.
how odd. I thought,
I
like,
mean, a lot of people on that day, Feast of the Remaining. I mean, that's general knowledge for all of you. And when she
Yeah.
says that, Kellamvor and Raven Queen, a lot of people, more Kellamvor, but Raven Queen and Kellamvor, people really worship them, especially around the Feast of the Remaining, when she says that, because Kellamvor is the god of death, of balance, of the ferryman, and Raven Queen is about making sure lost souls don't stay lost and that they pass on, basically. So that's what those days. She says that.
and Wimp's gonna teleport. Well, not teleport. That's what it's called. Yeah.
Go ahead and make me either an athletics check or an acrobatics check, as you were teleporting up there, but to make sure you stay on. And that this thing doesn't collapse with you.
Oh fuck!
Dirty 20.
Nice.
20. You teleport up there, and you stay put. Sony, you're up there on the other one, so you're on the right one, and the middle one, no one is on.
Does it move with his weight?
These, no. The ones that have the people in it are much more sturdy than the one that's empty.
Go.
The one that's empty is kind of just swaying.
So are they both getting the same amount of life charge, or is one like, did one get like a big boost? or something.
They are
is
both
what I'm
getting the
trying to
same, except for
estimate.
the empty one. No light is going to the
Yeah.
empty one.
Yeah.
They're both getting the same.
We're gonna have to fight both of them, I think. Or just sever it.
He's just trying to climb his ass up.
You're both like leaning over, like you're basically hanging on like Monsters Inc. like the doors. You're hanging
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Right, that's
and
why
then
he's
looking
trying to
at-
mantle himself up into it.
Mhm. You want to get on top of it or just on the side of it?
Wherever he has stable footing to swing a two-handed weapon.
Yeah, you could hop up on top. Still going to be a little tight for a two-handed weapon up there, but you can try. You get up on top of it.
Can Oscar cast Mold Earth and lift the earth beneath them 5 feet, just so it's only a 10-foot drop and not a 15-foot drop?
Yeah.
Okay,
You
he
can-
does that. He does that under both of the sarcophagus.
I'm gonna clamber
Sarcophagi?
on.
Yeah.
Sarcophagi. I'm gonna clamber onto the elf and like put my arm around it and take out a dagger and just prepare to cut.
Give me an acrobatics check to hop from one to the other.
During this, Wimp would look down at Oscar and Dylan and he'd say, if this goes wrong, get her back to her family. And he'd just kind of look at Dylan for a moment.
Pointing towards Dylan.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, tell that to Oscar. And then he'd just look at Dylan for a moment, and it would be clear that he wants to say something, but he doesn't. He turns back.
You quickly swing over and jump onto the elf. The empty one just. You hear some snappings way up there into the darkness where the roots are. As that coffin almost dropped, as you were now put onto the elf. You actually clamber on and you put some of your hand into the goo, like the container of the green. But you're on here.
I'm gonna shake it off a little bit.
Actually, you wouldn't be able to stand on top because they're goo on the top. From the upper half, they're goo, so you'd be able just to hang on to the side, and that's about it.
Okay, then he'll keep his scimitar rather than.
Yeah, I just realized that it'd be goo. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're both hanging onto the sides. Not great grip because half of it's goo, but you're here.
Same time.
He goes 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we all agree on this, and he'd look at Dylan.
We doing this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's give it
3,
a go.
2, 1, swing.
Okay, you both are swinging, and if they fall, the lantern will open. Dylan, what are you doing?
The second one falls.
I'm gonna
if-
hold a
yeah.
sacred flame
If what?
on if it falls and if one of them gets up.
Okay. Both of
Like
you.
if they seem like they're moving.
Both of you with really only if you're doing one-handed weapons, or else you'll fall. Unfortunately for the halberd. Go ahead and give me attack rolls with disadvantage because it's hard not to slip off.
Attack roll disadvantage. Oh,
18 was my disadvantage.
I hate you.
23
11.
was my fucking.
So what did we get in total for both of you?
11 for me.
18 for me.
18. Go ahead and roll damage. You can hit an inanimate object. Just the way I do it is to see how well you can chop away at this thing.
6 damage for me.
17.
17. These are hard to chop. There's a lot of smaller roots around the place that are dangling in, but these are thick. You are chopping and chopping and chopping. How long do you want to chop?
She's gonna keep going. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, is
this
the
is
light
unnatural.
like doing little funny things in the roots, or
Not at the moment. You're chopping. Sylnies, yours gets to get a little bit more leeway by the inch as you're making a dent, and you see a little bit of light kind of shine out, just a little bit. You all are chopping, while Dylan and Oscar, you begin to see on both left and right of the low-hanging roots, that kind of just smaller ones that kind of come in and drape down. Light begins to form from those. And from them, balls of light begin to form out as wisps are now pouring into this room. You look around. Light begins to head down into the sarcophagus as faster. As you feel the earth begin to shake. That's where we'll end today.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
You could chop them down. It's going to take a little bit.
yeah.
And it doesn't like that you're chopping them
Yeah.
down. So
I'd
now
rather get rid of the avatars of whatever the fuck this thing is.
here is my little sketch. I don't know if I'll be able to make a better map. I'll try, but Dude, I don't have assets for tree, but this is
Dude,
my
that's
sketch
perfect.
of it.
Yeah.
You come down the trees here, and these in the middle are just large pillars that just are here. They're big trunks, basically. This over here, these are where the wisps are coming from. There's other little roots, but these are the two that are coming from. And then here are the sarcophagi, basically.
Y'all better start getting your secondaries ready.
Woo, 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 woo.
So far, only 2 wisps have come out.
Got it. Okay.
But you see light is more coming down those smaller branches. Y'all have fun?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
so pumped.
Fuck.
Thoughts, theories, afterthoughts, concerns?
I don't
No,
want
I
to
honestly
stop.
think we might die.
Nah, who
We'll
knows?
be fine.
We'll be fine. We're being careful. We can't possibly die when we're being
We're
careful.
so
and we're being
careful.
strategic.
Exactly.
We're literally hanging on the edge of a fucking sarcophagus with one hand and swinging with the other on something we don't understand. This is the opposite of careful.
You're only 10 feet above the ground, though, not 15.
Oh, God.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
only
Just 10
2d6.
I think it's 1d6, isn't it?
It's
It's 1d6 per every 10 feet.
Yeah.
Yes, 1d6.
There
You're
we go.
golden. You can both
See,
take
we're perfect.
that.
We're fine.
And both the healers are below you.
Exactly.
About to get
Holy
swarmed
crap.
by balls of
Well
light.
done. Well
Just gonna
done,
get
Billy.
zapped every time we
What do
stab
you-
in.
Any other large thoughts on what's happening and what's going on and piecing things and overall plot? Thoughts? Like it, hate
I
love
fucking
it.
love it.
I don't understand any of it, and I love that I don't understand any of it.
I mean, the only thing that like I can get is obviously we have the blights and the sprites bringing the light to this area in order to resurrect or bring forth these people, creatures, whatever they may be, after they come out. Large beings of light.
Where's the third one?
It already happened. That's the one
Years
that was
ago.
When
brought out
when
years
is
ago.
the third one?
Hundreds of years ago.
Also, how did it open up? Because it didn't have the Yandravi family light then.
Got enough
Yeah.
light?
hmm
Who knows? Who knows? Holy shit.
I have an idea of who it might be.
Go on.
I think it's Dighton, the dreamer of the Sleepkin.
That would pretty much click. Dream Sleepkin. We're in the Sleepkin. The dreamer.
They're an archfey.
They're an-
Trickery.
Oh fuck.
I don't know.
Oh, mate. You're very good at this.
So good.
Very good at
I
this,
don't
Sarah.
know, you say.
It might be, it might not be. I
Sure.
have nothing to add on or say. I'm never going to tell you guys if you're wrong or right.
That's my guess at the moment, at least.
But
like
like you would be the only
strategy.
one technically to kind of know what it is.
Isn't like out of character?
Wetty
I'm
and
thinking they're neutral. So not good or bad, but
Yeah,
I'm
from
like
the stories we're saying.
in character I'm guessing that it's neutral, but I don't fully know.
Which cult are we choosing?
It's your call.
Choose your cult.
I like the strategy. This. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, or consider neither. Just giving the light
Miriam
back.
said
I
it's
want
up
my
to you all.
money. I made a contract.
Miriam said as long as you figure something out, it's up to you to decide what you
Yeah.
do with it.
Well,
Yep.
considering these things are gonna wake tonight, I don't know how much time we'll have to get back to them and be like, hey, there might be some people that are coming around.
That Will-O-Wisp fight made me nervous because
Yeah.
it's they're calm little balls of light, but some wrong moves and those things can be more dangerous than some.
Well,
like
two
things.
hits and we're down with those, like 12 to
Yeah.
14 damage. But it was great. It's perfect
Yeah,
balance, right?
you all did well with the sanctuary and navigating and duplicates and kind of being up with it in the mold earth. You found out more things about it and
Mhm.
figuring out that the arrows do half damage. You all have learned a lot about them, and you won. Now you just got to
And
do
we
it
won.
again
Nobody
and
died.
this small little space.
Yeah, I don't know
I
if
think
we're winning
this,
this one.
this
Bitty space.
yet to be named team is a lot more balanced in terms of what it can do as well. I think like we've got a lot. I feel like we've got more variety of sort of solutions and tools at our disposal, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
I particularly enjoyed us having to talk Wimp down off the ledge.
Thank you, because like it was tricky because like I didn't want to be like the player that's like, oh, like I just want to go home. So I'm like he's not that person. He is terrified, and so I'm like, I was really like out of character. I'm like, fuck, I don't know if I should do this and this and this. So thank y'all for bringing my character back and for having arguments. And I'm like, cool, I have a reason to bring Whimper back.
He's a wimp.
Oh god, he's terrified. He's literally a dad. He was not made to adventure.
He's
But
dad with
he's
khaki
enjoying
shorts, sandals and socks.
Barbecue.
The-
Dad.
It was there that I was like, Dylan would say, well, if you're worried about him, like his kids not having a dad, or your kids not having a dad, then why don't I just go by myself? I don't have kids. I don't have the responsibility.
That would have been so. I love it. You're so fucking smart. Because you know
But-
damn well we'll be like, fine, fuck it, I'll go. Fuck. God, I hate it. It's so smart. Oh, 10 out of 10.
God.
Oh, you guys are great. It's so much fun.
This was as good as the fucking last one. I love
Yeah.
the character. I love the pace. I love that we stop and talk and have those character moments. I'm loving it.
I like it a lot.
You enjoying it, Ethan? Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. I'm loving it.
Any
I just hope the
concerns?
story is
So
good.
much. Concerns,
Oh.
anybody.
Bloody
Not
hell.
even a little bit. Well, we might die, but that's not even a concern.
You all got it.
That comes with
You
it.
got this.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You guys are more
The
careful.
way that things are being played, yeah.
You got 2 healers. You got magic. You got weapons. You got.
Wimp has all the healing potions too, so
Fuck.
Oh yeah, he didn't dish those out. That's
I don't even
unfortunate.
fucking remember him. He literally has no fucking idea. No idea. Ain't put on
They're
my
just
fucking
dangling
character
on his
sheet.
pouch. Everyone sees them. And they're dangling
You
there.
fall and smash them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when he
because-
falls, when he face plants on the floor, they'll be easy enough to grab from his.
The fighter is about to play the medic. There's games where when people take damage or fall, if you have a healing potion on you, they can smash, and that's brutal.
Nice. Yeah.
That's
Nice.
off. That's nasty.
What was it in the first long campaign we had? I like slipped and fell off of like a steep staircase.
Yeah,
And
that one was breakable on purpose. That whatever that one was.
Yeah, I smashed like,
potion.
3 things in my bag.
Oh no, that was because you narrowly took a really big fall.
Yeah,
And I want
took a
all the
really big
repercussions.
fall.
You didn't take enough to kill you, but I was like, your potion that you just got is probably broken. And those
Because I
rare
landed
times,
on it and it all smashed, and I was like,
you fell down a hill.
guys,
for like
they're
50
gone.
feet. Yeah.
What is it called? Because Potion of Healing is obscene. What is it actually called in D&D Beyond?
Potion of healing, I think.
yeah, there's gonna be a few of them. Manage.
The 1d4 just should be just potion of healing because every other one is called greater.
Ethan, what was Strelora? Was that her name, or was that the name of the place?
That was her name.
Solemn.
town's
was
name.
her
Solemn
name.
is the place.
Yeah, Solemn's the place. Her name is Strelora.
Yeah, potion of healing. It's gray. Like third one down. I just put in potion. Cool.
Ah,
I want it to be next week already.
Yeah.
yes,
I
Yeah.
want to see what you all
Why are we
do and
stopping?
how this happens.
What the fuck, Milky? Why are we stopping?
because